Alright. So, I'm going to try this out one more goddamn time. Goddamn I swear to God. Are we? Yeah? Am I? Yeah. Alright, hello? Alright, hello? Yeah. Hold on. Wait a second. Is this actually fucking working? Do I have audio? I am. I do. I seem to be getting audio from multiple fucking places. Alright. So there. I got that. I got this. Is that working? Is it working? Working? Alright. Hold on. No. That I can do. Alright. So now that should be fine. I was deliberately making the audio edit or echo by just playing the stream on my computer back at myself. Oh, yes, I know it would seem to be quiet and should be repeating, but I can turn up my volume definitely on that case. That's not a goddamn problem. I just want to make sure that I'm actually coming through. I would realize it was repeating because it echoes. You hear me? But it echoes. Is it just on the serious time delay? How the fuck am I getting a goddamn motherfucking echo out of this? Hold on. Alright, so that should be there. And this... Here, we'll just send that over there. Because I don't care about that. Is that sounding okay? It still echoes. How the fuck does it still echo? Here, I'll try this. I'll try that. We'll turn that off, just cause, in case. There. Is that better? So that you're not getting an echo? Hey, there's no echo! Fantastic! Jesus goddamn Christ. Alright, so, I understand what happened with the echo there. That was me playing around to try to make sure I could hear it out myself. Fuck. God damn it. And the other one, I have no idea. Like, the audio and YouTube, whatever else I was doing, stuff wasn't working. So, alright, now it is working. Fantastic. Thank you. I really do just goddamn think it was YouTube and Streamlabs being fucking terrible. Alright, here. Let me just go put this out there. Oh, now it works. There we go. Now it's fucking working. Let me make sure people know. You guys know. Most of you are here, but let's just tell them again. And let's go ahead and put it on Twitter, because fuck Twitter. Alright, there we are. We'll just tell Twitter what's going on there. Hey, there you go. Fantastic. Alright, so now with this going on and our stuff back up and things being functional, and let me see, why are you... Oh, of course you have to do this to me. Why are you so... Sorry, it's the stupid OBS thing. For some reason, Did not like the 4K monitor. Alright, so here we go. There! Now the video should actually be good. Now you can actually see things. Now it should be fine. And I'll have to go do some test audio runs in the future and figure out what the hell happened there. Alright, but everything's going fine now. Fantastic. Thank you everyone for being patient. I really appreciate this. And you guys are awesome for being patient with me. You are awesome for sitting through the insanity there. And you're magnificent for hanging in there. So, we will go ahead and get this going. Just close that, because fuck, I hate Twitter, but it's the only way to let people know. Had to call out, because I've been, liking and following back, because we're still working out what the fucking social etiquette on Twitter is. Like, do I follow you back as a creator? What happens when I get to, 1,000 followers, and it just doesn't really work well anymore? But, as the DeFi Degen Doge, I did see that we've got another DeFi Degen Doge. So, it's really important in representation for my people. I mean, some of you youngins may not remember back in the day, but there were very discriminatory jokes told about dogs on the internet. You might have seen that famous cartoon on the internet, "No One Knows You're a Dog," and it was really sad because no one accepted us. But now that it's finally 2020, we may not have flying cars, and we may still have a dollar spiraling out of control. Probably the entire fucking economy is going to collapse, all because a bunch of old grannies and stupid fucking politicians don't know how to handle a goddamn crisis, and there might be a goddamn civil war because of the USSR, which is dead. So we're fighting the specter of communism. But we may not have flying cars, we may have all of that, but at the very least, us Doges can be out, open, let everyone know that we are the DeFi Degen Doges out on the internet. So, here we are. We're going to get going into this. And yes, fuck boomers. Fuck boomers. And the funny part is, you guys say fuck boomers. Most the millennials, the Gen Zs, you guys are saying fuck boomers. I understand. You're not wrong. You're entirely correct. But I just have to point out here. One, I'm an old motherfucker. I'm not a boomer. My parents were boomers. So just imagine, you have to put up with their economics and politics. I had to put up being raised by these dickheads. Alright, so, with that little vent out of the way, let's go ahead and save some time and get right into the real fun. Alright, we got our little baby here where I went out to YFBETA Finance and actually had pulled it down, decided, fuck it, let's actually look at this in a proper development IDE. Now, there's a lot of options. Some people like using Remix. Some people like using VS Code. VS Code's a very popular one. Works out very well. Mostly this stuff is written in its own kind of language. It's not JavaScript because it's statically typed. It's not really Python, kind of, because it's still fully, properly object-oriented. It's kind of its own thing. It's I see it, it's kind of like JavaScript, or is to JavaScript, what Scala is to Java, but kind of anyway. I could spend forever fucking talking about this, but the point is, I like IntelliJ. I'm an old Java fart. I was there when it came out. Not literally, I wasn't at the guy's house or anything, or even on the forums, but I remember when it first showed up on the boards, and everyone jumped onto this thing, and it was fantastic and lovely, and I fell in love with programming at that point. I had tried the BASIC, I had tried the Pascal, I had tried the C. C, I hated. Why do I have to keep managing my own memory? That was god-awful. And then Java came out, and I was so happy. And then it didn't work for 5 or 6 years, at least not in a serious sense. But that is what got me started in everything, and that is, well, really what I do most of my work in, honestly. But that's partly because most of the world economics runs on Java. It's going to be kind of terrifying if you guys ever do get in the field of fintech, or as this stuff advances, we might have to get into talking to old financial institutions, and well, they'll probably want to understand some of the code, and they're used to dealing with stuff like Java, and it's just, I hate it. Alright, but I hate that they're only stuck on this one language. I don't really understand anything else. I like Java itself. I'm waffling. Alright, fine. I will go. I will dive into the code. Alright, so I checked it out of the GitHub. I loaded up into IntelliJ. I went and got the Solidity plugin. And so we've got our whole mess of files here. I will increase the font on that. Try to make your lives a little easier so you can read all of that. Here, let's go ahead and try doubling it. Does that work? Yeah, that works a bit better. You guys can probably see that a hell of a lot better now. Alright, so let me know if it is not big, too big enough, or yeah, too big, not big enough, whatever, and we'll dig into this. So what you should have or see here, looks like we've got several contracts here. Now technically these may not be a bunch of different contracts. This works like pretty much any programming language where things can be split up between the different files here, and you can import them around. I don't have quite any documentation in here on a lot of big projects. Like, if you look at open source ones, they'll include a readme.md. I hate Markdown. I'm an ASCII doc guy, and that will also work for documentation. But also, this isn't like the release yet. I wouldn't expect the dev to have codes in there just yet. Auto mint are dead. I don't. Oh yes, your dad is probably a late 50s aging socialist type. No, I'm not a socialist. Jesus fucking Christ! I think central control of anything is terrible. Most of my career over this like past decade or so has been a long march through old financial institutions trying to convince them that they need to not excuse me, to not keep doing things the old stupid centralized way and instead actually more adopt decentralized systems. Now, I haven't quite been able to get them focused on crypto or anything like that yet, but at the very least I have been able to get them to start using things like microservices and platform as a service and immutable servers. So, alright. I'm cool? Oh my god, yay, I've always wanted to be cool. I tried really so hard all through high school, I just couldn't do it. I kept failing the cool test. That's why I ultimately had to drop out. I dropped out of high school because I just wasn't able to like get my cool score up. Then I just went and worked in computers from there. Only time I've ever been to college is to give them a lecture. I really find that funny when I'm telling computer CS degrees how to do their job better. Alright, so learn to code, boys. Learn to fucking code. It'll make you a god amongst men and a king in business. Especially if you can talk to motherfuckers and you're not like a complete dweeb. So, I figured in here, since we don't have a whole lot of direction on where this starts, I'm just going to start with the one named YFBETA. It's called YFBETA. Why not? Oh wait, I'm sorry. You can't say learn to code. See, I'm a developer. I can say learn to code, but when you say it, that makes you a racist and a Nazi, and you're harassing journalists. So, you really shouldn't harass journalists. Just because it's not nice to, like, harass and persecute the retarded. Just leave them be. They're having their fun. They think they're doing something important. And I'd really rather they think they were doing something important than actually trying to do something important. Because if these motherfuckers don't have any actual power, and this is what they can manage to do right now, imagine if they actually were in charge. Oh, right, it's the politicians. The only people dumber than the journalists are the fucking politicians. We are so fucked, boys. Alright, so digging in here, we're starting at YFBETA. Well, looks like we got our usual, the safe math library. That's pretty standard. We got our ownable definition, pretty standard. Got some pretty standard definitions here, how it's set up. Got an event that it can throw. Got our usual only owner. So yeah, this is pretty good stuff. Standard things. I think so. I don't have to keep repeating it, even though we are growing. I don't want to have to eat up time trying to explain every little part now. So I'm just gonna highlight like this is normal stuff. I'm gonna make a video coming back and explaining this standard stuff. I'll actually probably use the YFBETA code as the reference for that. So congratulations, buddy. You've become my reference project for lessons on things, and we'll just keep going like that until I find something that shows a little different feature that you don't include. But otherwise, yes, standard stuff, well written. It's doing all the proper things, like here with the emit transfer ownership in the constructor. That's where it's setting things up. It's setting it to the person that sent the message, so everything's rolling out there. As far as the ownable, yeah, interface ownable. It's going through, got its name, YFBETA, got its definition, transfers defined there. Alright, and we've got our general code on the parts here. So really, this is, to be clear, the token that we looked at earlier. Cool. So that's here in the project. That's useful. Very likely, we're not doing anything special. It's not going to be deployed, but the whole point here, and I should say the main reason you have this, is so that it can be used elsewhere in the code. So, in here, let's see, we've got storage, we've got vault, we've got reward pool, notify helper, migrations, hard rewards, governable, free reward forward, or sorry, fee reward forwarder, and deposit helper, delay minter, ooh, I want to get into that, controller, and controllable. Alright, we also have, within the vaults, this is a fair bit of code, we've got Vault Y Curve, Vault USD, Vault USDC, Vault DAI. Alright, boys, so, unless something drastically changes before launch, congratulations, we've got the skinny on what the investment schemes are going to be around. Looks like it's going to be around investing YFBETA with Y Curve, USDT, USDC, and DAI. Or at least we've got vaults for those types. Just deposit it in there. So, looks like we're going to have a scheme, most likely much akin to, well, Yearn, to be honest, where it wants cash. It wants cash that other things like to take. And so it can go do stuff with it. Alright, neat. So, in here, we see our interface with UniSwap. Alright, so in the interface here, the definitions here, where it's showing the interfaces, that is, yep, in defining the interfaces here, because this one will be really quick, this is how you interact with UniSwap. This is UniSwap writing code and saying, hey, if you'd like to talk with us, this is what you need to implement. And so you can just put this in your code. Heck, they probably even have something to download it from them in that. But as you can see, they've got this whole thing here. Now, to be clear, this is not Uniswap code. This isn't like he replicated Uniswap in here, because you can see there's really not any logic. This is just a definition of something to interact with. So this is something that he'll be able to use in code elsewhere to say, oh, I need to talk to Uniswap. I have this block of code here that'll make it easy for me to, in my code, reference to Uniswap, alright? So that's why you see the Uniswap routers there, because of the different versions, the migrator, what the iWeth interface is, so again, this is the easily interact with iWeth, and then we have the YFBETA code, which is just the token itself. So, we've got our vaults, looks like it's going to want DAI, USDC, USDT, Y Curve. We've got our strategies. Oh, SNX. Alright. So, it's got something about a profit notifier. It's got something about SNX rewards. It's got a reward strategy and interface. Curve. It's got the price converter. It's got various curve strategies here, as in Y Curve on mainnet, Y Curve, stable mainnet, stable. Alright. Y Curve, I price converter. Again, interfaces for looking at, well, various things, interacting with, in this case, curve. Alright, cool. hard work interface, huh? Alright, so we've got vault, strategy, reward pool, and controller. Alright, so, some points for development, in case you guys are ever curious on how exactly the development functions. We don't really, like, different programming languages have their different conventions, like how we expect things to be put together. As a programming language matures, you'll kind of over time come with various standards. That's why for like a project, or for a Java project, technically you could put the files together in whatever structure you wanted and compile it, but all our various tools expect them in certain places. We also have kind of some conventions on the naming of things, like what the purpose of some of this stuff actually is. And so, yes, I did. Oh, he tweeted a live stream. Oh, hey, cool. Well, thank you for tweeting a live stream. So, in this case, this is where a controller is usually something that is, well, controlling the rest of the system. So, in most things, the controller actually ends up being the top main entry point. Could, in theory, be Vault, but with the hard work interface and a controller here, I think I'm going to start with the main controller entry here and see what happens. This might end up being a little hard to follow through. We're going to see if we can find out what is... Oh, yep, this looks like a good place to start in here. Yep, this seems like a decent one to start at. I open up the controller, and what do I find? But I find that it is importing. That's what these various import statements are, is quite literally saying, alright, I'm going to write a bunch of code, and then I want to bring in a bunch more code. And so that's where we can see that, yep, this one seems to be one of those main front-end points for handling this stuff. It's got address sold. Now I want to highlight here, the stuff here that's saying like where it's coming from. When it's mentioning this at OpenZeppelin, that is just saying, quite literally, there's a development framework. They've written a bunch of libraries or code to make our lives easier so that we don't have to keep writing this stuff. It's very, very common in major development to do this. And so it's actually a good sign, like I said before, of when a developer is reusing code. So for all those folks that are running around trying to say, you know, you're a clone and it's bad that you're reusing your code. All you did was change this one little thing right here. Oh no, you're just Yearn with a few different tokens, or you're just some other thing and you change the payout rate, or you change the slight calculation on the burn or whatever. I'm gonna point out, that's the whole fucking point of these things, guys. Like, one, you want people reusing code. Because if you're reusing code, then that means that it's a good thing. That means that you're using code that other people have battle-tested, that it's been used in multiple places. The more people looking at code, the more people using it, fixing it, applying it, solving their own problems by modifying the code, and then releasing those modifications back to the development community, that is all a good thing here, alright? So, those points, like if you come along something and you go like, wow, this is another fucking food meme coin. Oh, holy shit. Now we have to have the question. We started with sandwich.finance. Now someone came out with burger.finance. Are hamburger sandwiches? Oh, okay, well, if we had sandwich.finance and it gave us like 3 options, you know, what bread, what type of cheese, what sort of meat do you want for your sandwich, and here's, you know, pick amongst these few, and then we go over to hamburger, and like, well, we've got those, and then we also have the option of like a double patty. We also got an option of like bacon and mushrooms, like sauteed mushrooms and onions, and you can probably tell I like Five Guys. Over there, you got more options. Well, guess the fuck what? They had to write that goddamn code. They had to make a change. Once you deploy a contract on the blockchain, you cannot actually change it. You can interact with it, but you can't change its logic. So unless they put code in to do things like add a minter, add a pool, add a vault, to be able to add things in there, you can't really make those changes. And in a lot of cases, for us, the investors or people auditing this stuff, to know that we have a secure contract, they don't want to give the ability to make some of those changes. They want to say, this is the payout calculation, it cannot be changed. Or they might tie that to a governance mechanism, like through a DAO and voting tokens, to give us the ability to change that. But the whole reason we're doing this is that we have a sound, reliable way to get things on the blockchain in an immutable form that now we can engage with, and this is why we don't have any regulations. I want to really assert that. The fact that things are operating like this way, the fact that non-custodial accounts are even possible in this manner, which is the whole fucking reason I'm here, because I am running away from traditional fintech into the Wild West of no regulation, because I'm tired of being strangled to death, metaphorically speaking. But, you know, pretty much most of my goddamn life it's felt like the fucking Fed has had its knee on my neck. And no, I don't do goddamn heroin, so that's actually the problem. So now, here, them reusing code, making a small change, taking what's already proven to work, adding some features on, making some modifications, that is all good. That is also why when building these out, you either have things broken up into multiple contracts like this, so that way it's easier to manage, like here, you know, these various other contracts that are being included. That means that, yes, they are going to be deployed too. They will be running on their own, but they're very likely intended, and very possibly could even be configured with security features, to ensure that they are called by this controller contract. They might have things on their own that, you know, you might be able to engage with, or might be part of the system, but I'm just highlighting here is that this is normal, they're all going to get deployed, they're going to be immutable, a secure contract will have no change possible, or will have a minimized way of doing that. And so, therefore, we kind of want people to be cloning it. It's actually good. Doesn't necessarily mean a clone is a rug pull either. We're going to get into, actually that is something I want to get into at another point in the video, where we're going to do some triage or post-mortems on deployments. I want to do that for the yearn.money to see what was going on there. I want to compare that to some successful deployments like YFBETA, which handled their deployment quite well, and we'll do a post-mortem on those transaction logs, and that will also, I'll give you some explanation like another video where I will take time and just explain how to read the code, and over there I'll just take time and explain how to read the transaction logs and what they mean, so that way you guys can understand and see how to read through that yourself. And then possibly include in the analysis POTUS. I did that one also. They were pretty good. Had a little fumble on their launch. Not their fault, really. Scammer kind of came in, and unfortunately the way things are set up, it's a little difficult to prevent that, but I've had some brainstorms. We'll get into that. Anyway, here, starting with this code, since it's a controller, and it is an iController, we will take a... yeah, here it is. It is an iController, and it is governable. So in both of these cases, where is the governable? Oh, there it is, governable. Alright, so in both of these cases, we're going to have all of that code. So we'll take a look at that in a moment here when it comes time to get to it in the walkthrough. Now, going on, it has here a fee forwarder. This is intended to be an address. Since we have a contract here, a fee reward forwarder, then this clearly is intended to hold a reference to wherever this contract has been deployed. So again, the reason it has an import here is so that the information is here available in the code to be easily referenced, but we'll still need the address to actually reach out to that. So we're going to see in the constructor here where that's going to get set up as part of that deployment. In fact, one thing I am kind of curious about is how the developer has scripted out their deployment, because when I looked at the original transaction log, that actually went very, very smoothly. Things were executed in a nice, clean manner. There's lots of tools that can handle that. Forward Como. Oh, it's a terrible, terrible name. Let me see if I can pull. Yes, forocombo.app. Over here, This is an example. Now, there's a lot of ways to do it. You can also just script it out yourself. But when it comes to doing something like deploying all of these contracts all at the same time, making sure that the various addresses get set and things are, going to be configured properly when they're out there, because you're going to need the right information in the right places to be able to execute this, you can script out that deployment. Now, that's something that I would have liked to see in here. Maybe we'll find that down here somewhere, but since they're all contracts, probably not. But one nice thing to see along with the project would also be the deployment strategy. It might seem counterintuitive, especially with things like getting the code, where, well, to be honest, getting the good code is... Seeing good code, if it's properly secure, is not a vulnerability. We've proven that over decades in open source. It used to be a big problem, so releasing the code should not be a vulnerability. Being able to view the code before release should also not be a vulnerability, but because of the immutable nature of the blockchain, unfortunately it can lead to the vulnerability that someone could beat you to the market. So it's actually really nice that the devs decided to show us this here. A lot of other times when I have gone out, devs don't want to show code, clearly because they don't want to let things get stolen, but, well, it does make life a little harder for trying to research these things. Anyway, down here, it looks like we're going to have a mapping. So might I recall that I mentioned that that's a key value pair. That means that it is storing a Boolean, a true-false variable. That's all it can store, is a true-false, and an address as that key. So we go into the mapping, we're going to give this variable, this Graylist, an address, and it will give us back a true-false. In here it says the EOA can safely interact with the system no matter what. If you're using MetaMask, you're using an EOA. Alright. So it's telling us basically that is what the definition of your wallet, your system interacting with that. That would also be things like trying to use my Ether wallet, using the interface on Etherscan. Like, all of those would count of that. So, only smart contracts may be affected by this Graylist. So, this is keeping track of other smart contracts. So, this contract will not be able to ban any EOA from the system. Good. Nice. Like that statement. Even if an EOA is being added to the Graylist, he, she will, I would just throw out there, we're talking about addresses and EOAs. I would actually advocate for more precise language of identifying that technically an EOA isn't a person. It's not a human being. It is an interface. As an actor, it's been abstracted out to say that it is a wallet application, effectively, that is in Gate, that is executing a request. Technically, you don't need something like MetaMask or whatever to do that. You could write it out yourself. In fact, if you get into development, you'll find that there's consoles that you can use that quite literally will let you just talk to the blockchain kind of directly. And that's really what this is referring to. Now, usually EOA is referring to the fact that someone has written an application that makes it easier to get in there. And kind of the whole point of crypto is that we don't know what is on the other side. Technically, it could be another computer that is just engaging with a wallet application programmatically, like through scripting, and doing the same work. So I'm not trying to necessarily nitpick here, but I would just say is like, we don't need to try to be like inclusive with he, she. We can just make it clear that we don't even know if there's a human being on the side. Quite literally, an EOA is an it. It may not even be a living entity. It might be just a program. Anyway, sorry. It's just my little thing. I kind of hate humans. I'm sorry, but you've enslaved my people for millennia. It's atrocious. And nobody gives a shit. Like, they just come and they just pat us on their head and like, oh, aren't you just a nice little doge? Fucking house doges. Alright, so, here. It will help to interact with the whole system if nothing happened. only smart contracts will be affected by being added to the Graylist. So in here, it is going to be verifying that. Now, this is one important point: is we can tell that in EOA those addresses aren't a contract, because with a contract, it states right there what it is. It's a contract. It's not in EOA. So technically, an EOA can be another application, but it would be something like, you know, you wrote an automated version of MetaMask that you could run from the command line or something, or you just got one of the many ones that are technically out there, or you just use MetaMask technically, because you could recompile it into that mode, or just use it. Anyway, so in these cases, we know when something is or isn't a contract. We know when something is or isn't an EOA, but what we don't know is whatever, unless it's a contract, in which case we know that a EOA can't be a contract, but we don't know if an EOA is a wallet or if it's a program, basically. Alright, anyway, a little bit of trivia there. So yes, anytime that we're seeing this gray list, anytime that we're seeing this check, we'll have to be double checking to make sure that whatever it's doing, it will still do it for wallet addresses. Alright, moving on. All the vaults that we have. Alright, so to be clear, when we're talking about vaults, vaults are technically other smart contracts. So when you're depositing funds into any of these staking farms, they are, well, going into a smart contract out there. And that's kind of what makes them non-custodial, is that you have code in on the blockchain. It is in a secure database stored in an immutable form. When we say immutable, that means that we cannot change what is already there. All we can do is add an update on top of it to tell it what the new state is. In fact, that's actually what happens with the blockchain. That's what the miners are doing, is when they're doing their work, like for example, if this thing were to interact with these vaults and says, okay, the user wants to deposit something into the vault, it's sending a request or sending work out to the blockchain to say, I need you to run the code to go interact with the vault. And the miners are running that code and executing whatever that is. And they're doing that because they can look on the blockchain and see, okay, well, there's the code that I'm supposed to run. Let me pull that. I'm going to input the necessary variables, the parameters, based on what people have given me, and I'll run it. And then what I'm going to do is take the result of that and secure, cryptographically, write that as a transaction on the blockchain, where what I'm going to do as the result of this is record what the difference from the last state of the blockchain is. So essentially, every chain, or every block on the chain is saying, okay, take everything that just happened and then add this one small change. And that's called the delta. It's a math thing. Delta is referring to change. Have you ever heard of delta V? That means a high rate of change in the velocity. Something is, oh my god, moonshotting. In fact, I maybe you guys can steal it. I just had the idea here of trying to work out the economics on some coin that will like try its damnedest to moonshot. And if you think you've come up with that magic like auto moonshotting coin that just does it on its own, you could just call it Delta V or Saturn V. Anyway, so, yep, it's going to keep track of its vaults. It's got a reference to hard rewards being right here, that other contract here, so we'll go get into that when it actually starts interacting with that. We've got a constant being set. This is the profit sharing numerator. Sorry, I have not been keeping up on chat to see what anyone has to say. So yeah, ping me on like the Discord, or the heck, a super chat, something there. Holler at me. Seems like you guys have a pretty solid handle on it, so cool. Like I said, let me know if I'm missing any questions, spam it at me. By all means, continue sharing, liking, subscribing. I'm not really an entertaining guy. I mean, I may be entertaining, but I don't really like know all the social media stuff. Probably should say in here, I am not your financial advisor. I'm not doing this professionally. I am doing this because I just like code, and I think more people should know what the hell this is and how it works. And I would like plenty of videos for people to, like, I would like you guys, when out there dealing with people in the field that are talking about the token. They're trying to describe the tokenomics. They're possibly laying out, what they think some scam is, or if you want to bust some FUD, or if you want to catch some scammers. One, you can read it yourself and give a proper explanation. Two, if I've got a video on it, drop it on them. That's kind of what I like these things to go through, and have that lesson for people. So, I also, to maintain my impartiality, because to be honest, I don't fault the existing audit firms, but in traditional finance, we've had a big issue. Like, one of the biggest concerns has been this conflict of interest. And I know we all kind of dislike TradFi, but TradFi does have some valid points on some stuff. Like, so some of the regulations on, like, what CEOs can do with their stock to avoid insider trading, because they're in the prime position to pull a fucking... Like, if you ever... Oh my god. If you want to talk about epic goddamn rug pulls and some long-running scams, look at TradFi. Look up Bernie Madoff. Look up Jack Ponzi. Like, the Ponzi scheme is literally named for a guy. Like, this is the guy's last name who pulled the goddamn scam. I think that's where Ponzi scheme comes from. So, it's, one, a little annoying that people call us Ponzonomics, but I hope they're joking. I think they are. But some crazy shit was pulled. That's why we have the regulations that we do over there. Over here, we're not supposed to need that because it's all in code. Code is law. Law is code. We can make whatever the fuck we want. And so, and I'm really waiting for the day. It's gonna be hilarious when somebody gets drug into court. Like some wife decides she's tired and bored of the husband, decides to get divorced. They try to seize half the assets, and like alright, so hand it over, and he has to point and go like, I'm sorry, all of our assets are in cryptocurrency and all of it's staked in time-locked vaults. It can't be removed for like 5 years. We have a trickle of like interest getting paid out here, but that's going to come at a very slow and steady rate over that 5 years. So one, I can't liquidate this. It's not physically possible. Oh, like, I'm just gonna wonder what the fucking judges do when they... No, not here. I want to be clear, not here. I'm talking about in general. Like, I'm gonna find it hilarious at some point when there's, like, some court case, like, in a divorce or something, and, like, a judge sends down, like, okay, liquidate your assets and give her half of them. And you look at her, and some guy looks at her and is like, nah, I can't do that. Like, no, you don't understand. It's in code. It's locked up in some, like, liquidity scheme. It's time locked. It's actually because I launched a coin and we locked my investments, and, like, I can't give her half. It's just not possible. Alright. Now. Oh. Kiro's court. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure how that's... Yeah. I don't know to get the Kelro reference, quite possibly, but we'll see. But I'm gonna be wondering because every time in the past where somebody's been having to tell the government, like, no, you don't understand, that's not how it works, math and physics, there's really nothing, like, our legal system is kind of set up to have that appeal process to say, like, no, they're asking me to do a thing that's physically impossible, and it is possible to, like, get through that, and have them going, well, I guess if it's not possible. Anyway, so, moving on. We've got our hard rewards, cool. We've got a hard-coded profit-sharing numerator, that's set to 5. Hard-coded profit-sharing denominator, that's set to 100. That's what the constant means. We have an event of a share price change log, so that means there's going to be a thing that can be logged in the transactions. So, in this case, Claros is a court coin. Okay, well, thank you. I'm very interested in that. I'll get into that later. Because... Oh, hello. Blockchain dispute resolution layer. Oh, fucking hell, boys. Like, our whole goddamn point is that they can't do this to us. What are you doing trying to write them keys? What the hell? Alright, maybe it's not that bad. I'm gonna have to get into it. Oh, fuck. Actually, I don't think this looks like a problem. Yeah. Cool. Alright, maybe this is good. Maybe this is the thing I want to use. Alright, anyway, moving on. Sorry. Thank you very much for pointing that out. But yeah, if somebody tries to facilitate the Fed getting into this, I'm going to freak. Well, at the end of this, I'll actually talk about a little project idea I've had kind of vaguely or generally. So, right here, we've got down here a modifier, valid vault. Remember, the modifiers mean that they can be stuck inside. Means a genius, Coyote. Alright. Cool. Neat. I guess I'm a genius. Or somebody's a genius. I don't know. But in this case, my god, you like me? You guys are geniuses too for buying in on shit? Now, here we are. Moving in on... No, liquidity is... Well, here liquidity is locked. Yes. For this thing, liquidity is locked. In fact, I actually had that brought up here to show that. Let me get that again. Since we just had the question, I want to be very clear. Here we are. We have our liquidity locked. It actually looks like there's a few extra tokens that have been set up. Looks like either somebody has tried to put some in there, or that a project is getting set up at the moment. Right now, it is this one here. See the YFBETA and WETH. And if I make that a bit bigger, yeah, here we are. Then, yeah. That's where we can see that, yep, it is here. It is all in place. Don't worry about that. These contracts here, the ones that become the ecosystem, that has not been rolled out yet, and therefore there's no liquidity here to lock because these guys aren't even deployed yet. So, but yes, wanted to get that question. I like to bust the FUD. Not that you were bringing it up, but for when people have legitimate fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and they're just trying to get those legitimate questions answered, the basic stuff, I want to make sure people are helped out there. One of the best things to go for, and I would assert for anyone else out there in the field, you know, when you're out there on Discord or wandering around, God forsakes, Telegram, if you do, be safe. Telegram is fucking cancer and AIDS all at the same time. And you don't want it, but if you have to put up with it because that's where the team is, or you're going elsewhere, like you're waiting to Twitter. If you're waiting to Twitter, make sure you wear your hazmat suit and the body armor. That shit's just a goddamn toxic war zone. It's worse than Fallout. But when you're out there, if you do come across another guy and he just seems to be having questions, please answer them. Like asking questions, hey, where's the contract? Has liquidity been locked? Those can be legitimate questions. If some dickhead's spamming them, maybe they're just a spaz. I don't know. They could have epilepsy and like tweak on the cut and paste. Cut them some slack. If they keep going, then just ban them and kick them. Kick them and ban them. But anyway, that's where it is. So, moving on here. Yep, we got a modifier. Remember, modifiers mean that this can be easily stuck in front of other functions. So that means that we're probably going to be seeing a lot of this check to see, is this a valid vault? That's good. In here, as you can see, that means that whenever we see valid vault, it's actually going to go to the vault and double check to see, are you trying to interact with a vault that I actually have reference to? So to be clear, that's what's happening here, is the contract is going to be keeping track of which vaults are valid for it, which ones should be interacting with, which this is nice. This is good, secure, defensible code, or defensive code. The defensive code is a method, or it's a strategy in writing code where you try to be assertive in checking for errors. You don't assume that something could go right. You kind of put in the code logic to double check things. Partly for security reasons. Also, because you're a human being, you may do something fucking stupid. So, like, this is also going to be a safeguard as this thing rolls out, that if something does somehow go wrong, not from what I can see, the first rollout was absolutely beautiful. And like I said, I want to get info from the dev on, like, how they handled that deployment. Just because I'd like to get some details on, like, exactly what they did and be able to include it in a post-mortem of some sort. Anyway, so here, valid vault, going to do a check. We've got hard workers, so that's where it's going to be keeping track of addresses that are marked as hard workers. It's going to have a modifier of only hard worker or governance, meaning that apparently there's going to be users. We can see that from the message sender. From the fact that it's going to be doing this require. So again, it needs these to work out to be true. So it needs that the hard workers, that whoever is sending in the message to interact with this thing, means that it's going to do a check into hard workers to see, okay, is that user, is that wallet address counted a hard worker? Not sure what that means exactly. We'll get to that in a second. Also over here, it has a method check to see whether or not governance. We'll likely find down here in the governance method, wherever that is, that it's probably got a check here where it goes and looks up governance and then comes back and figures out. That's what the double here is checking to see is, all right, does it equal governance? In this case, it's a shorthand. It's kind of saying, does either of these, does what the hard workers contain, and if you remember from the hard workers, it's holding a, where is, there it is, hard workers, sorry, it's right above it. In the hard workers, it's this address and then a boolean, so that's why it doesn't need that extra equals. It's literally just going to go pull a true or false out of there for equating this. This is an or sign, so either one of these needs to be satisfied. It's just a logical operation. And if you don't know your symbolic logic, holy fucking shit, learn symbolic logic. Like, possibly the two most perfect things that any human being can know for life is actually learning symbolic logic. This isn't entirely symbolic logic. There's more stuff in there. But understanding symbolic logic, because you will have to learn logic, and you will have to learn logic in such a way that it almost becomes like a second language. Because symbolic logic has just that. It has symbols, almost like words or letters that you use for writing out logical statements and premises and other things that you want to describe and talk about or write about. And so if you learn symbolic logic and you learn how to write it and you get proficient at it, then logic at that point has effectively become a second language for you. And since all of those symbols are just shorthand, like all language, all written language anyway, for verbal phrases, which are just indexes essentially for concepts, then you now have baked in essentially logic as a second language. So I'd highly recommend anyone take time to learn symbolic logic. Plenty of stuff online for it. I think Khan Academy has some stuff on it. And the fuck was the other thing I was saying? I'll get to it. Anyway. So yeah, learn symbolic logic. Rhetoric's also good. Game theory. Yeah, learn symbolic logic, game theory, and rhetoric. It will be like the three most valuable skills you will have in all of life, because quite literally everything that you do in life you can apply, well, symbolic logic, game theory, and rhetoric. It's not an or, all of them. Like, all of life can be applied and enhanced by that. Anyway, so, moving in here. LOL computer engineering. Yes, symbolic logic is like, yes, it is like the and, or, not. It's where you get things like either, or. We call that, either, or. That would be an exclusive, or. You might have seen terms if you're ever, like, a nerd and looking at computer stuff or getting into like the cyberpunk games. There might have been something named XOR, XOR. That's an exclusive or in normal parlance, either or. You know, either of these, but not both. All right. Now, in here, so yeah, it's got a check here where I can check to see whether it's hard work or governance. Looks like governance is going to be able to have some super user powers. They're going to be able to do things. We have our constructor. In our constructor, it is looking to accept an address and well, two addresses, one for storage, one for the fee forwarder. Let's see. Drunk, wrong group. Oh, hey, okay, sure. Yeah, hey, fuck, tell Wolf that I'm goddamn here. Give him a link to that. If he wants to hop on a Zoom or something and go through this, I am happy to talk to him. I don't know any of the people in the space. I'm sorry. So if he's like a big shot and I should be showing proper deference, I have no fucking idea. But so far, he seems to be like a decent guy on Twitter, and he called it out and gave me some props for doing the audit. So, thanks. If you'd like to join, more than happy to have him. Especially since he seems to have more experience in this area, at least as far as the market goes and the behavior. So moving on. Let's see here. We've got our function, Constructor. It's going to be working with a governable. So again, we had our governable here, so that's going to be a thing that we're interacting with. Going to be passing in storage to the governable. And as part of that, it's going to be dealing with a governable. And in that, it is going to be requiring... this is going to be returning the governable, and in here it'll be requiring the fee forwarder doesn't equal address 0, so the fee forwarder does not get to be empty, does not get to lead nowhere or lead to the system, and then just make the fee forwarder equal. So this is just a safety check. This is again defensive code. Where to be clear, all right, so we're going to call the constructor. The constructor should return a governable. That's fine. That's probably going to be used elsewhere. And so in this case, and that governable is going to be of the storage. And then from here, it is, double checking to make sure that the fee forwarder that's being set is not stupid garbage. Like, it's, no, I need an actual address. And this is good defensive code because we can tell from here that quite actually, honestly, this thing has a dependency. That means that, well, kind of like the name says, this code is dependent upon some other code. So in this case, this code is dependent upon the fee forwarder already being out there. And so that means that the fee forwarder has to be deployed first. Now, that means that likely, yes, this is the main controller for the entire system. This is the top level of it. And so that means that IBM here, I contract to IBM. I do not directly work for IBM. I technically don't, well, no, it kind of, anyway. I'm mostly freelance for all the things. I don't like having a boss, and I don't want to be in charge of a company. So I'm a consultant brought in for various stuff, usually like C-level and directors, or their direct, or the people that directly report to them, like the next level down, bring me in to either redesign or help fix projects. Very often it's because there's something there and they point at the current thing and they say it doesn't go fast enough, make it go faster, and then I just redesign the entire thing and rebuild it, and off we go. And that's why credit cards work better now. They're still horrible, partly because nobody can trust the system. Like, when I show them a system and say, hi, I can process credit cards at like 15,000 transactions a second, and that's just one node. I can, like, we can deploy as many as you want and run through all of them, and like, yeah, but what if something goes wrong? Wait, we'll do it again? Like, I don't know what your problem is. Like, nah, we need you to put in all this stuff, and there's also a bunch of regulations, so actually have to do it all with batch files. What the fucking hell? Like, really? I get to set up this whole messaging cluster, run this, like, finely tuned system, and you want to pay for that. Like, you want to run this computer system here that can run this fast, but you're going to slow it down by only feeding it data, like, once a day at 3 a.m. And you're doing that because the old system needed all those safeguards and extra checks, and it had problems. And it could have problems you need to recover. But now you're artificially adding this in. So, alright. It's going to take me 30 seconds to process, like, 5% of the credit card transactions for the US, and you're going to stick a 24-hour delay because you want to have a 72-hour service level agreement with the payment processors and the banks, and, like, my God, guys. Anyway, I don't know. This is why I'm in DeFi. We don't have to worry about this shit. I can execute, like, world-shattering trades in a matter of a few seconds. So, in here, that's what the government will. So, it's going to want this, a fee forwarder to already be out there. We got a method here for hard worker. We're going to be passing an address for a worker. It means only governance. So, only governance can declare a hard worker. Interesting. That sounds then like hard workers aren't users. It sounds like hard workers are possibly other vaults. We'll see. Not sure. It's a mystery. We'll cover that as we go. But in this case, it's going to double check to make sure that no, the system, the protocol itself, like Ethereum itself, does not get to be a hard worker. Thank you. And then it just adds that in there and requires it. By doing this equals, this is just going through that then key value store and saying, all right, here's the address that you need, and behind that, I want you to store true. So again, we can come back here, we can give the address, and it'll give us the true false. Remove hard worker, the exact opposite. Just takes them back out. Cool. Here is... Yeah, the fact that there's not a push onto there to make that happen might indicate that they're already set up, and it's just turning them on and off. Anyway, has vault. This is quite literally just returning that boolean, and is establishing that, yeah, it's going to be just adding, it's going to get the vaults. That's it. No changes, no modifications. This thing just has a public external method that anyone can call to say, tell me what vaults are there. Now, when I say give me the vaults, I mean they're just going to list the addresses. It's not special access or anything. This is quite literally just like getting a list of the vaults this thing works on. All right. So, add to Graylist. Yep, just puts a user or something on the Graylist, whatever that is. Removes from the Graylist, straightforward. Get fee forwarder. Or fee reward forwarder. Only governance can do that, and again, this is going to be sending back that address for the fee forwarder. Pretty straightforward. Then the add vault strategy. Alright, so this is interesting. I like the way this has been put together, from what I can tell here, because the way it has vaults, and then the way it has strategies, it indicates that what they've done is that they have not married the investment strategy to the liquidity that's provided to the platform to trade with. Because the fact that this thing has strategies, this thing is going to be very much akin to a yearn, where it's literally going to be moving money around to make its money, to find the best interest rate and everything. And in doing that, it has to have a strategy on how to do that. And so I like the design here. I haven't looked at yearn's code, so entirely possible this is borrowed from them, but it's a pretty common one where you're decoupling. That's what is termed here, is decoupling or maintaining a proper separation of concerns, because the code necessary to identify and interact with the vault is not or it doesn't need to be bundled up or tangled up inside with the code that executes the strategy. This also means that in theory this thing could be updated over time when we have the only governance and things, when we have stuff like being able to add, like have a vault. So far we haven't seen one to be able to add a vault to the system. I'm sorry, we can add vault and strategy right here. Yes, what am I looking at? So yeah, we can add a vault and a strategy here, so that does mean that if the governance decides that they want to enhance this thing, they can write up and create another vault. They'll just have to write code for it. It'll have to be another smart contract that can be a vault. And they would just need to write up a strategy, or maybe use a pre-existing one, like maybe only write a new strategy and then reuse a pre-existing vault that's already on the chain. Because all we're doing here is passing in an address. And so that actually is really good. That means this is maintainable. Provided governance stays up and keeps going, then this can continue on in perpetuity so far. Like, as things change, as stuff might die off, like maybe at some point Yearn or Y-Curve or SNX or any of these things die off, then fuck it, the governance can come in and update that. Depending on how the governance is handled, like what sort of vote needs to occur, that's where things can fall down. Because very often governance is based on what's called reaching a quorum. Quorum isn't like a specific definition. It really just means that you all agreed that there has to be a certain number of participants in the vote in order for it to be even considered valid. And that's usually done so that, like, even if a vote technically would pass, because out of all of the votes cast, the majority of the votes cast would say yes. If it's something like, out of 100 votes, 10 votes for yay, 5 votes for nay, and then 80 people didn't fucking vote, you can have that. Like, that would be, you haven't reached a quorum. Because if we said, well, sorry, we actually want to have at least a majority of voters casting votes before we'll even consider this, that would be saying that your quorum is 51%. We have to have 51% of the votes cast in order for us to even care. So, anyway, only point I bring up here, depends on how the governance is. I don't know. We're about to get into that. But in this case, it's just doing some of that defensive coding, double checking that the vault is not being tagged to the Ethereum protocol, that the vault doesn't already exist, and that the strategy is not being tagged to the Ethereum protocol. Cool. And then it's just setting the vault and then adding that. Now, something I want to highlight here is that in here with the vaults, it's adding it to the list of vaults, thus authorizing it, but that's not actually where the vault is in the information. Right here is where it's storing in this iVault. So they've defined this iVault thing right up here, this hard work interface, which is actually going to hold a vault and a strategy. And here, this is where we're seeing that when we set this thing up, it's going to be deployed and managing as a combination of vault and strategy. So depending on how the strategies are written and depending on how the vaults are written, it looks like it would be entirely possible to, if they haven't already found all the combinations, they could have just gone through the combinatorics and worked out all the possible combinations of, you know, vaults to strategies, and they could just load that all up. They might not be entirely compatible. They are likely not going to be always the best strategy, and so they might just load up a few of the combinations. Yeah, that's another one. Learn your math, guys. Knowing things like combinatorics and the math and like how to work out that stuff is really, really useful. Yeah, really, just symbolic logic, game theory, rhetoric, actual math. You probably don't need to get above calculus, to be honest. You probably don't even really need to learn basic arithmetic, because that's what calculators are for. Just knowing some trig formulas, geometry, and so you have good spatial, you know, awareness and relationships, and maybe a little bit of calculus. Technically, I don't really know calculus. That's also what computers are for, but then again, I'm also a high school dropout, so what do you want? But in here, it's holding on to those iVaults where, yeah, if you got a question specifically for me, just ping me at it, like do the @ and let me know, so that way I can see it, like, comes up directly and goes through. Anyway, so, in this case, yeah, what the fuck? Alright, anyway. So here, in that, it's adding the vault, so it's pairing vault and strategy. Now, do hard work! This is telling the system, looks like it can be only called from hard worker or governance, and it requires that the valid vault, like this has to be a valid vault, and it's going to go through and basically go in from the vault that is passed in and go into the iVault, ask for the get price per full share, and store that. So it's looking at what the vault understood. So, alright, so one point here is that it looks like the vault, somewhere in there, it's going to be doing a check to see what the price, I'm guessing what the cost for a particular token would be in another token, given that in the vaults, yeah, it's DAI, yeah, so in those various points, it's going to be going out there and basically asking them, very likely, what is your price for a full share, whatever the share working out to be. And it's going to keep track of that. So it looks like it went and got the price at some point, held on to that, and then now is going to hold on to that, like move that over to the side, like on a scratch paper, and say, all right, I'm going to get back to you. Then it's going to tell the vault to do hard work for that vault. Oh, God. Okay. Well, this is where we're going to need to dig into it. Alright. So, I double-click this, and will it do my go-to implementations? No, you don't know! Damn it! You told me that you knew Solidity. I got the Solidity plugin. You said you knew Solidity, and you can't go find shit when I use... Oh, I hate you. Alright, I may have to actually go and get a proper Solidity IDE. That's just a shame. I like that. What do you... What is this? A brewing company. Oh my god. We have cups? I'm a Doge, and you guys are cups? I'm talking to inanimate objects? One, don't dox yourself like that. Cool, I guess if you want to do the face reveal, you can. Alright, well, at least you got a assistant human there to move you around. That's useful. Alright, so, moving on here. Do hard work. Let's go ahead and go look at this iVault, because technically it's the thing. So right here, hard work interface, iVault, get price per full share. Alright, what do you have to say? Oh, okay, so, you're actually just a... Alright, you're an interface. You're not even a thing. Alright, cool. So this is, again, just an import. This is just going through the ERC20. That's the interface implementation for talking to it. So, alright, in this case, the iVault, not even his code. This is just going and talking to something. So yeah, this is just the standard for... Yeah, okay, so yeah, this is just the standard for talking to those various things. What is out there. That's where we have some of those vaults here. Like setting that up and storing that information. So yeah, in this case, this is just talking to the iVault. So here, it's when it's going and checking with that iVault and pulling that information out. Let's see, get price per full share. Is that not here? Get price per full share. Ah, there it is. All right. So that's going to be... okay, yeah, so they're just going to go out to whatever the iVault is, or whatever this thing is set to, in the sense that, yeah, there's a strategy, and, yeah, other points. So yeah, in this case, we'll be looking at the implementation, so like over here with the vault.die, it is a vault. The iVault, like here is a vault, and you can see here that they mark themselves as an iVault. So to highlight, to be clear here, is that this vault, it is defining ways to interact with, you know, some fund of liquidity. It's defined as an interface here, in that this is not actually code that will be executed. What this is, you can think of this as kind of like a contract or an agreement. This is saying that anything that implements iVault, that says here, like, hey, I'm a contract and I am iVault, if it finds a interface here as that definition, then that means that the vault is stating, I have some logic, I have implemented something that will conform to all that you find here. So I have code that if you call underline balance in vault, I will give you a number. If you call governance, I will give you an address. And it's got all of that there. If you call controller, I will give you my controller. All right? So that's where we look at the vaults, and the vaults will have more of that information. All right, so we're good with iVault. When we look at iVault and do hard work, down there, do hard work. All right, so again, if we want to know what the hell these things actually are, that's where we go over to the vault itself. Now in here, we can look through. All right, so it's got a withdrawal event, deposit, invest. It's going to hold on to a strategy. It's going to hold on to the underlying vault. And so the way it says IERC20 or I strategy, for one, this is a reference to the strategy that it will have over here for these strategies. There will be this I strategy, that's another interface, and from there the various strategies probably implement that. Curve might have different ones because Curve's a little odd apparently. So going through this, it's saying that it is an iVault. You can see some underlying unit, like it's going to have information on what is the underlying token that is behind this thing. That way it can identify easily enough. What am I pulling out? Is it DAI? Is it USDC, USDT, TUSD, whatever? It's going to keep track of the contributions. So this is where it's going to be keeping track of address and, yeah, to a number. So some amount has been put in place. And when a vault is deployed, now in this case, the vault is, yes, the vault is a contract. All right. Well, you're likely going to be deploying multiple vaults because this constructor has various arguments. That means that when this thing is deployed onto the blockchain, it's going to need to be supplied with various configuration options to set it up. So this vault is actually a fairly reusable bit of code. You could just keep sending in a vault, give it to get different addresses, and that's an important point here, is that if like you take this and you deploy it again, then there you go. So, wow, did it just jump? Shit. Let me see. Have I been a good influence? Aw, that's so nice. I mean, there's 75 of you here, so I don't know. Maybe I didn't have that much of an impact. But anyway, so from here, it's going to set itself up in the vault. In here, it's going to be getting information about its storage, the underlying token, the invest numerator, the invest denominator. So it's probably going to be getting this based on the controller, since that's what has the information. In this case, for the storage that it is working on or wanting to retrieve, or sorry, for holding, it's going to be, okay, double checking that in the ABI it has, yep, it's going to be able to reach down in, and in what it's saying with ABI, it's establishing the definition of how to interact with the contract. So when you're sending in something from MetaMask or some other system to send in a transaction, they need to know how to send in, like how to structure that call, and the ABI is what defines that. Now, that's technically all handled in the JavaScript that's running the website. Like, the JavaScript has the Web3 libraries in there, and it makes its call and interacts with the MetaMask, and one of the things it's doing is saying, okay, here's how you talk to this contract. Here's the various methods, the functions you can call. Here's the arguments that they need, and so that way the thing knows, or hey, this is the language that the contract speaks, and this is how I speak it. That's what in the API, in the encoded pack, this thing is. Looks like it is going through and retrieving more detailed information about some of the tokens that it's working with. So it's using underlying to say, all right, I want to get setting me up, I want to store some information. One of the things I'm going to want to store and have available for setting this up is the symbol for whatever the underlying token is. And so it's going to be saying something of farm underscore and F. So we will just pulling out names to identify itself. From here, under Controllable, Controllable is, if you remember, this over here. Controllable is, in this interface, another contract. And so again, Vault is saying that it said that it is controllable. Did do that, right? Yes, said that it is controllable. And because it is controllable, and because ERC20 detailed and because controllable are other contracts, they're not exactly intended to be deployed on their own necessarily, as in they don't really do anything themselves here. The whole point of these things is that they are combined with this contract that is deployed, and thus we're passing in information to configure those. Alright? So we're saying, alright, as myself, I get these things. As ERC20 detailed, I need to pass it this information, so it's going to need to get in here, when it's dealing with that, alright, we need to set things up, get the name, such, control that, give it a reference to the information on the underlying token, and getting that set up. It then needs to go through Controllable. So being controllable, that means that it's receiving storage. It is setting its underlying variable to whatever token it's expected to interact with. It's going to require that the to-investor numerator is less than or equal to the to-investor denominator. And that's important because if it wasn't, then it wouldn't be a division or a ratio. it would be a multiplication, effectively. Because if your numerator is greater than your denominator... Alright, hey, quick one. In there. For you guys in the chat and all that, to make sure you guys actually know some basic fucking math, which one's the denominator? If you were the denominator, which one would you be? Come on. Someone tell me. Oh. Yeah? Is that right? Anyone else? Yeah? You're gonna say that? So if you were the denominator, you'd be the bottom. Yeah. Wow. Well, it's fine whatever your sexuality is. I'm not going to judge that. If you want to be a bottom, that's cool. So, from here, in this case, we're... there you go. Alright, so in this case, yep. So, it's doing that check to see, alright, did someone screw it up? Which is good. It's good to have defensive code like this, because if you remember, we've had a few problems recently where projects had issues and they said, hey, we reverse things. It's like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with yams. As far as I can tell, yams are either kind of fucking stupid, like they don't double check their work or something. Like maybe they're that sort of special autist that can, design chips but can't figure out how to drive a car or something, or like shower regularly. Like genius, but so genius they have a problem with basic tasks. Like, I don't know, not reversing things and getting it fucking wrong. So this is good. Put in the check there. If they do something stupid, then the code will check for that and make sure that they, didn't fuck it up. Then it's doing the same thing with the denominator, so it's protecting against a divide by zero error. You technically can't, you can divide by zero technically. You kind of end up with infinity, and computers can't handle infinity, so it causes an error. Classic divide by zero error. If you can tell you're dealing with a developer in memes when their response to something crazy or fucking stupid is like divide by zero error or cannot divide by zero. Because it's just insanity. Anyway, from here, vault fraction to invest denominator. So this is just it setting itself to have that variable that's passed in. Thing for the numerator, and for the underlying unit, it is going out to the address. It's going to go find the contract for whatever token it's supposed to be interacting with. It's going to get its decimals, and because the decimal wants to be able to break that up, so it quite literally wants to be able to get down to a small portion of the decimals, it's going to multiply that by 10. So that's basically just going to give it a nice, easy number to say, all right, I actually have something that properly represents one portion, one tiny little sliver of this thing. It just makes the math easier later on. Actually helps. That's actually another sign of good, efficient code, is if there's something that they really only need to do the math for once, and that's fine, like it's not something they need to check every single time, then it's good that they just do the math in the construction and then forget about it, because that's it. Like, the only time you're paying the gas cost, because again, everything that a contract does, whenever you call one of these functions, increases the gas cost. The more data it has to process, the more it's going to cost. So, good, this is an efficient process that they're not just checking what the underlying, like, you could technically just have this call all over the place in the code whenever you need the underlying unit. But that would be more work that the system has to do, and so better just do it now, since it's not something that's ever going to change. Because all you're trying to do is actually have a number that properly represents, like, the tiniest sliver of whatever this underlying token is, and that's why it can be multiplied by 10. It's just, all it's doing is saying, I want to put this number into a form that still represents what's there, but does it by basically making it easier to work with. So, now, establishes when strategy defined. So it does a check, make sure that the strategy has actually been set, and confirms that's been done. Again, this is a modifier, so this is a way that technically, if a strategy has not been set, so it looks like this thing is technically you had a vault that doesn't have a strategy, it needs the strategy to be defined there, and possibly we'll find places where you might be able to set a vault without having a strategy, or having a null strategy. Anyway, so moving on. It's got defense. That's another modifier. That means defense is now something that can be put in front of something else. That is really nice. So now everywhere where we see something else, like when strategy defined, we'll see some points here likely where it says defense. This is just standard defensive code. It is now double checking and saying, okay, when we do this, we need to make sure that anytime we're calling the method that has that defense at the end. So again, right here, that means remember, we're always doing this check to make sure, okay, is the person sending in the request also the transaction origin? This is where it is a case of it is normal if it is normal user and not a smart contract. So again, this is confirming here that in the origin is message senders are not the transaction origin, but if a contract is issuing a transaction, then it would be the message sender and the it would be the transaction origin and not the message sender. Because when you engage with a smart contract, you're through MetaMask, for example, it is sending in your signature saying, all right, here's the transaction that I want to execute, and I have signed it with my private key in my wallet in such a way to indicate that, yes, this is a valid transaction. And that gets passed into the system, goes over the protocol, miners do their work. That information that you're sending in is the message, and your address is the sender. Now, a lot of the, you can see here, we're already in a case where we've had to go from one contract to another, and we've already hit on a contract that can be deployed multiple times with different configurations. And so, because of that, we are seeing here that technically what's going on behind all of these systems, like part of why some of the transaction fees on things can get so costly, is actually because either the operation they're doing is costing a lot of gas, like there's a lot of work that it's doing itself, it's a big long block of code doing something, or it's written horribly inefficiently. Like technically if I wanted to, I could write a contract that just burns gas by doing the most costly possible operation. In fact, I should probably do a breakdown of the cheat code at some point. Yeah, if you guys would like that, then like, comment on the video. If you got requests on videos you want to do, I'm actually looking at, I'll probably be getting a subscribe star in here and shit, taking votes on those various things. I also always take requests in messages and DMs. I prefer Discord. If you gotta use Twitter, I'll check it every so often, but I don't want to have fucking conversations on Twitter. I really want to forget the thing exists. I need to set up a Mastodon server for all our stuff. Do we have a crypto Mastodon? Alright, so we're decentralized finance. Why the fuck are we using centralized online services? Like, why aren't we on Elements, which was Riot? I can understand why Riot changed their name to Elements. Can you? Gee, I wonder if there's anything that's been going on that hasn't come up much in the mainstream media up until recently for some silly reason. I don't know why. That, there seems to be a bunch of fucking riots going on. I can understand why they changed the fucking name. So, why aren't we on Elements? Why aren't we on Status and Telegram? Like, are you guys... oh, fuck. Okay. You guys... This is decentralized finance. We can decentralize all the things. Like, do you want to decentralize Facebook? We have it. It's called Diaspora. So, yeah, go ahead and let's comment on stuff. Let me know if you actually do give a shit about that sort of stuff. Would you like to have a crypto Mastodon network, crypto Diaspora network, crypto Elements servers? We can get the fuck off the old tech and really move to things. Like, can we start getting... We can get ActivityPub going on. So, yes, you want that. Alright, so, that is, like, project number 6 I have on the fucking list for things here. So, like everyone in the space, I got project ideas, and I have been talking to people, and I have interest from DAOs and investors and other folks. So, gonna be trying to get some stuff organized, and yeah, I think one of the things we'll try to throw in there to fund that is, yeah, the maintenance of running those servers for folks. You guys could technically do it yourselves. I'm just saying is we can set up a DAO to try to manage our own social network, make it decentralized, let people set up other servers if they want, and federate with our servers, and then be able to link everything together. Cool. We need that. Cool, dude. Sweet. Alright, moving on then. Sounds like that is feedback. I'll have to put that on the list to talk with the various DAOs or set it up myself. Maybe I should just launch it. I should just launch a DAO pretty fucking soon. Sounds like a simple one. You know, I need to stop trying to find people to coordinate with and try to cooperate with everyone and just fucking do shit. I can always like do a migration of the coins later on to something else, right? So, alright, in this case, defense, it is just double checking here in this case of, alright, when the user is going to send in a request, that request is going to chain its way through multiple contracts, and so when the transaction origin is happening, so what happens when one contract calls another is it can forward along your message, because it's secure, it's been cryptographically signed. If it modified it, then the process wouldn't work, we'd be able to tell. And so it can safely forward your message along. We know that it hasn't been altered. But one thing to maintain security is that the network keeps track of what address the transaction came from. So who sent this in? And that's the transaction origin. Now, that's fine if your message sent. In fact, this is why you have to go through that approval process with a lot of these systems. So they come in and like, okay, well, you got to approve this, and you got to approve that thing, and then you got to approve this other thing, and you're having to spend a little bit of gas. That's not the system that you're talking to, all right? That's not like Yearn or UniSwap. Like, UniSwap is not charging you money to approve a token. UniSwap has nothing to fucking do with that. It's that part of the protocol as a safety measure. You have to approve that this token can do some basic things on your behalf. That you're basically saying that I'm going to allow this contract address to be able to forward my transactions onto other contracts. That's it. It can't change anything. It's just going to be able to forward that on. But that's it, is that you're basically saying I need to approve this contract to be able to do these sorts of things. This is a safety measure so that, like, I can't write some code. Like, if I talk to you guys, like, you guys donate some Ethereum. You go to cyotee.eth in your wallet, you donate some Ethereum to me, or any fucking token. I will take anything. I do not care. Like, if you want to just, like, spam weird fucking coins at me that are garbage and, like, worthless, by all means. This is my experimentation wallet. It's the one I play around with. You can kind of see some of my trading strategies in there, but I also am, like, doing shit because I want to see how it works and what's going on. So, like, feel free to spam garbage at my cyotee.eth one. That's kind of how I have a planet in there. So, yeah, feel free. I don't give a shit. But in that case, if you were to send that in there, I could obviously get your wallet address, and then I can go see what you're doing. There are some privacy technologies out there, and I should probably do a review of those at some point, too. If you know of any, like, again, let me know. Either comment, send a message on Discord, Twitter if you have to, and let me know if you know of any good tech. I know of some, like Privacy ETH, and there's always, like, bridges or exchanges where you could try to shift it over to Monero. But then you're playing, like, well, yeah, I put the money into Monero, so I should probably account for that. But it would be a way to, like, lock in a value. Anyway, I won't get into tax evasion. That's because I'm not a financial advisor, and I'm not doing this professionally. I'm just doing it because it's fun. But I still shouldn't probably talk about tax evasion. But yeah, in this case, what part of the security mechanism is that the blockchain keeps track of, I'm a wizard. Well, thank you. Demand greater than supply. What, demand for me? Or demand for the token? I'm not sure. I'm a big guy, but there is only so much with me to go around. But we can certainly give it a shot. I'll get the body oil. So, in here, because when you can approve a contract to be able to forward transactions on your behalf, so that's why we clear, is that you're not authorizing it to do things on your behalf, necessarily. That's where you can authorize a transaction, say, look, when I send something through, if you need to send my transaction onto something else, like to provide my address or something there, it's okay. So this is doing a check to say, look, I understand when this gets called, the controller is probably what's going to be getting the call to say, hey, do something. The controller is then going to call things like strategies, vaults, other stuff. It's going to call these vaults, get the strategies, do interactions with them. And so it's reasonable that the transaction origin will be the controller address, and that the message sender will be, well, your wallet. And so that means that in some of these cases, we want to make sure that the method can only be, or the function, sorry, I keep saying method because I'm a Java guy. That's where I started with, seriously. And I still have PTSD from C, so it's kind of hard for me to say function. I sometimes get flashbacks on memory problems. It's not pretty. Yeah. Memory addresses. That's a 1,000-yard fucking stare. So, in here is just doing that check to see, okay, if the message comes from, or if the transaction origin is being sent directly by the message sender, you, then everything is fine. And then other ones is doing the check with the controller to say, or we need to make sure that it's the controller, and that the controller, if it's smart, is actually, like, we're getting the gray list, and that they're not on the gray list. So I was doing this check to say, okay, one, you have to be, if you're sending this in here, you have to be the one that actually sent it. It can't come from another contract or anything, even if you authorize them. And two, I want to make sure that you're not on the gray list, that the thing you're trying to touch is not there. All right, so now I do want to point out here is that technically message sender, it has been you and wallet, that's normal user, that's usually what it is. But technically a message sender, if a contract does, like, initiate its own transaction entirely on its own, technically it becomes the message sender. But the only way it can do that is that it itself initiates a transaction and isn't, like, forwarding yours along. Alright, so, do hard work. Do hard work means that it calls invest, and on the strategy calls do hard work. Alright, so, fantastic. Let's go ahead and find invest. Yeah. Alright, so this is me just doing a global search across the entire project. I don't know which module. Well, we don't have modules, so fine. That's a commented out invest. Ah, here we are, invest. Oh, so it's here, and it's down on 153. Alright, cool. No. That was another call. I'm dumb. What did I do? Here, this will help. Alright, so we got an an event, invest. We've got a function, invest, internal. Is that right? Yep, and it's down on 170. Okay. So, here, invest. It calls invest. Invest is going to go check on the available amount to invest. So hold on to that. It's going to check to see if it's greater than 0, to make sure there's actually money to do that. If it does that, then it's going to ask the underlying token to transfer some of itself from the address that is the strategy. So it looks here like the strategy is going to be holding balances of tokens to execute on. Interesting. I guess the vault is doing the interaction with, like, transferring the money, but technically the tokens that we're dealing with, because technically you don't have the balance, technically the token has your balance. What you have is your wallet address, and to get your balance, it actually has to look at the token and say, now you can keep a shorthand in your wallet and, like, not have to do that every time, but technically the token, remember, anyway. So in here it's doing that safe transfer. It's asking that the token itself will do this safe transfer, that it will go through, and the address, the strategy will be the address that actually has the balance of tokens to work with, it looks like. And then what amount to actually transfer. And then it's going to record in the transaction hash the invest available. So that's actually, like, a decent one. If we wanted to, just as an example, we can go out to one of my new favoritist tools ever, bloxy.info. Oh my god, bloxy.info is so good. I love this thing. The only thing it's missing is the decompiled bytecode. If this thing had the decompiled bytecode, then fuck Etherscan, I don't have to care anymore. But I love this thing. Now, what I've done here is I have... Here, let me make that bigger for everyone. One of the nice things about Bloxy, unlike Etherscan or some of the other tools that can search, is that it's not just limited to finding addresses, you know, or transaction hashes. As you can see, I went searching for something to find in the code, and I can find here, so yeah, if I wanted to, let me see, does there a contract out there that has an invest function that does not take any arguments? Is that possible? No. Interesting. Everything currently out there has their invest functions require arguments. Interesting metric. By doing this search, by looking for the invest and the parentheses, it is... Okay, I guess just invest. I guess parentheses is probably as part of their search logic. They're actually using that for, like, search purposes. Alright, so, in this case, there's other stuff out there that has invest. I just thought I'd point this out. Like, if you're ever curious, you want to see, like, copied code or anything, you can go to bloxy.info. It gives you nice information about tokens, addresses, stuff. I love Bloxy. I don't know how they're getting money. However they get money, give it to them. Like, give them as much money as possible, because I want to keep this going. I want this, that, or maybe they're just using it as data analysis too. Like, you know, having data on what people search for is itself useful data. Anyway, so invest, it's double checking. All right, so we want to go find out how much is available to invest. We want to make sure that there is actually money to invest. We want to transfer that from, using the safe transfer for the address and the available amount. So in this case, it looks like, because we're getting the available to invest and getting that number, should be, because it's only the amount, it's trying to send it to this thing. So the vault looks like it's trying to send its money to the strategy, essentially. Let me double check here on what the safe transfer is doing. Because again, we need to be absolutely sure that all of this is written properly. Alright, so we have our function safe transfer in the reward pool under IERC. We've got, I got that in a lot of places. Okay, cool. Over here for the function, where it says safe transfer from ERC reward sol, we can see that what it's actually doing is here in the library of safe ERC. So this is a representation of an ERC token in code to make it safe and easy to interact with. It is taking the token, the address that it wants to transfer from, the address it wants to transfer to. Alright, so that is clearly not the one that is being called. So which one was it? Function. Interesting. There we are. Function safe transfer token. Alright. Let us go and see what underlying was again. And go figure out where that was. Underlying is... underlying is IERC 20. And... Alright, fine. Let me go see. Where's our external libraries? Oh. Alright, fine. Fuck you. You went and pulled all the Java libraries that are in the JDK. There's nothing pulling in there. I hate you! Not the code here, just the stuff to find it. Alright, so we will go back to the beginning. We will take this out. We will go over back there. We will see from the ERC 20. We'll do a search for that, and we will see. We got our ERC 20 using safe ERC for that. We got our token. We got our aha. There we go. We got our interface here. We're defining that, and aha, here we go. This is where it's coming from. So, to be clear, when it is doing the transfer with just the recipient and the amount. So that's one reason why I wanted to come in here and show you too. If you're looking at that method, you go, wait a minute, it's sending an address in and it's sending an amount. Well, if you're saying that, just looking at the code in here, when it's doing that transfer, yeah, when it's going through the invest, and we saw from the invest that, oh right, it was down on 170, wasn't it? Yep, when it sees from the invest, and then it's calling the save transfer, and it's sending in a single address, and it's doing that for the address, or the strategy as the address and the available amount. Part of why you want to figure that out is to then come over to the interface and see, okay, as the base function of an ERC20 token, it can execute a transfer of itself. It's kind of a weird way. It's like, technically the token isn't a thing. Technically the token is a contract keeping track of the token. It's interesting. Quality of the code. Quality of the code so far, good. Very good code. Very elegant code. Clean. The operations that are written are very efficient, or as efficient as they can be. It hasn't done anything weird or complicated there. So yeah, overall good code. This stuff should have low transaction fees. So yeah, this here is going to see that we want to confirm what's happening. Got it. When we make that call, we understand that we're sending in the recipient of the tokens and the amount that we're sending in. All right. Okay, so yeah, invest. It's going to do that. It's going to emit an invest announcement. Oh, whoops! I dragged it over. There we go. It's going to take over a invest announcement, and yeah, that'll be basically it. When I got the hearty eyes, I think we might have found the YouTube profile for B. I don't know. Maybe I just called you out. I don't know. But when you asked about the quality of the code, and I saw the hard eyes, I feel the senpai noticed me coming on, which means you might just be the dev. Anyway, I'm just teasing you. So, in here, yep, gonna do that, and then in the transaction log, so this means that when this thing does its work, you'll be able to see in the transaction log what amount was invested and what is going on there. So, neat. We get that information. Nice. We'll be able to analyze this, get some good metrics out of it. So, from there, that was the invest. Then we have the do hard work. So after we invest, we're going to go to the strategy, and we're going to do hard work. Okay. Let's see. Let's go look at strategy. And looking at the interface, we're going to see that it has a do hard work there. We're going to need to look at an actual strategy, it looks like, to figure out what that means. So, what the hell, guys? Let's leave it up to you. Let's see you spam in the chat. Do you want to see Curve or SNX first? Because I got to look at a strategy to figure out what the this do hard work does. And it looks like from the iStrategy interface, the do hard work, it's right there. But that means I got to go look at one. SNX? All right, I got an SNX first. I will award that to the first person. There we go. SNX reward strategy. In the SNX reward interface, we can get an idea of how this thing is going to behave. Ah, sorry. I'm going to go with first. You got to be fast. Those people are paying attention. I'll get to Curve. We will go through all of them. But SNX got first. We'll do that. All right, so SNX interface. We've got our withdraw, so it'll have an amount. We've got our get reward, which looks like this is just, yeah, that is, it'll just get us a reward. Stake for investing in that. Balance of, to find out what's there. Earned, and an exit. Probably a way for you to stop the strategy from executing, and that's what'll happen. All right, so looking at the SNX reward strategy. And yep, we can see there's the I strategy. Again, common contact or standard for naming these things. I being an indication of interface. Controllable. So remember, it's going to have everything that's from Controllable. Might as well go ahead and bring up Controllable so we can have that ready to flip over. Okay, there we go. And hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and split that vertically. And let's go ahead and make that big. And alright, so here we are. So we are here in the work where we've gone through strategy, do hard work, and now we are gone into the SNX reward strategy. We've seen that it's controllable. We've got that here. If we really want, I can drag that over here, and then I can split horizontally. And alright, so now, actually, no, fuck that. We'll do that here, and we'll split this horizontally. There we go. So, we've got our vault. In our vault, we're here in the code. Actually, I'll do that search there. Alright, so it highlights it in yellow. So we're here in the code. We are going through the SNX reward strategy, and it is a controllable, which means we are also going to need to refer to controllable here to know what the heck is going on there. And so we'll go through this. If you're curious what, like, the day job of a developer is, imagine this. Not as big, obviously, because I'm making it readable on your screens, because I got it on the 4K screen. I want to make sure that it's nice and big and legible. If any of this isn't legible, let me know and I'll adjust that. But yeah, it's usually this, and then a second monitor where we probably got the chat, where every motherfucking business person is bothering us, and we really wish they wouldn't, and would just leave us alone for like 18 hours to code and drink coffee. Or whatever the fuck it is we do to stay awake. Some guys eat lots of sugar. I don't recommend that. That'll make you really fat, and I know what a problem that is, and that also will give you crashes, and that's just terrible. So I say coffee and keto all the goddamn way. Keto, standing desks, lots of coffee, and eat your fucking mushrooms. So in these cases, I love nootropics, but we'll talk about that another time. So in these cases, usually you're doing shit like this, and then writing more tests and compiling this. Yeah, sugar is goddamn death. Good job. Don't stay away from it, kids. If you're on the sugar now, get the fuck off the sugar. It will be hard, it'll be difficult, but it'll be good for you. Stay away from the carbs. I like to go hard keto, and the only carbs I'm really getting are like the shit that comes along with nuts and beef jerky, you know, the occasional shit that might be happening in beef jerky. But yeah, even then I make my own beef jerky and it's fucking amazing. So I told it's amazing, so I'm just going to tell you whatever people say it's amazing. So yeah, do shit like that and eat lots of goddamn chicken. Lots of goddamn roasted chicken. It's so good. Anyway, and spinach. Spinach is good for the fiber and shit. Haha, see what I did there? Anyway, no, not body cam, motherfucker. No. Well, actually, you're getting the body cam. Like, this is it. But I sit like this, so you can't see there. Yeah. I would say is if you can allow yourself some sugar in there. So at a certain point when you stop eating sugar, you're going to get really, really sensitive to the taste. And so even having a little bit of fruit will be like, oh my god. And so, yeah, like if you're the sort that wants to have a treat or something, like, by all means, have an orange. That can be your like happy little weekend cheat or something. Anyway, moving on. This is not a fucking diet channel. It could be. I don't know. But in here, going through the reward strategy, we are seeing here that, alright, it's using safe math. Good. We like to see safe math. It's using safe ERC. Also good. It's using ERC20 detailed. Looks like, alright, so what also is... Alright, so in this case for ERC20 detailed, that is one coming from OpenZeppelin in general, and they have not made any modifications here, so cool, we're just getting the standard implementation. Going to be holding on to an address that is the vault, so that it'll be referring to the vault, and it's going to be having a pause investing. So, again, looks like governance is going to be able to set a toggle. I'm predicting governance, we'll find out obviously, but it looks like governance is going to be able to set a toggle to be able to pause investing and like make that happen or not happen as appropriate. That is neat. Yeah, cool. Well, thank you. Thank you, C-Chan. Master, whatever the fuck your name you want to go by. I don't know which one you are in the chat. Feel free to call out. That's my buddy. Cool guy. Hopefully going to be working on some projects with him. He's the one that pointed me at DeFi as it was launching, because I was really focused on various like chain tech, and I was trying to work out a actual reputation token, not a proof of reputation blockchain. Something for education, and then he pointed at this stuff, and I was like, you've changed my life. You've changed my goddamn life, buddy. So, moving on. From here, we've got that it's going to have that vault, so it's going to have a reference to whatever, like, vault it's supposed to be interacting with. So we already have here that it looks like the vaults will know about their strategies, and the strategies will know about their vaults. I'll have to double check that. Let me see. The vault. Yes, the vault has a reference to a strategy. That's actually good. Not every language will allow for a circular dependency like that. Technically, you can make that happen. But yeah, it's good to have a bi-directional relationship like that. Bi is really good. Bi is, if you can afford the like overhead and the complication in the coding for being bi, because bi really does, like, being bi does complicate your whole life as a developer. If you can do that, it is helpful, because now this means that it makes it easier to do searches and look things up. Because now, like, each side of the relationship, the vault knows about its strategy directly, and the strategy knows about its vault. So we don't have to go in, like, weird moves and loops through other things, which, again, will help reduce the transaction cost. You know, if we need to find out what the strategy applied to a vault is, we're fine. It's right there in the vault. And same with the reverse. Cool. Now, in here, it's going to continue on, and it's going to have, like I said, we can pause the investing. So again, like, looks like governance will be able to step in and make that happen. From there, we're going to have the SNX reward interface. That's going to hold on to the pool. So I will go ahead and open up the reward interface. And so in here, all right, so that's where it is just the interface defined there. Since it is just the interface and we're storing the reward pool in there, that should effectively be giving us a implementation here. We'll find that somewhere. All right. Believe that this is actually going to be defining what is out there for interacting with SNX and actually, like, doing its work. Meaning that we don't really have that strategy here exactly. We do have our reward pool that defines that, but we'll get to that later on. Alright, so it's going to be interacting with the reward pool, which is under the hood, SNX. It's going to have a reward token. In this case, it's saying, unfortunately, the interface is not unified for reward token for all the variants. Aha! So we got an issue here. Not a problem in the code, but a problem that developers have to deal with. So it's like here, when flag is true, the strategy will not be able to invest, but users should be able to withdraw. Good. I didn't say should. We're usually very careful in our code, so don't worry when it says should. That doesn't mean that, like, it has a risk of not working. It's more just us as developers understanding that, as neat as computers are, they're running electrons through silicon and metal wires, like copper traces that are very intricately laid out. So we kind of have to realize that these things are like giant complicated sandcastles, and they're about as resilient. So it's, most of the time developers just say should, because we can't ever promise that it'll work. Quite literally, like, a weird cosmic ray could come down through space, pierce through the ionosphere. I'm not fucking kidding. Like, this is a thing that can actually happen to computers. It will go through, impact or cross through some part of the computer, hit just the right part, a trace somewhere at the right moment when it's passing through, or will, like, intersect with some storage in just the right way, and it can actually cause an error. So, we are running the world on intricate, complicated, dirty sandcastles that are so fragile. Cosmic ray, like high energy cosmic rays, can make them error. I love the 21st century, but if you understand how it works, you really need to get over any sense of control about life or any sort of reliability about anything. Alright. So, from here, I deserve more subscribers. To give you some perspective, I started doing this, I think, about 36 hours ago. I'm gonna have to check when the first one was. Unfortunately, the first... when is that? When the fuck did I put out the first one? Hold on, let me find that page. Which screen did I put... Where did I put all the screen? I'm sorry, I have too many screens. Oh, there it is. I work at a standing desk, and in working at the standing desk, I have a 42-inch monitor mounted to the wall, 4K. I have two, there it is. I have two 32-inch monitors, also 4K, on monitor arms next to that. And then on another standing desk next to me, I have my work laptop, because I keep my actual professional work segregated from everything else, like air-gapped and through open network firewall, actually generally on another network, just for liability reasons. Like, I really don't want to run the risk that something's happening there. And then there I've got two 24-inch monitors of 1080 on arms for that. So sometimes I lose track of where the fuck things are. I don't know. So, yeah, I first streamed on, looks like very early morning on the 3rd, covering YELD. So, yes, I do need more subscribers, thank you. Stroke and inflate my eco, but I'm going to point out here that it's been, like, about 36 hours, I think. So, I think I'm doing pretty good. Anyway. Where was I? Yeah, so it's now hard coding the value for the UniSwap router. So it's just saying, like, this is the smart contract that is the UniSwap router. I'm going to want to ask it things, so we're going to make that happen. Thoughts on YELD? I believe I said YELD was fine. Yes, I have not had a scam yet, so I said YELD was fine. Decent code. Generally alright. It's a bit of a haphazard one. Like, it literally was my first one. I do lecturing and teaching for certification classes and stuff, so, like, lecturing at colleges and whatnot, and other charities and stuff when they're trying to teach people how to code. I will teach goddamn anybody how to code. It's just, yeah, I don't have a lot of time. But they were solid. They were great. I did not stream the original YFBETA audit that I did. That was just informally in chat where I was saying things, and then people kept asking me questions and it kept taking time, and I got the idea, like, fuck it, why not stream it? And then that kind of started this whole thing of, well, wait a minute, this seems to be a thing people like, and I'm kind of stunned that a lot of investors don't know how to read code. It was the first thing I did. Like, when I wanted to invest in something, I said, like, oh, wait a minute, the code's on the blockchain here. Let me just figure out how to get that. And I found Etherscan, and off I went. And then I found out that not everybody was doing that, and I thought, oh, honeys. Oh, honeys, I love you DeFi degens, but Jesus Christ, not only are you jumping in raw, you're jumping in blind. Like, oh, you are some brave motherfuckers. I'm not that fucking brave. So, I thought
offered that service, and then I read around and found out what the auditing prices were. It was like, holy goddamn shit. Like, motherfuckers, I know I'm not bonded. I'm not claiming professional liability for this. I'm not your financial advisor or anything, but I look at that price and I'm like, alright, you're entirely paying for the fucking bonding and business insurance behind this thing. Because I'm not experienced at this, really. I mean, to be honest, I never looked at one of these fuckers more than like a week ago, okay? Like, I thought Ethereum was neat and all, but I was trying to work on other shit, so I just left you guys to your devices. So I never looked at this shit more than a week ago. I come back and realize, like, crap, I can review a small contract in, like, 3 hours. What the fuck are the auditing companies doing? And again, not knocking them, but I'm just pointing out that, okay, you're clearly paying for the bonding and insurance here. The thing is, are any of us gonna sue? Like, are you guys gonna, like, sue Ample if something doesn't go right, honestly? Like, you know what you're getting into. You know the risks you're running. So, like, it's nice that they got the audit. It's nice that they paid for it, but we don't need that backup there. And so, thank you. Thank you guys for doing that. I appreciate it, but audits get costly. And it's kind of a matter of what the market will bear factor. Like, it's not a price based entirely on demand, as in this thing is scarce, because, you know, so long as you pay somebody enough that they can survive, then they can do the work. And I honestly, like, I'm kind of stunned that the more physical the labor, the less you get paid, at least in certain ways. Skilled labor, obviously. Anyway, I'm derailing here. But the point there is, like, fuck it. I don't need to charge thousands of dollars for this crap. I normally charge like $200 an hour, and maybe a bit more in some cases, depending on what you're doing. I can get this done, and if I just do it for tips, fuck it. It's fun. I got a reputation. You guys like it. This is amusing. We can kill a few hours, and maybe you can send me some ETH if this turns out to be profitable and my thing actually worked out. Cool. Again, cyotee.eth. I'll take tips. And then I got the whole idea for forming a DAO and getting this running. This is why this is where I found the Rect guys. I did the first one, the Rect. Some guys that know about Rect point me at them. Been talking with the organizers there. To be honest, I want to get this whole thing organized into a community-driven DAO. I would like to launch that. I'm still picking the right platform. I got some ideas for the names. I'm going to hold that one because I haven't settled yet and haven't bought all the domain names yet. But yeah, I'm thinking launch that. Send tips. Cyotee.eth. I have in cyotee.eth. That's my experimentation wallet. I just play around with that. It's on ENS, so it'll resolve there. And yeah, by all means. Cool. If it makes it a 700 million, then neat. So yeah, send me whatever the fuck you want. I'll happily take meme coins. I'll take shit coins. I'll take whatever the hell. So yeah, go ahead and send it over, and I would appreciate that. My main point in doing this is that I will refuse to be directly paid by the dev. That's the one thing I don't want. I haven't said that directly before. I said I don't get paid by the dev because I'm not asking them to do that, but I would ask that the one people in the world doing this is devs. Please do not tip me. I'm doing that because I want to ensure that I maintain that lack of conflict of interest. If you guys randomly send it to me because you like my work, fine, that's cool. Like, I'm not going out, I'm not choosing to invest in it. Some people might look at it as a conflict, but the point being is, you know, I'm not the one deciding to have it. And mostly I'll just have it sit there. That, or I'll experiment and do reports on profitability, or give you guys, like, you can monitor the wallet and see what happens. I will just follow through on the staking scheme. Whatever the fuck that is, I'll just precisely follow whatever is laid out in the tokenomics and the terms for doing that. I will try to equally disperse that across whatever the hell is there, and you guys can just monitor what happens, by all means. So, cyotee.eth, it'll resolve through ENS, and whatever. Now, so, I've derailed a bit. Let's get back to the code. You guys are awesome, I appreciate that, but do need to get through this. So, in this case, going through the SNX rewards and everything, we are... Where are we? Yes. We are here. It's got the UniSwap router, so it's going to look at UniSwap to handle that. It's got a mapping of address to an array of addresses for the Uniswap routes, so it's going to keep a store or information about the Uniswap routes that it might be working with. Similar thing with unsalvageable tokens. Says that these tokens cannot be claimed by the controller. Huh. We'll have to see exactly what that is referring to. The naming is most likely, I'm considering, either a way to manage dust. You know, we all know that. You know, you do your transactions, the math doesn't quite work out, and you end up with like some weird decimal of... best platform to interact with me, Discord. I'm in the YFBETA Discord. I'm on several other servers. You can find me there, and I prefer getting messages through Discord. I'm also on Elements, but hardly anyone is on fucking Elements, and goddamn nobody is on Status. It's really sad. But you do remind me, yeah, let me go in and update that and put out all that information for how to reach them and what the preferences are. But for right now on Discord, and if you just at cyotee in the YFBETA Discord, you'll find me, and there you go. Where am I? I'm also at not Coyote or at ncoyote on Twitter. You probably saw the tweets there too. Sorry, I get banned from Twitter. For a while there in my life, I was considering getting... trying to do speed runs of getting banned on Twitter. Yeah, without doing the obvious stuff. Like, that was the one, is that I was trying to specialize in speed runs that weren't direct term of service violations. It was just, how fast can I set up the account, verify, get on, and do something that isn't, like, overtly against the terms of service or harassing to someone to get banned. It was amusing for a while, but I did burn through a lot of names. Anyway, so yeah, this unsalvageable token, I wouldn't worry about that. Like I said, this is probably a way to manage dust within the... Yeah, I know, fuck Twitter. But yeah, it's probably the unsalvageable token is just a way to manage the dust in the system. That, or very possibly, could be a... like redemption mechanism. So I don't want anyone freaking out that there's a unsalvageable tokens thing there, but we will get into exactly what that does and how that works. Alright, so in this case, we have moving along. It's got a restricted modifier that's going to be establishing that it's going to require that the message sender be its vault. So we've got a safety check in there. Again, good defensive code. I like this. Like this, I gotta say, like this dev knows how to write code. They know what to protect against. This is the sort of thing that makes sure that these things can't get hacked. Usually when you're seen in a contract and you hear about some hack that happened, unless they got a hold of the key in some way, like they got a hold of the wallet, because technically the access to the wallet isn't handled through the keys. I know they say it is. They say burn keys. Technically, you don't have a key. When you own a wallet, you technically don't have a token that represents the ownership of the wallet. The wallet kind of knows the address that owns it. It's a little interesting. To be honest, but technically you don't have tokens at all. Technically, tokens are keeping track of their balances of how much you have. So, the entirety of the system is a little backwards from how we talk about it. Actually, I should probably do that and go through the code of how these things happen so we can understand what the hell is happening when you transfer money. Anyways, from what I'm going through. Yeah, from here, we got this restricted, good defensive code. This means that for any restricted method, or method that's marked restricted, it's going to have to go through this requirement where we need to make sure that the message sender, so the thing that is executing the transaction against the strategy, is actually the vault or the controller. And so the controller and the vault attached to this strategy, and again, I want to be clear here, is that when we say SNX reward strategy, this isn't a single SNX reward strategy necessarily. Because this thing is deployed, and it is provided storage, and it's provided storage, and the vault, and has this information about unsalvageable tokens, then technically this thing is, you can have multiples of these things that would be compatible with the same underlying system. Now, that's why, for example, we only have one SNX reward strategy, because it's just SNX. Like, there's not different types of them. For Curve, that's why we've got different Curve. That's why we've got the Y curve, we've got stable curve, like, because Curve has multiple bundles, multiple vaults or liquidity pools to interact with. Those are technically all different contracts. In fact, entirely possible, they're technically all multiple different contracts. One thing I'm finding interesting is that partly because of the cost of doing the transactions, executing the logic, I really need to dig into how it works to confirm, but I'm considering that we might want to start adopting some of the distributed architecture and security measures that we use in TradFin or TradFi to protect against these, because that's effectively what's happening here. Like, effectively what's happening here, this is the Ethereum version of configuring your HTTP application server to only accept connections from clients that are able to present their TLS certificate, the public side, to properly identify them. And you're quite literally keeping an approved list of other servers that you allow it to create the TLS handshake and tunnel with, and thus saying, like, oh, you can't properly identify yourself with the cryptographic key that says you are who you say you are? Okay, I don't talk to you. The thing is, with something like TLS, it's a big, complicated protocol. It's really annoying how it works, and the way that it works is, technically, you don't need a third party to use it, but unless you know about the security at the other end of that key, there's nothing actually in TLS that verifies that whoever is sending it with that key actually is that person, unless there's a third party, a central authority, that is able to make that verification and say, yes, we went through the verification process and only gave this certificate to that person. It's up to them to keep it secure, but really that doesn't even give you a guarantee that they bother keeping it secure, because whoever sold them the certificate claimed the verification, and whoever got the certificate and then what they did with it is stuff entirely beyond your control. Hence, I fucking hate it. But I have to deal with it. So this is the Ethereum equivalent of doing that. So I'm just going to point out that OpenSSL, which does TLS, has bloated into several thousand lines of code. Even a small implementation of TLS where you strip it down to just what a server would need still ends up being several hundred lines of code. And Ethereum manages to get it down to a few lines of code because the address identifiers are they're inherently cryptographically secure. And so it's nice, we front-loaded all the work, but that's effectively kind of what the developer's doing here, is they're enforcing that kind of encrypted handshake to say, look, there's shit that I want to be able to do that I don't want everyone to be able to do, and we don't have you, well, actually, to be honest, having the message senders as be one of those things, that's kind of like accepting a password. So, anyway. If you're curious, I can at some point do a talk about TLS and how that compares to crypto and why crypto is better. If you're curious about what's going on there, to be honest, that's kind of what ENS is doing. That's why the cyotee.eth resolves my wallet address. That's what Unstoppable Domains is doing, but they also offer that DNS resolution on the other side, depending on what sort of request comes through. And Handshake. I'm very, very bullish on Handshake from looking at the tech. I will call out, that is C-Chan's tip to me. I did not know about that one just yet. He's the one that tipped me off on Handshake, I am very bullish on Handshake for the technology. You'll find, for one, I don't do most of the trading like you guys. I invest long-term in tech that I think will prove out. Handshake, I am very, very bullish on because it looks to create a crypto version of DNS that is fully, properly decentralized. So, need to get more into the tech, but it's very promising. Unfortunately, right now, because of the service they're offering, like the thing it does, ICANN still requires certain verification. So unfortunately, it's weird. They're one of the only non-monetary, because technically the token for that is an authorization one, so it's an NFT. As far as I can tell, they're the only NFT that requires KYC. And unfortunately, as far as I can tell, it's global KYC, because there's nowhere in the world that will allow to sell you a domain name without getting some identifying information. Now, there are ways to adjust that, and you can have, like, delegates, kind of like a corporation, but, again, technically, that's there. Yet another way I want crypto to take over the world and make it, like, damn near impossible to enforce that shit. I don't like the state. I am, like, the compassionate ANCAP, which technically the ANCAPs are compassionate, because people like to go to the slavery meme, and it's like, no, we don't want slavery. Slavery's just a giant pain in the ass and isn't really that profitable, so, no, I don't want fucking slavery. Jesus. It just also seems mean. I'd rather just not be mean. How about just not be fucking mean? Anyway, so yeah, going through restricted, good secure call here. This means that only the vault that's supposed to interact with this strategy, the controller or governance is going to be able to make that call. Cool. There's only not paused investing. So again, this is going to say the paused investing. So this is an operation that the governance will be able to toggle this on and off. In the constructor, we're passing in some storage. Storage is going to profit notifier. So this thing is also a profit notifier, and we need to know what the hell a profit notifier does. So, what is going on with the storage? Storage is... here it is. It's going to... Oh, God, it's going to Controllable. All right. So, Controllable... when you pass on the storage, it is going to Governable. Oh, man. You see why this shit can take a while? And you see why it can be a little hard to lose track of things? And this is a good design. It's not bad. It's good that everything is broken out into small pieces like this. It can be reused. That means you write it once. You get it right once, and it'll work like that forever. You don't have to worry about it. But it does lead to this, like, weird... Isharian, like, I sure like Ouroboros, it's spinning back. It's not just eating its own tail, like, it is going all over the place. Backwards and forwards and crossing over itself. And it's fine. It's good code that way, but it makes it a little hard to follow. So, really need to know what the hell has happened to this storage. The fact that it's named storage kind of indicates to me that's probably kind of important. So let's see what the storage does. Governable. It is... Okay, so first is making sure that the storage is not set to the Ethereum protocol. Good. Set storage to an instance of storage. We'll get into storage there. Got an only governable. Good point. I might have made this... Actually, that's fine. Only governable is in the interface. That's a good place to put it. That's exactly it. This is how you can reuse it. Then it's got set storage where you set it, and governance where it will return the governance of the actual store. In returning... Alright, we'll need to go look at the store then for the storage. So, it is a storage. What is a storage? A storage is going to receive... Alright, it's got a governance, it's got a controller. Governance is going to be the message sender. Okay. So we'll have to look at the deployment there and see where that's coming from. But if initially it's going to be set up to whoever deploys this contract, which is fine. That's normal as part of the process. Like, somebody's got to own these things while it's going through the gyrations of setting everything up. Alright, is only governance, set governance, so we can modify the governance. Governance can only be called by the current governance. Fantastic. Make sure it never gets set to the Ethereum protocol. So, to be clear, this thing is never going to be, like, lobotomized. If you ever hear that somebody broke into something and they changed something and, like, now it doesn't work because now they set the address to 0 or something, or they say, oh, they went in and they burned the key that controls access to this thing. Anytime someone says they burned the key, know that effectively what they've done, well, actually they did, is they set the ownership of the thing to the 0, to the system. And so technically the protocol is still out there, but ownership of the protocol, so anything that requires that ownership, is actually set to Ethereum itself. And again, that kind of sort of effectively the thing that is 0 when these things are processing is the miner. And so while we don't have it now, and it's not likely that's going to happen at any time, this is an extra bit of defensive code to protect it against a bug that doesn't exist and likely is never going to come up, but we're never certain about anything in development. So there's just doing that case of, look, if something does somehow go awry and we end up with a 0 in there, don't do that. Just don't ever set this thing to 0, because we'll lose control of it. Alright, so just sets the governance, sets the controller, so it's going to have a reference back to its controller. Good. So it'll know what controller is controlling it. Again, that bidirectional relationship. Is governance, and so just sets that. This is, to be clear here, this equals, I want to highlight this when you're reading code, because this is very, very, very important. You will need to double check the various languages for which ones are handling it. Technically, it should be universal anywhere it shows up. It's just technically not every language does this for an equivalency check, and you can't do an equivalency check like this on absolutely everything in every language. But when you're doing the equals, you're making them equal each other. So that's why this is set controller. This is telling this contract, when you call it, as being governance already, you then say, okay, I have Zeppelin here? Oh, cool. Neat. I will have to configure that. I can make this thing go talk to Zeppelin and use Zeppelin stuff. Anyway, moving on. So, in here for the controller, that's where it can be set by only governance and thus change it to a different controller. So the single equal sign means that it is quite literally setting this variable here, the one on the left, is being made to equal the one on the right. This code down here, the double equals, this is checking to see if they are equal. So they are not making it equal, they're saying, is this true? Are they equal? And so is governance is asking, is this address governance? So a way you can actually check to see who the governance is. That's a nice one in there because that can provide some validation when this is deployed. That way, like when this goes out, people could make that call on is governance and find out what that value is. Very often that is something that you can either read off. Up here, governance is public, so if you look up when the storage contracts go out, and they get configured, or when the storage contract goes out and it gets configured, when it's concluded with the other contracts that have it go out and get configured. In this case, you can always just go look on that one. So like over here, because this thing is controllable, and because controllable is governable, and because governable is storage, you can look at the contract address when it's deployed. You'll be able to see some of these properties. The stuff that's marked public will just be available for you to see. Like, you just pull up the properties and, like, bam, there it is. It's just, you can read it right there. In fact, if I look here at YBeta, actually, sorry, if I do this, where is it? Ah, yeah, here it is, over on Etherscan. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you that you think my voice is coming in clear. Yay. Oh, right, need to go to the contract itself, not the listing for the token. So yeah, if I come in here and take a look at some of how it's set up, like here on the info, you can see that it's got some comments, some information, the internal transactions. Where is it? Smart contract, address statistics. Hey, I'll save time. But technically, you can pull up information about the contract and see those properties and just have them listed. I'll have to remember exactly where that is. So, where was I? Yeah. So anyway, this is a good check. Nice call. This is just doing that check to see is it equal. So moving on. From there, it is setting up the profit sharing numerator. It's doing that by calling to the saying I want to access my controller. Use this iController interface to allow me to properly get at that method, because the controller address that is coming in there, because yeah, we're passing storage controller, it's getting its controller. Yeah, so ultimately where that controller is being set and how that's being managed here in the controllable, or so we're passing it in and setting that up. In these cases, it wants to get information about the profit sharing numerator. We already saw that property up there, but it needs that interface. It needs to treat that controller as, instead of an address, it needs to treat it as a controller and thus have access. So that's why it's making that call there. Just saying, look, I need you to treat this as an instance of this and go actually interact with that contract and find that information. So technically it's going out to the chain to find it, but it's not reaching over the network. Every miner has that information. So this is actually kind of like a database query. It's kind of like the system saying, okay, miner, go look in the database, and I need you to go look up this address using the logic to go find the profit sharing numerator. Right? So, gets the profit sharing denominator. Does require to make sure that the numerator is less than the denominator. Good. Again, we got that safety check. And then it has notify profit. And so, where was that? Oh, yeah. We were going through the profit paused, and we were handling the interaction. Yeah, there it was. Not paused. The profit notifier. Yeah, we were going through the profit notifier and seeing how it initializes. So, when we're here and we get to a notify profit, we'll see that we're going to be looking at the old balance, the new balance. We're going to see if the new balance is greater than the old balance. If it is, we've made a profit. It's going to figure out what that profit is. It's then going to do a multiplication of the profit times the profit sharing numerator and the profit sharing denominator. So it's going to multiply it by the numerator and then divide it by the denominator. So basically, it's just going to do it's going to multiply it by that fraction. So essentially, it's going to divide the profit up by whatever the ratio is to divide that, and then it's going to emit that profit log and say, okay, here is the amount of the profit log. So every time notify profit gets processed, then we're actually going to find out what it has held, what it now holds, how much this system is taking out for the fee, and when that occurred. So this is going to be nice. This is very helpful. When we want to analyze this thing, if you want to do trend analysis, this is pretty good. It's going to automatically report as part of its operation what that, how much profit is made since the last time it did this. I don't know what interval it's going to do this on just yet. We're going to have to work that out. But yeah, this thing is going to be able to regularly report to us in the transaction log exactly what the profit has been over time. So that'll be neat. Then it's going to go through. It's going to get a safe approval to confirm that it is allowed to interact with the token. Going to do another safe approval where it's going to basically approve the controller for this fee amount. Then it's going to notify the controller. So here it is. So once we notify profit, we're then going to go through the controller and notify about the fee, and we're going to emit a profit log. So I'm sorry, if it's not greater. If not, then we're just going to report a profit log. And so that way, if at any point this thing has not turned a profit, then it is, for one, not going to bother going through any of this gyration here, because this is not going to work out to be true. And thus,
we're not going to get a notify of the fee out of the controller, where notify fee is over here, and over here we can see that, when it calls notify fee for running this, it is going to be passing the address of the fee. It's going to make sure the fee is greater than 0. So if somehow a 0 fee slips through, looks like it can't, but if somehow it does, then it's going to just, well, not bother notifying about the fee. What it does here for notifying about the fee, interesting. Okay, so the system, so basically the dev, not necessarily the dev, but the platform and whatever the profit sharing scheme on the platform is. We'll get into that as we get to that code. But right now, what it's doing with that is that it is safe transferring from the fee that this thing is collecting for the work that it's doing from the profit notifier, which will be the reward strategy, it looks like, because the reward strategy is a profit notifier. So the reward strategy will be able to notify about what profit it's turned. When it's notifying and actually working out the profit to report that, that's when, if there is a profit, it is going ahead and approving the transfer of the fee, of the upcoming fee to the controller for the fee amount. So it's only authorizing. This is another good safety one you can find in the code here, is that there's no way like a rug pull could be pulled in this method, because right off the bat it's saying, first off, we have to turn a profit. If we don't turn a profit, we're not collecting any fees right off the bat. If this thing doesn't make you money, then it's not making anybody else any fucking money either. That's nice. I like that. So yeah, there comes that like 400,000x, 700 million market cap, whatever your projection is for how you want to define Moonshot. I can tell you right now that at the very least, this is a nice, fair system. It's actually treating the investors with a lot of respect, in my opinion, because it's unlike a lot of what goes on in TradFin, where we're still collecting fees for trading stock. Like, we don't give a crap if you're doing a profit on your stock. We're going to collect the goddamn fee for doing it. It's not appropriate, like in the case of UniSwap, because they're charging a fee for the service, basically. They're not making a profit on the funds that are in the nobody is making a profit on the funds that are in the liquidity pool, because that is an opportunity cost. They have lost the opportunity to be able to do other things with those tokens. So it's reasonable to collect a fee on leaving if I say, well, I'm going to put this money here in the hopes that someone wants to trade for it, and thus I can't do anything else with that money because it needs to be available anytime someone wants to trade for it. Therefore, having the transaction fee makes sense. But I don't have to give a shit of whether or not what your trade is trying to do is turning you a profit, because I'm there providing the fee. You're compensating me for not doing something else with these tokens, for sitting here and waiting for you to be able to come by anytime you want and make this trade. This is a different one where it's actually doing work. And so, like this, like Yearn, like, several others, Curve is accepting a transaction fee in the same way as Uniswap, in the sense that it's holding liquidity and saying, well, the people that have deposited here haven't done it. So that's also why it's reasonable for the fee to get distributed to the people in the pool. And because there's not a lot of work being done, because the liquidity pools like Curve and Uniswap, there's not much going on there. They're cool and all, I'm not knocking them, I'm just saying, it's not a very complex thing to be doing. Computation-wise, there really doesn't need much of a transaction fee in that case. But in here, where, the magic is in the logic, what you're paying for is the algorithm. And what you're paying for is the algorithm that's been put in place, and that's being done in what I consider a very fair and equitable manner as a profit-sharing scheme. So this is not like an employer-employee relationship. I'm a real big fan of profit-sharing schemes. I'm fine with also direct pay and contract, oh, you do a job, here's how much it costs, or it costs this much per hour, I'm going to buy a certain number of hours. That's all beautiful. That's a well-defined payment. I really like profit-sharing schemes, revenue-sharing models in these cases. That aligns everyone's self-interest, and that's what's happened here. So this thing does not collect a fee
if it doesn't turn a profit. Right there. It's right there in the goddamn code. When this thing is going through and wherever we find this notify profit, it's going to send in the old balance, the new balance. In doing that, it's going to check to see that it actually turned a profit. If it does that, then it's going to work out what the profit is from the subtraction. So again, remember that first, when you do this sub, you're not changing the original value. So when I say new balance sub old balance, we're not new balance isn't changed. We're just asking new balance because it's intelligent to please go ahead and give us the result of the math of doing the old from the old balance. So new balance hasn't changed, old balance hasn't changed. We just somewhere in here when we find this is going to like pull out what the old and new balance is and have that, and it's just going to like store that locally for its simple check on profit. Then it's going to do the math here to figure out, okay, what fee am I taking? And it's quite literally doing that by just dividing that. Say, all right, well, I take some percentage out of that. So as an example, if this was taking 1%, we don't know yet. We need to be honest, the numerator and the denominator, if we look at that again, right now that is 5%. So this thing is literally going to figure out what 5% of the profit is. It's going to take 5%. And as it goes through and does that, it's going to emit the profit log. So it's going to record in the transaction log, hey, I made this much money. It's then going to approve the vault to transfer funds to the controller, approve the vault to transfer funds, tell the token that the vault will be approved for transferring the amount of funds or the fee amount to the controller. Then it'll call notify fee on its controller, which will then go over here to controllable, to the controller, and the controller will then get the address for the underlying tech. So the underlying, as you saw, is that, there it is, that address. So that is going to be generally the actual thing below this. So that technically should be like SNX in the storage over there, the underlying token itself. And so it is going to send that over, going to tell it what fee amount it should handle. That's when it will do a check to see, all right, a 0 should not be able to get through here, or anything less than 0. But to be absolutely sure, we're going to do a safety check here to make sure that's the case. It does add a tiny bit to the transaction fee, just having to do this extra bit of processing here, but it is what keeps like weird errors from occurring and like odd mistakes from happening, so it is helpful. Alright, so, what is this? Quote from the dev, as the vault distributions I propose 5% is in a reserve for future development and gas costs in deploying strategies and vaults. Good call, thank you. I appreciate finding out exactly what you intend with that. I thank you also for reminding me that I should say here is that we haven't worked out what the fees are doing yet. Like, we don't know where they're going at this point. All it's doing is transferring the fee to the controller. So thank you for reminding me to call that out. That, don't worry, when we're talking about the fees, when we're saying the 5%, we're talking about all of that. First, very likely that's good, that can be changed almost definitely. We'll dig into that, but like I'm positive we saw in there that technically there's a way Governable can change that amount, so we can like figure about that. Second, yeah, we haven't worked out exactly what the where the fee is going. But just to be clear, so long as this thing turns a profit, whatever that profit is, it's going to hold on to 5% of that. Looks like that 5% is going to be the balance for funding this thing, which can explain why it's a little high, or I wouldn't say necessarily a little high, but why it might like seem to be that significant portion. Like, it is a 20th of the percent, not unreasonable. I mean, that is a very reasonable rate, but that is factoring in, as they said, the estimate of this thing does need gas fees. Like, it does need Ethereum to be able to operate, because all these various contracts calling each other means that they're going to have to execute operations and thus pay the gas fee. So So yeah, I'll have all that occurring. Like every time we see a transfer here, an approval, all that, that's a normal operation. Just like you pay gas, these things have to pay gas. But yes, it's going to do that safe transfer from the profit notifier instance. That'll be the SNX reward strategy. And it'll transfer it to this controller. It'll approve the fee reward forwarder, and then in there it will call the fee reward forwarder and send that to the pool notify fixed target. Okay, so the pool notify fixed target means that sorry, which one was that? Fee forwarder. There it is. So, looking at fee forwarder, and that fixed target, let's see here. Okay. Oh my god, there's so much going on here. Okay. So, it's good. It's just, fuck, these things get complicated. Alright, so going through fee reward forwarder, we see that it has a target token. That's the alright, so it's got UniSwap routes. Alright, hold on. So it's got the Y curve, the WETH, the DAI, the YFBETA, and I don't have a YFBETA. YFBETA's always seemed to be a big pain, and I didn't find one that like wanted to put up with a traveling computer consultant that was only home on the weekends. And then would occasionally have, like, vacations places. I like Jamaica. Jamaica's good. Anyway, so YFBETA. Got a YFBETA, got a link. Again, good. These are hard-coded because they're never going to change. They're just out on the blockchain. Cool. It does mean, though, that they can't be updated. So, like, yes, Y-curve is there. Technically, if something happens to Y-curve, then this thing is kind of fucked. It's not really going to happen. I'm just throwing out there is you can't change this to something else. Mind you, there's nothing stopping you from like maybe finding a way to be honest, that might be one point here is it's got a token pool set. There would be ways to manage this. You could add in additional tokens that it manages. But to be honest, you run a risk of something going awry there. And because you can easily deploy more smart contracts to add on more capability, yeah, I would actually... It's one of those cases of, I can't say which one's better. Like, do you want to make this thing more flexible, more governable, and thus possibly more sustainable and expandable? And run the risk of more problems, more going wrong, because more can be altered and modified? Or do you want the extra security and reliability of that, that's just in there, and then know that if you need to change something, you're just going to have to follow a migration strategy to get from one setup to another. And that means, like, nothing can go wrong. Like, if something does happen somehow to Y-curve, like if that address somehow disappears, because technically the owner of a contract can issue a delete command and delete a contract from the blockchain, it's still out there, but the delta becomes to say, oh yeah, consider this thing gone. It's actually an incentive to try to encourage developers to clean up after themselves. So if they deploy a smart contract, then don't like it and needs to be taken off, to just delete it. But over time, we've all decided that we don't like developers having access like that. So there's going to be a lot of detritus on the blockchain of shit that's just there forever. And like Y-curve being one of those. Hence why it can't go away, so it's a safety measure to hard code it there. And you probably don't need to change it because you can follow a migration strategy to get away from there if something does go wrong. And generally, since everyone would rather see that, we would kind of prefer to have a migration strategy rather than something that's more governable, at least generally. I like the migrations. I can see benefit for various governance systems that should be tunable, but I like to save that for when things should be tunable, not as like technology upgrades. I'd rather build a more modular system that you have to just deploy more contracts to make that happen. Anyway, we should get back to this and not me brainstorming around how these things should be defined. So, running through the fee reward forwarder, because we have that happening here. It's notifying fixed target. So we'll go ahead and jump straight through because it's pretty clear what's happening here. we're getting the we're storing the UniSwap routes. Sorry, we have an array, a mapping to an array of UniSwap routes. We're getting and storing information about the UniSwap routes between various tokens. And so, to be clear, this thing is hard coding that relationship. Now, that is interesting. As I'm understanding what is happening here, and again, Dev can correct me if I'm wrong, but as I'm understanding what's happening here is that this is hard coding into that to say, alright, UniSwap router, I want to go through these points, as I understand correctly. To say, alright, if I'm going from Y curve to die, I would like to go through Y curve, WETH, and die. I would like to double check that. Uniswap routes. Uniswap routes as the map, the address. So yeah, alright, so Uniswap routes, we're passing in the... Yeah, so we're going to be passing in Y curve as the first one. So we're going to say, alright, for the key Y curve, I would like to store the value die, and the value die will be the key here of this value over here. So it's a chain between one to the other. And so, very likely, let me see, where is... Actually, to be honest, we don't know yet. I'll have to see how this is applied, but I'm predicting that what this is going to happen is this is, when used, we'll be telling the Uniswap router, okay, I want to go from Y curve to die. I want to go from Y curve to die by going through Y curve to WETH to die. And that's what all these various things are doing. So I was going to go from link to die to link to WETH to die. Cool. It's going to... Where was I? Yeah, go from WETH to die. It's just going to go WETH to die. From YFE to die, it's going to go from YFE to WETH to die. So you can see, it's going to try to route all of its work here. At least, yeah, in defining the rewards and the fees, it looks like it's going to be routing that, yeah, through WETH for pretty much everything, if it's not just a direct WETH pairing. Neat. I don't like stablecoins that much. My general attitude is I would like to buy all of the stablecoins on the market. I would like to sync them up, like sync them into some smart contract where they are locked away forever and ever and ever in a deep, dark hole in a contract where they provide me a liquidity pool token or actually a collateralized representation of that value to then go off and use somewhere else. Because at a certain point, you don't ever need to, like, you technically don't need... Alright, so let me put it this way. If we all get used to trading Y curve, and we never actually withdraw the funds from Y curve, we just keep accepting the collateralized, because technically it's not a security, it's a representation. So technically it's not even collateralized. I guess correlated? I'm gonna have to look up the proper, like, legal financial term for, like, what the fuck do we call this thing, because it's not a security. Like, that's the most important thing, is that it's not a security. I'm gonna have to work that out. I don't remember exactly what it... I know the custodial part means that we don't have to worry about securities, and we know that because this thing isn't a claim on future profits, it doesn't count as a security. But I'm gonna have to work out exactly what we do call it. Anyway, if we all just get used to trading Y curve around, and we never actually withdraw the funds from curve itself, or actually we can just get done trading curve around. Like, alright, you go deposit into curve, we get a curve, we just trade curve around, and we never actually withdraw from curve. Technically, the accounts that are backing the stable coins in the curve reserve will legally have to stay in those accounts, because they're now being held in escrow in trust to supply that, or to validate that, yes, we do have a 100% cash reserve backing these tokens. We cannot spend any of this. It can't go anywhere. Now, it can be deposited places where it could earn interest, but but generally that's also risky and not allowed in a lot of these agreements, because there's the risk that you could lose money. You could have that drop. And so that's part of what's gotten Tether in trouble, is they might not have done that. They might not have been able to maintain that cash reserve. So, since they're not operating as a fractional reserve, or they shouldn't be, then they have to hold that money. Well, they have to hold that money for as long as that DAI or that USDC or anything is still out there. So while it may be in some like simple account or something where it's getting some investment, technically, if we buy a bunch of stable coins, sync them into Curve, and then never redeem the Curve and just trade the Curve, then we can slowly consume the old economy, taking its power for ourselves, and just fuck it, continue on. Like, just never redeem the stable coins and move on with your goddamn life. That's why Yearn is cute. Like, I look at Yearn, like, oh yeah, you're cute, you're adorable, but like, that's because the rest of the world hasn't evolved to the point to where they stop asking for the fucking stable coins. So, Fed can't audit DeFi. Yes, the Fed can audit DeFi. They're just not authorized to audit DeFi. And if they tried to audit DeFi, there wouldn't be anything they could fucking do. But technically, an audit is just looking at the transaction logs. And the transaction logs are public. Like, it's all there. Like, the addresses aren't necessarily tied to a person. We don't know who's behind actually every single thing. And depending on where the money trail is, we might not be able to tell, like, where that is. But technically, yeah, anyone can audit it. That's the beautiful part. But that's the trade-off. So, yeah, technically they can audit. That's why we have things like Monero. Anyway, I've gotten off track here. I'm sorry. I hope that was interesting. Like, scream at me if I were getting too far off track. So, where was I? Yeah, so it's got these hard-coded routes. This is kind of defining that it's going to set the... If I'm correct in this assessment here, that does mean that it's kind of defining the relationship. So, one, not a problem, but... And it is kind of a safety measure, but it does mean that one of my strategies for trying to take over the economy isn't going to work on this thing. And unfortunately, my strategy is to try to make it more profitable to arbitrage through particular types of currencies, based inherently on how the currencies are designed. I see several currencies out there, and I see the advantage for that. And unfortunately, if I manage to make that price cheaper, this thing won't take advantage of that as I'm understanding it. But anyway, we'll have to get into exactly how the Uniswap routers are working. This isn't bad. I'm just pointing out that if a more efficient path becomes available than Y curve to WETH to DAI, this thing is stating, I don't give a shit. Now, for the pool, going through there, set the token pool. Token pool is going to be an address. The iReward pool is going to get that and the reward token. Reward pool. Let's see what reward token for reward pool is. Alright, so, it's, here. Nope, that was, okay, so that's context. That's, alright, context is getting information about the transaction being run. Ownable, context, ERC20, standard shit. Address, also standard. Safe ERC20, good. Here we are. iReward distribution recipient. No, we want an iReward pool. Alright, so we've got an inner contract in a contract. Cute. Sure, it's fine. It just you're triggering me a little bit because it reminds me of Java with inner classes, and I fucking hate inner classes. But this is different. I understand. It's fine. It's not a problem. Just PTSD from bad Java. All right, so moving on. From no mint reward pool. Let me see here. We are doing this through the iReward pool interface. If we look at the iReward pool interface, we are taking reward token is there. Yep, alright, so it's external and no arguments. That'll make it easy to find. We find it and we don't have an entry there. Alright, so this is generally just kind of an interface for interacting the SNX reward pool. So yes, this is intending that the implementations will be in something that implements this, and from looking at it, when I was looking at the reward pool, where did that go then? Okay, so that is going to be in an implementation of another part there. Very likely is... where's that coming from? To payable is contract. There's the library. I'll find that in a second. We will go figure that out from the address of the pool as we figure out where the pool is. So here, going to figure out what the reward token, because this really should just be telling us what the token for this pool is. Set the profit sharing to that pool. The pool is the address underscore pool. Alright, so we're going to pass that in. That will, again, be pointing to another address, and we will then establish a log message in the transaction establishing that the token pool has been set. We're going to get a lot of log information with this, which also means that it'll be good to track it. We can apply a good analysis tool to it, so we can confirm how this is behaving, and thank you. Thank you for helping me keep up the good work. So, from there, it will, then create a transaction log. I like seeing that. I like a lot of log messages. For one, it means that we can do a better analysis on this thing than just trying to figure it out from the behavior around it. So, okay, we've got our set token pool, our set conversion path. Alright, we will come back to that. So, in this case, what we were doing was doing the set notify fixed target on there. So here in the set notified fixed target, we are taking in a token that we're going to be dealing with. We're going to be taking in an amount that we're dealing with. We're going to make sure that the token is not the 0 address. We're going to make sure that the token, or we're going to check to see if the token is the target token. So for the fee reward forwarder, it is... yep, that would be up here where it's figuring out the target token. So at the time this is being set to add a token pool, this is where it's doing it. It's doing that check to see, okay, make sure that the target token that I'm set to is the one that this thing is trying to talk to. Then it goes through and does an exchange from whatever its target token is, from the message sender to the profit sharing pool and an amount. So to follow it back, this thing is getting invoked by the pool fixed notifier target. The pool fixed notifier target is getting called from there, the fee notifier. And here, from the fee notifier, that was coming through from the profit notifier, which was receiving the old balance. And the notify profit was... where the fuck was the notify profit coming from? I'm sorry, I lost track of where we came from. I believe that was in the SNX reward strategy. What is the amount of YFB rewards per week? Oh, well, let us see here in our staking contract. Well, let's see. Alright, so we got our profit notifier. Alright, so that's just going to send it out. That's going to transfer it over. Cool. That's going to transfer it over to the controller and to notify the fee and all that. It's over here. It's going to do those changes. So, really, we're going to need to dig into more of the strategy here. So, in this case, let me get down to more of what is happening here, because this is, yep, this is where we're going to get into that. Alright, so, this is where we're really going to dig into the tokenomics, it looks like.
So in this case, I was just spending time picking up what this thing does by being a profit notifier. Let's go ahead and dig down into what the hell else is happening here. So to catch up, we've got our whether or not it's restricted, we've got that it's not paused investing. We go through and have our tokens and any point that is unsalvageable, or that it could be there. We have, we have our emergency exit. So only governance can exit out of this. So we'll get into the exit here, but pretty sure that this is just going to be something that lets it come out entirely and pauses the investing. So it looks like whatever the governance is, that should be a multi-signed wallet, hand over to, or multi-signed with other dev, if I remember correctly from being told, so that there is an emergency exit hatch on this. So technically, if there is collusion between whatever the governance body is, there would be a way to pull on the reward pool. But from what I am knowing about the contract and what we'll be able to verify in the deployment is that that should be with as much security as we can reasonably muster, short of assigning it to a DAO. That might be the one improvement there. And as you can see, this is really intended as an escape hatch. So again, I'm going to highlight to everyone that, yeah, I know, for every pool. Sorry, we got to work out the math here. And I'm going to point out that I can't tell you exactly what the rewards are going to be, but I can tell you, I should be able to tell you what the math is going to be. So, in this case, so this is fine. It's again a trade-off. Do we want to run the risk that this thing could fuck up somewhere because my audit's bad and the code's bad? It's not. But we couldn't get it back out, or do we want to trust that we can have some assurances around the governance of this and still have an emergency exit? Alright, so anyway, ability to set it to continue investing. We can switch the reward source. So we can change around in SNX what reward pool it's going to be working with, which token exactly it's going to be working with if necessary, only governance, and then invest all underlying. Alright, so that is if you switch the reward source, it's going to go through and reinvest according to that. Set reward source. Important for the governance and users to validate the following before adding a reward source. The reward token is indeed the reward token that we would obtain from the reward pool. There is no lock implemented on the withdrawal pool that prevents individual users from withdrawing. So they're saying, as the way this is implemented, if this is applied to future pools that might come out, we need to make sure that those pools don't behave like this, because this thing could error out and have a problem if it's not able to withdraw. That's fine. That's just something as when you're adding this in, just be choosy about what you add to it. Not a big deal. And that there is no flag that can enable any kind of lock. So basically, just make sure that we can't get a lock. Alright, so in this case, we would set the reward source. That's a pretty basic operation of just making sure that we're using the appropriate method to go through that. That we are going through the UniSwap routes appropriate for that reward pool, and that we are using the appropriate information about that, making sure that it's all there. Alright. Oh, and in this case, it's making sure that it's doing a safety check to confirm that the last step in the transaction is going to be there. Liquidate pool. Liquidate pool only called by governance. It is going to be accepting the pool, the reward, the route, and this is where it would just tell it to basically route all of the money through the... first I was going to make sure the reward token matches the Uniswap route. That's able to continue through that. The reward token will match the originator for the Uniswap route. Tell the author and whether it's spliced up. You can kind of tell from the way it's put together. When you have giant blocks of library and such, or when you have the import statements, that's pretty much an indication that
it's reused code that's just kind of cut and pasted in there, or inserted as part of the IDE. Like, so you just generate that stuff. As far as what's handwritten, pretty much anything that's got custom names like this and any sort of like logic in here, that's probably custom, but technically you can't tell. Like, if I just cut, there's no difference between if I just cut and paste this from somewhere else or if I actually wrote this myself. Technically we could try. Like, to be honest, I'm not sure if Bloxy would hold that much information, but it might show that up. But it's actually useful if they reuse code. Yeah, it's not going to find that much information, but it would find the method, and you can try to track that down that way. But it is actually good if they reuse code, because you know the code works somewhere else. It's been battle tested, and since it works somewhere else, you know that if it's just directly reused, it's going to work here. And so if they find an improvement and they just want to make a small change, then it's actually helpful to say, oh, you're using code that already works, you just made a small improvement, cool, and then you're going to reuse that. Oh, no, I understand. People are going to come and go. It's been going on for a long time now. This is going on for longer than I thought, but it's a big project, a lot going on. But let's go through and get back on the code so we can dig through that, because people want to know how to work out the profit, and unfortunately, you got to go through a lot of stuff to figure that out. Where are we? Oh, here? Yes, the strats here seem to be relatively new. It's very similar to Yearn, but it's making a modification somewhat on how it's making those exchanges, it appears. I'll have to come back and do an analysis and comparing this between Yearn and getting some of the differences between it. That'll be later on. Anyway, right now, what it's doing is to liquidate the pool. This is an internal call, so it's only called by something inside itself, and this is just going to be basically taking the underlying balance that the pool has, or this strategy has, of... yes, they are using safe approve, safe transfer. They are using the safe ERC20 library, and yes, I have called out that is good, and that it is helpful that they are doing that. So, push, got, which, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. But yes, you do know what you're asking about. You does seem to know how to read the code and what should be in there, and yes, you do make a good call if that should be there, and yes, they are, and it is useful. We can see here that safe approval, and I found earlier that yes, it is the safe IERC. Anyway, where was I? Right, so in here, it's going through, it's, in order to liquidate the pool, it's going to be going to the token, getting the balance that this address has, storing at the old balance, going to get the reward amount, figure out what that is for the reward token in here. Provided the amount is greater than 0, then it's going to go to UniSwap, and it's going to figure that out for the token for the reward pool, make sure that that's, that actually has something there. And then it will go ahead and approve the swap of the Uniswap router for making the transfer for the reward token to just do the approval to make the change, and then the amount that it will do. Then it will, where were we? Oh yeah. So then it'll swap the exact tokens for tokens. In this case, it's asking the Uniswap router to say, all right, transfer this amount. Yeah, this is how much I want out, minimum. Yeah, so we're going to send in the reward amount. It's going to route it through Uniswap based on the tokens I was looking to exchange. It's going to keep the block timestamp because Uniswap wants that for handling some of the slippage there. And then it's going to go ahead and notify of profit, and we saw the notify of profit here where it does that, and that's where it's taking out the fee. Right now, 10%. And again, remember that if this thing doesn't turn a profit, it does not collect a fee. And as stated by the dev earlier, the intention of collecting the fee is to continue paying the gas to keep the system running, because these contracts do have to maintain their own balance to pay the transaction fees for all the work that they're doing and to fund future development. So right now that's 5%. That is very reasonable, and you're still likely going to get a very good return on that. But they are being fair in that if they don't make a profit for you guys, then this thing does not collect any fees. This thing does not collect a profit. Alright, so moving on here through the strategy, because again, liquidate reward is internal. This is what something is going to do internally. This is not something, like, nobody can call this, not even governance can call this. I want to be clear there. Don't worry about the liquidate pool. That's something that it looks like it's part of this thing's strategy for moving things around. Invest all underlying. Again, remember that it's not, that it needs to be not paused for that one. Question. How to make sure the contracts are protected from attacks such as re-entry attack over and over, underflows, replay attack, reordering attack, short address attack. Whoa! I don't know why that was... Oh, retracted. Okay. That was deleted. So, pardon, as I was reading that out, I was trying to remember exactly what that was saying. That's a little odd. When it says retracted, I'm wondering if that's you took it out, or if that's them. I don't know. Alright, so, how to make sure contracts are protected from attacks, such as... oh, no, you made it clearer. I was just reading it, because there was a lot to say, and I have it as, you know, it's small print there. So yeah, how to make the... Now, make sure the contracts are protected from attacks, such as re-entry attacks, yeah, there it is. Re-entry attack over and under, flow replay attack, reordering attack, short address attack. That is something that is handled very typically in the safe ERC interface. Remember correctly, we had that up here. Let me make sure. Did we? We had the detailed... no, we do not have one here. Sorry. Let me go find this again and confirm. Ah, there it is. Yeah, so in here, through the safe transfer, this, when we're getting the safe transfer and doing that, it's going through this call optional return, and when we get down to call optional return, so it's receiving the token, it's receiving data about that. In this case, when it's going through the require, this first is making that check to say, first, is the thing you're trying to have me interact with actually a token? So first is making that check to confirm that, yeah, I am actually trying to do a token. And in doing that is a contract asking that for the address for the token itself. By passing it into address like that, and because by setting this as address, you're actually initializing this ERC as an address, which means that you have certain methods you can call. What's going on behind these is a query of the blockchain to say, okay, is this thing a contract? And it's not a matter of like trusting that thing to say, yes, I am a contract. It's a matter of it's defined as a contract. It has to be defined as a contract, otherwise the code wouldn't work. So, going through that, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just going through a few of them. But yeah, re-entry attack. This attack consists on recursively calling the call value method in a ERC20 token to extract the ETH stored on the contract if the user is not updating balance of the transfer before. Okay, so yes, that is something there where if you are not up in doing the transfer for the token out of the ERC20 definition, that's where if they, on the the value definition, and they were to attempt to make that call, if they don't adjust the balance for the token, because remember correctly, remember from before when I was saying that everything that we say about blockchain, about tokens and everything, is kind of backwards. Like, I don't have a token in my wallet. What I have is a key that is cryptographically secure, and we can look on the blockchain and we can find out what my balance is for the token. The token is keeping track of my balance for my address, kind of sort of, and it gets a little more complicated than what the hell is going on, and there's some video snippets of what's happening. But yes, what they're hitting here is that if someone is going through the calls, technically doing a transfer between of tokens from one address to another, so updating the balance, the ledger of what each wallet should have of those tokens, if you make the call to get the value or to make that exchange and you don't handle it in the right way, then it's technically possible that if someone keeps trying the same transaction against that, then it can keep triggering that initial amount where it goes, oh, well, I was able to authorize this, I was able to execute it, I can go ahead and continue replaying that, I can keep trying to make that happen, and thus get it to go through the process of adjusting the value and adjusting, you know, the process going out, but not getting the balance to actually change, not saying that it's adjusted from before. That's where that is handled in a couple ways. One, that's where the safe ERC comes in. For one, it does some of the basic checks. I was just reading through the whole thing of the safety checks that it does. Like, one, making sure this thing is a fucking contract that we're supposed to be interacting with and not something else. And also where it is then going through the address token call. And this is where it is using, as you can see here, this sole hint, disable next line, avoid low-level calls. In these cases where it's going through address, going through call, the call method here is implemented to handle that. The token initializer here of converting the address initializer here of converting a token into an address by going through this safe method to do so, and requiring that it succeeded for this, and then in going through that return data, using the appropriate API to decode that information about the return data and confirm that it did complete successfully. So we're literally going through and establishing where that is, and that the return data contains that, or that we're going to decode it and confirm that it worked. In this case, the magic of what's making it safe is all happening down here. And that's why it's making these points of, you don't make those low-level calls. And essentially what it comes down to is, one, just don't use code where somebody's doing that low-level call. Unless they're doing something really fucking weird and can justify it, just don't do it. Second, make sure that they're adjusting the balance before they actually make that transfer. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. And again, I'm trying to simplify a couple things, so there's some more important points there. The things get a little weird and idiosyncratic on, like, you really want to get into the technical details, but we don't need to. The point being is, yeah, it's, you make sure you're using these things, you make sure that the calls are being done, that you make sure that folks aren't doing low-level calls. It's good the developer is doing things like this. Sometimes someone might want to get fancy, and thus they might need to go down to that level, but they should be able to explain what the hell they're doing, and we can verify that that's happening in the right order. So, where was I? Oh, and also to point out, since you might have just jumped in, they've been making a lot of good defensive calls in here. So the case here of doing this, this is the point to handle that. Unfortunately, there's really not much more you can do other than making these calls to try to protect against that, because ultimately, the main one that happens is that you're trying to keep track of the timestamp of when it occurred. And say, well, wait a minute, did I get one of these earlier, and is it exactly the same? And usually there's just a filter mechanism in there to confirm that. Part of that is keeping track of last block and such, where it occurred, and making sure that it doesn't match up exactly. And most of that is coming from the fact that what is happening below here is generally a... very good. That's generally because what's happening below here is it's actually looking at the message being sent and working out some of the hashing and calls in there, because a replay attack technically can be done, but it has to be done rather quickly. And if there's something off about the time, now I might be a little wrong on this one, so pardon me, we've kind of reached the limit of my knowledge. I still need to do more research on how exactly that's happening, but I'm pretty sure that the time is a factor in there, and thus it's like pretty tough in there that when you have a check that is actually trying to check that time, that something could be going on. Because, like, really, can you get it in that millisecond that it's occurring? Probably not. Alright, so, with that, we derailed a little bit. It's a good question, thank you, but I don't want to get back to our main point. So, we were talking about the invest underlying all. We were getting into what was happening, notify profit, the invest all underlying, in this case, yeah, cute. So, where am I? What is the current market cap? Let us see. We've got, yeah, I got it here. Oops, not what I wanted. Wanted that one. And, no, that's YFBETA. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is, I think. Oh, god damn. Wow. It's been all over the place. Alright, let me see if I can make that bigger. You know what? Fuck it. CoinGecko. Ah, no, not Coinbase. Fuck you, Coinbase. Yes, I know. You know where I'm sunk into? I like Ampleforth. You can probably tell. From the fact that it's like in the goddamn URL. It's what comes up when I type in CoinGecko. Come on. Go find it. Alright, fine. I'll type it in. There it is. Alright, so we are on our gauge of market cap. Why are you not pulling that information? Alright, CoinGecko, you're weird. Oh, the mint key? These contracts haven't even been deployed. So to be clear, we haven't gotten to the mint key just yet. Oh, thank you for pulling that up. You found it. Yeah, I find that odd that CoinGecko isn't reporting that properly. Yeah, it's just got to be an error because it can't possibly be 0. I mean, for God's sakes. But no, these things haven't been deployed yet. But so far, it shows that there is some governance on this. So the mint key is not going to be burned. It is going to be transferred to a multi-sig wallet, and that is done because there is some governance in this as safety mechanisms, and as I've been explaining, that's where it's a trade-off. You either allow for some governance and you trust in the multi-signatory process, possibly even move it over to a DAO to manage these things, and thus, if something does go wrong, you can scramble and recover, or you don't have any such mechanism and you trust that this thing will work. You can burn keys on stable, reliable projects, as in things that are supposed to just run, like tokens themselves. Investment schemes like this, I would say that... Oh, wow. So... Oh, fuck. Is that a 10 million market cap if we diluted... Alright, so right now, with the supply that's out there, it's at a bit... It's almost at an 11 million market cap, and if we manage to have all of it, then it would be a little over a 43 million market cap. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Alright, so, as I was saying, that's where, yeah, this thing will still have governance, it will still have access to a few things. So far, everything that it'll have access to is merely a way to halt the operation and to take all the invested money and dump it into the reward pools to then be withdrawn. So so far as I've seen, they don't have an ability to, like, pull the rug and take all the funds. So far, it's really just down to they have governance to be able to set up a few things and fix stuff if something goes wrong, to halt everything if something goes wrong, and then dump everything that's in here off into the various rewards to then be withdrawn by everyone. So I don't see a method in here that they could take the money out yet, but I haven't looked through actually everything. So, as I was saying, all right, let's power through this. Let's do a bunch of lines of code. Jesus, I keep derailing. It's fun. It's amusing. I like teaching, but wow. All right, so moving in. Yeah, we're gonna notify the profit. Invest all underline. That's where it goes ahead and approves all that and does the reward pool stake. The reward pool, if we remember correctly, is... oh god. Alright, it is the SNX reward interface. And the SNX reward interface is... yep, there we go. That's stake. So, in this case of invest all, that's where it is intending to go, basically just go investing. Like, alright, we're gonna invest all the money. Dump it into SNX. Bam. And so it's gonna do that by routing through Uniswap and invest everything underneath here into the reward pool. Neat. Now, so basically say, all right, reward strategy, take everything you have and invest it in the reward pool. It looks like this is going to be going through the process of, all right, I take funds out of here, I put it in the strategy, from the strategy, I then have the strategy put all the money in. Withdraw all to vault. This is the exact reverse. This is where it's going to liquidate the reward. This is why I was pointing out, don't worry that it has a liquidate reward. No P-break. I am a machine, thank you. That or I have a P-jug and you don't know. Could also have a poop sock, who knows? I could also just be a amorphous fifth-dimensional intelligence and all that you are interacting with is my crude three-dimensional form used to interface with you people because you're amusing. Alright, now, I know, it's where I'm from, I'm not actually like that smart or capable guy. I'm just kind of a shitbag in the fifth dimension, so I come hang out with you guys, because to be honest, it's more amusing and I get to feel special. Back home, I'm a schlub. Alright, moving on. We've got, down here, withdraw all from vault. This is just the reverse. It's going to like, alright, we're going to take the money out, and we're going to send that off. That was some Rick and Morty talk. Oh, really? You're going to go with Rick and Morty? Okay, that's a decent call. I'm kind of I'm more old school. I was thinking Mr. Mystic. Actually, most people say Mr. Mystic. But, technically, if you dig back through the archives and you can find in the interviews with the original creator, it's supposed to be pronounced with the weird English syntax where, like, some letters are silent. And so, if you make the P silent and you pronounce a soft X so that it's not a Z, then it ends up being Mr. Mystic. Sorry, a little bit of lore way back from comic book days. So, I'm an old fuck. Alright, anyway, moving on. I was going for the Mr. Mystic road, because he's a fifth-dimensional being. Moving on. Where are we? Oh yeah, so, withdraw vault. Again, this is just withdrawing the funds and moving it along. Cool. This is, again, normal. It is restricted. In being restricted, we could see from the restricted modifier that it had up here, that means there's a prevention on, see here, it's making sure that the restricted, it requires that the message sender be the vault. So the vault is going to be asking to do that withdrawal. So, oh, well, thank you very much for being a cool that I'm a cool teacher. I like that. I like teaching. It's very nice, and it's how I think I can change the world. I'll be pedantic like that and grandiose. But yeah, here in this case it's going to do that check to say, okay, make sure that the thing trying to do this is the vault, the thing trying to do this is the controller, or that it is governance. So again, governance technically has a way to step in and force this thing to go through the investment motions. So basically, there is still someone with a hand on the tiller. If things go out of control, they can force this thing. The dev can still, through the multi-sig wallet, can still force this thing to go through the various investment steps to liquidate funds and move them out to where investors can pull out the funds. So to be clear, it is not, like in this withdrawal wallet, or withdrawal to vault, even though, withdraw all to vault, where it liquidates the reward, or withdraw to vault, in both of these cases, yes, governance can do this, but notice, they don't pass in an address. So it does a check to say, okay, look, we're just going to make sure that some weird error didn't happen, that we're not trying to, reward the system, address 0. We're going to go ahead and exit the reward pool. We're going to liquidate the reward pool, so we're going to run that all out. And so again, this is where you're going to place it all in the vault, or you're going to place it all in the reward pool. These are just ways for the dev to come in and say, all right, something's gone wrong. Let me just force things in a particular direction, one way or another, and do things like pause the investing so that doesn't occur anymore. So really, the worst that can happen, as far as I'm telling, is that if something goes awry, the dev can just kind of turn off the spigot, force the funds into the safe withdrawal vaults, and then that's it. So, Yam didn't have that. No, Yam did not have that. They did not have a safety method. So, neither did Hot Dog. They didn't have these safety methods. They went the no governance route. And it's possible as a no governance route, but you need to be absolutely sure how your thing's going to behave before you have no governance. Or just deploy, like, a dead stupid simple token. Like, if you've got a governance token, you're going to mint 20,000 of them, and it doesn't do anything special. There's no burn rate. There's nothing. Then, like, fine, go ahead. Burn that out. Mean that nobody can control it. Or just don't have anything mechanism where the owner can do anything. Like, you're done. But, in that, with something like this, yeah, you generally want that. You want to put it under control, and you want to leave it there for a while this thing is behaving. I would generally put it as, once you've got through, like, 10 or 20,000 transactions, definitely by the time that you're, like, 100 blocks in, probably even, like, 50 blocks in, if you're 50 blocks in and you haven't had to touch this thing, I might leave them there just to have, like, just in case something else goes wrong, but, like, the worst that's going to happen is something's not functional anymore. So, or I should say, something's not valuable anymore. But then you can just, like, withdraw your funds and let it run its course. So, anyway, like I said, it's just a trade-off of problems, things to happen here, good to occur. Anyway. Oh, yes. Thank you. I'm glad you like the Doge avatar. Alright, so, here, we're doing invest underlying balance. So yeah, this was withdraw to vault. So they're like, all right, we can make this go and withdraw out to the vault. Invested underlying balance. This is where it is going to be checking to see, well, fuck that. Where if it's coming from 0, then we're just going to tell it about the address of this. Otherwise, we're going to go to the reward pool. We're going to ask that to say, okay, what is the strategy's balance, and add in the balance of the underlying. So again, in the reward pool, yep, there it is. Underlying is a token, and reward pool is the SNX interface. So again, that is in that process where, yeah, invest underlying balance, it's going to the reward pool, which is the interface. It is saying, all right, give me the balance of me, the strategy. So basically, as far as SNX is concerned, the strategy, this contract, is the one depositing the funds. And then it also goes and says, all right, we'll take the underlying balance of this. So essentially, as it goes through its work, the strategy will hold on to funds momentarily as it moves from vault to reward pool and back again and does its work. But it's just there for a moment as it's passing through. It doesn't really, like, live here or anything. Salvage. Only controller or governance can call salvage. It's going to require that a token is not marked as unsalvageable, and then it just does a safe transfer to the recipient. So, yeah. So in doing that, that is, let me see here, recipient address token, it's going to be dealing with that on the token under the IERC safe transfer. Yeah, so in there we have, yeah, there it is. There's our call. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, that's where I have our call here to the safe control optional, and where it's going through here. And so that is where the safe transfer, it's passing the address, it's confirming where that is, making sure that it's getting the right value, and in the call optional is where it's doing that work to then attempt to execute that safe transfer. In this case, where it is doing the address of the token in the call with the data, that data is what's having, or it has the information about that safe transfer. So that's where it's taking the amount and transferring that out to more information. So again, this is where in the to make sure the governance cannot come in and take the various coins, that's where you have to adjust the unsalvageable point. And so that's where we saw earlier that the token will be marked as unsalvageable, and say we cannot take that out, and then it will just be there. So essentially this is a process by which there is going to be a salvage mechanism, but part of that is that in the unsalvageable for the token, it is going to be, if we recall correctly from the controller of what that thing is. Alright, so what was the... Yeah, there it is. Unsalvageable. So again, remember from the unsalvageable, it is a mapping of an address to a boolean, so it is keeping track of the token. So essentially this is just marking the token as unsalvageable. So again, this is essentially just saying that, look, we need some time to be able to go through and handle stuff, but at a certain point we can just mark that the token is unsalvageable and turn that off. So this is a best, thanks so much. Oh no, I'm good with the noob questions. That's perfectly fine. It's all good. Oh, where do they process the buy and burn? Alright, so we've been going through the investment strategy here. We can go handle off there. So basically we've got our strategy here, like we got a safe transfer. So alright, let's clean this up a little bit and back up and come in at the buy and the burn and some of the profit. So basically, I think I can save some time. Like I said, I'm not... unless you guys really want me to go through absolutely single part here, I will say that so far, from what we've found and following through, I'm not wrapping it up, I'm just backing up here and coming back in, because the questions are much more around like the profit and making sure things are good, and I want to make sure we get in there and are able to handle that, and it has been for like 3 fucking hours. So to be clear, so far we've gone through the controller. The controller is using the strategy and the vaults. The vaults being merely a contract that is holding information about being a vault and basically holding balances for investment and for doing work like invest and strategy, do hard work, and actually going through and moving things around and handling that. In these cases, for the reward pool, we had our definition here, which is what's keeping track of the actual funds for the base reward, is providing us to get information about a reward, and yeah, telling us what has been earned. Again, not making a change of that, just telling us the information. So here in the reward pool is where are we? Yep, here we are. So we've got our liquidity pool token wrapper. So this is where we're going to accept the liquidity pool tokens. It's going to wrap them up in something this thing can deal with and work with that. So let's see where we work with these liquidity pool token wrappers. Alright, this pool doesn't mint. The reward should be transferred first to this pool, then notified by calling reward notify. Okay. Alright, no mint reward pool. From looking at that before, it looks like the no mint reward pool is part of going through the work and not offering the like going through work that is not significant to rewards, kind of things on the back end. Essentially making the case that we're not going to figure out the rewards here for the pool. The rewards are going to be figured out elsewhere in the system. So with that, we've got our deposit helper, we've got our delay minter, and oh, let me see. Question, but they said they'll burn and buy. Yes, that is the case. Is that yeah, going through the burn and buy will be a manual process. They are opting for the safer mechanism of a multi-sig wallet and as much disclosure as possible to the community to be aware of what is happening. So that way, if they're being cautious. If they have made a mistake somewhere in here, they would like to be able to get everyone's funds back out and in a place where that can occur. So yes, that is an inherent risk, but as I always say, you can't solve every problem. You can just live with some. Or you can decide which ones you're going to live with. And that's where it fundamentally comes down to, you can either have no governance and thus run the risk like with Hot Dog, run the risk like with Yams, where there's a bad code. Even Yams had governance and it's still fucked up. But because a dev didn't have access, or like what Hot Dog happened, it went out of control, and there was nothing anyone could do about it because it was all burned. That works fine for some stuff like Base. Base burned their tokens because it's just supposed to run. No one needs to be in charge of that, and that's perfectly fine. But others are... they need to keep some governance, especially with something like this, that it's rather complicated and so could easily get like wildly out of control. So I actually kind of prefer a little bit of governance at the beginning, and then at a certain point they will burn them. And that's, like I said, they'll usually wait a period of time, leave that up to the community to say, are you comfortable with this? Are we fine with this? Do we want to call it? And then burn those at that point. So, and like I said, they're putting in a multi-sig wallet. That's really the best you can ask for, short of putting in a DAO. But even if you put in the DAO, then you gotta have, like, that's a whole other set of problems to manage. Like, okay, how do we manage the voting for that? How do we decide when this occurs? All that stuff. Alright, so we had our... we need to look at the rewards. We've got our delay minter. Delay minter is very likely the thing that's going to be handling that. So, in this case, it's going to have a team. It's going to have an operator. Team ratio, 95% used for burning and reinvesting in the vaults. Operation ratio, 5. Total ratio, 100. Alright, so, operation ratio is 5. I'm predicting, based on what we saw before, that the intent here is that it is going to hold on to some portion for the purpose of doing its work. We will see what that is. Team ratio, as it says, used for burning and reinvesting. So it's very likely that this is going to get broken up and sent out. Alright. Starting with the token, it's got a delay, and it's got its minting announcement, so it can announce what it is doing. Minting announcement, it's going to take an ID, a target. Alright. Cancel minting is an event that it can occur. New team, new operator. Alright. It's governable, we went through that. It's going to take a storage for the mint, or a token for the minter. Going to require that it's not 0. Going to take a delay, require that it's not 0. Team, not 0. Alright, good, got that. Announcement. This is only called by governance. Note that not all amount goes to the target. It will be distributed according to the predefined ratio. Got it. So, announcement it will establish that it is waiting from the time. So to be clear, this thing is not operating on number of blocks. This thing is operating on an actual timer. It is operating the timer by looking at the block timestamp and adding that delay. So that is the time to mint. As for the 5%, to the dev, the reason that 5%, as for the vault distributions, I propose retaining 5% in a reserve for future development and gas. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. I thank you for reminding me to say that. Yes, this is an important point here, is that these things take tokens to operate. So all of these things, unless you're paying for the whole thing, like, you know, there's something like 4.0 combo, or like what UniSwap does with its router, where it's executing multiple steps and therefore can just charge you the tax for the gas for the entire thing. In these cases, since this thing is running on its own, it needs a cash reserve to be able to operate with. And so that's where it's perfectly normal for a portion of that to be saved and operated with, to pay the gas and to then be able to fund further development. So it'll be locked away in here, and again, it'll be a case where governance will be able to take that out, and we'll have the multi-signatory process, and you guys can work with them to decide what that should be and how that should roll out. So anyway, from the way the dev's behaving and operating, I got no problem like trusting them to run through this. I mean, it seems like a fair enough compromise on things, especially since they're being so forthright and coming up front about everything. They're already stating they'd like to get input, engaging with the community, and generally writing good code. So, like I said, you can't solve all your problems, you can only pick the ones you live with. Going through here, it's announcing the mint, we'll announce that, announce the mint, and then iterate to the next, and move on. Alright, execute mint. Governance can only mint if it has already announced and the delay has passed. Alright, so to be clear, governance can't just do this willy-nilly, it's saying. So it's going to find out of the announcements, what's the target, what's the amount. It's going to do its basic checks to make sure that it's not stupid. Then it's going to require that the announcement have gone out. So the timestamp is greater than the mint announcement. So this can't be called out of order. It's going to have to first announce that it's going to mint. So we will be able to see a transaction. This is where I can take an opportunity to say, which one is it? Where did I put that one? There's a tool I can point at. I will pull that up and share it later. The point being is that within this, there is a... What is this? Okay. Within this, there is a tool that can be used to get alerts about these sort of things. So, where did I put that? Bloxy. Ah, there it is. So, yes, this site, Build Hub, BUID Hub. Here, I'll just place that in the goddamn Discord so that it's easier for everyone. Over here, it has ways to build integrations where basically this thing can be looking for blockchains events. Buildle Hub. Oh, Jesus. They had to come with a strange name. This one can go through and log in and watch things on the blockchain. In fact, if I log in, I can show you that example. It has all these nice integrations here with different applications.
different things that it's looking for. Some of them are already set up. It also has this Ethereum smart contract. It can be running on a fixed interval timer. So the point being is that you can set up a alert like this. Like over here, get a message, a Discord channel every time a kitty is born. So it's basing it on CryptoKitties. It's looking at the Ethereum smart contract, and so there it is. We'll look in the editor. And so right here, it's literally going through and saying, all right, we're going to look for a smart contract. We're going to look for an event. Based on the event, we are going to be looking for the contract reference. So, like, which contract are we looking for? What is the event? So in this case, if you wanted to apply this here for the mint, when it says announce mint, this is the event that it's talking about. So you would be looking for minting announced in this case. You would put in minting announced for the type of event. For the output fields, you would then be able to look through, and the system here will find that thing and go go see, like, all right, well, what's, like, all right, so what are you telling me to look at here? All right, so you want me to look for that. All right, so, you know, which contract do you want me to look at? It goes out and finds that. You're going to have to create a predefined contract reference. I'll have to dig in. You have to dig into exactly what that. But it's going to go out and look out and see, all right, so what is that thing? What sort of events does the thing send out? And so that's why it fills it in here. That's why it looks like this right now. But in that case, you would then set the event for, all right, well, I want to look for the minting announced. And you could then have it send out an alert to that minting announced. So this is something that the dev wanted to. They could set up the Discord hook and point this at their server and say, all right, guys, right now, you can also integrate it with, like, Twitter. You can integrate it with Slack. So, yes, they could set up the integration there. It might not have known about it before. But, yeah, they could set up the integrations to say, all right, if we ever call announce mint, there is going to be an announcement in the Discord telling everyone that has occurred. They can even include the at all or whatever. It'll just be done through the hook. Simple enough. You could also set it up yourself to get your own announcement, have that emailed to you, sent to you on Twitter, that sort of thing. All right. Where were we? All right. So here we can execute mint. If we execute the mint, then what is happening in this case is that it is taking the amount that is in the mint, basically. So, yeah, in here for the amount that it has. Where was that? There it is. Yeah, for here the minting announcement with these strings. Oh, there it is. Yep. So there, just the amount that the. No, that was the minty announcement. I apologize. I'm getting tired. All right. So where are we with this amount? Where is that one coming from? Let me see. Oh yeah, here it is. It was from the announcements ID that it was getting the amount. So it knows from the announcements. Okay, what amount did we announce? So even in here in the mint, they've put in the check to say first you have to have announced that you're going to mint before you can mint. Second, when you do mint, you can only mint the amount that has been stated in the announcement. So to be clear, you're going to get a warning. It's going to tell you that that has occurred. There is going to be a delay that is going to be set at the time this thing is deployed for what that delay from the time the mint will be announced to... Oh, I don't put sugar in my coffee. I drink roughly 4 shots of espresso, about 8 ounces of heavy cream, 4 tablespoons of MCT oil, 2 tablespoons of collagen, and 1 tablespoon of raw cocoa powder. So, anyway. Where was I? Announcement, change the dictionary. I guess I'm lost.
I'm sorry. All right, so in this case, yeah. So to be clear, here is they'll have to announce how much they are going to mint, and then when it does come time for the mint, they are going to be held to that case. So when this thing comes out, double check the when this thing gets deployed, just deploy. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, so, wait. Oh, ha 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 ha, announcement. Yeah, okay, thank you. Wow, I am tired. Alright, so yeah, in this case, when it announces, it's then say, alright, I'm going to mint this amount. I will only be allowed to mint that amount when I do finally do it. And so when this thing deploys, just double check what the delay setting, what the delay has been set to, and you'll know how long you have from when a mint has been announced to respond, if you really want to. Squirrel. Squirrel? Squirrel. What? Okay. Alright, don't scare me like that. There are no squirrels. Jesus. Look, if you knew what was going on with the squirrels... Now, mind you, we can't be too upset about the squirrels, because the squirrels are defending us from the ducks. The ducks are actually evil. The ducks are straight up evil. The only thing more evil than... Well, no. I think ducks might be more evil than dolphins. I don't know. It really, I guess it just defines on, like, what you consider worse. Like, do you is it worse to be raped to death, or is it worse to be... Actually, no. They both do that. Never mind. Ducks are just generally xenophobic and kill everything that... want to kill everything that isn't a duck and rape everything that is a duck. Dolphins want to, like, rape everything. But they're just genocidal towards porpoises. I don't know what the fuck is going on with porpoises. Nobody fucking likes porpoises. I don't know what is going on that, like, everywhere porpoises go, the dolphins always try to kick them out. I don't know what's up with I don't know, man. I don't go in the ocean. That's just a bad part of town, okay? We just don't go over there. The dolphins, they're running around raping people all the time. And they abuse pufferfish to get high. I don't know what the hell is up with that. Oh, yeah. Alright, so... Yes, so when they do execute the mint, they are going to be beholden to the amount that will be minted. So there you go. When that occurs, they are going to take the amount, they are going to take the operational ratio, they are going to take the operator ratio, and they will then go and mint those for the operator and the team. Alright, simple enough. Team is going to be a address in this case, so we'll work out where that is. Cancel mint, they can just say, oh, yep, I announced it, but we're not going to do it. We're going to go ahead and call that out. Set team, that's where there's an address. Set operator, renounce minting. Alright. It is possible to give up the minting ability. So, yeah, technically they could just renounce the ability to mint stuff. Neat. So like I said, there's a lot of safety mechanisms in this code. So yeah, that is where in the delay minter and the way that's operating, it will be able to handle that. Alright, so we saw governable. We saw the fee reward forwarder a bit. This is where in the fee reward forwarder, when it was notifying the fixed target, there we are. We have our profit sharing pool. Alright, so in this case, the profit sharing pool is going to be an address, and that is... Alright, so when that is set in... Where is that going through? Yes, I am still live streaming. There's a lot going on. Jesus, it's a big project. Alright, there we go. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate the heads up that I should zoom in. So. Alright, so where is this fucking... reward team being set? Oh, I'm sorry. The profit sharing pool. Where was that being set? Here we are. So, it's going to get called by governance. They're going to set that. They're going to define where that reward pool goes, and off it goes. So, this is where they will define where the reward pool is. That will be a part here as a deployment. We can verify exactly where that will be paid out to. Yeah, so based on the various types of reward tokens, that will get paid out to the appropriate reward pool. And here we have the reward pool, which was the no mint reward pool and the delay minter. Alright, so if we dig into the reward pool, that is probably where the magic is going to happen. Alright, so we've got our... Alright, here's where we're going to get to the return, and this is very likely we're going to get to that burn. Let's confirm here. So, let me get all the way to the top and double check exactly what we're doing around here. Okay, so, alright, so we're reusing a bit of code from synthetics. That's fine. For math, we're reusing the math library. That's cool. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so what we're reusing from synthetics is the math library, it looks like. Okay, that makes sense. And portions of safe math, and I'm good with safe math. I don't need to analyze that again. Context. To be clear, context is a way to get information about where the code is running and what information it has, like what's going on with it, hence like getting the message data. Already gone over ownable, so that's how things can be owned and controlled. We've got our EIRC20 interface. This is just to enable the talking to tokens through the VM. Address just tells you is it a contract, to payable, just makes it easier to work with. There's the safe ERC20 that we talked about. And now we're down to, okay, we've got a reward distribution recipient. Take rest. Alright, I'll get through the reward pool because that seems to be the big nasty one. Like, we've confirmed that so far the investment strategies, like the things this thing is doing to move money around, is secure. In the sense that it's not going to make a mistake and fumble the investment somewhere. Even here, in storing information about like the curve strategy, we can see, just kind of glancing through it, that it's much the same structure. There is a modification here, but we can see the same things. Like, alright, there's a salvage, they withdraw the curve. This is all part of the investment of, alright, withdraw from curve, withdraw from the vault, withdraw it all. Again, these aren't as part of how it operates through. So when it says something like withdraw all, don't worry, that's mostly just a case of, look, this thing's gotta move money around, so it's gonna withdraw money. So that is where in the claim and liquidate, it is, for example, going through the process. All right, I'll invest all of this, I'll take all of this out. This is also where things are a little different because of how Curve operates. It's not like Uniswap where you just talk to it. It's got a slightly different interface here, as in being a gauge for some of these points and operating with them. So again, like, it's roughly the same thing. It's just every contract's a little bit different. They're doing slightly different things, and so you gotta maybe do different interfaces to be able to interact with them. Under the claim and liquidate curve, this is again a point of being able to go through and in the CRV strategy Y curve. So if we're going through the Y curve, it looks like, yeah, it is doing things like double checking the amount of balance that it has, getting information. Yeah, claim and liquidate. So it's going through the minter. It is minting things for these particular boards. So basically it's going to claim the curve crop, convert them to die, bring that over, and mint Y curve with that die. So this is a process where essentially it's going to try to realize that profit by claiming the curve tokens convert it to DAI in UniSwap. So it's like, all right, I'm going to claim whatever curve we would have accrued in this point, then going to buy DAI with that. Then from the buying of that DAI, it's going to go over to Y curve and get more. And so, yeah, and mint more Y curve. So in this case, the whole point of this thing looks to be to try to leverage that inherent price bonus that Curve itself should have over DAI, because Curve is a bundle of assets. It does include DAI, yes, and so you might think, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense, but that is where in converting to DAI in Uniswap is you're essentially trading a bundle of 4 possible assets for 1. And that just inherently means that the 1 is like kind of less valuable, because it includes that one and then it includes everything else. So the premise being is that Curve as a bundle including DAI will effectively be always inherently more valuable than just DAI, unless the other 3 tokens become absolutely fucking worthless, or there is only DAI in Curve. But that's not how Curve works, so that shouldn't be a problem. It's not a huge amount of profit, because there's not necessarily going to be a giant difference between it, but like high-frequency trading, the little bits don't... like, it doesn't have to be a huge amount every trade. And given the amount that you're moving around, even if it's a, you know, okay, well, I'm getting like a 1% difference profit by doing this, well, if you're able to move huge amounts back and forth at once, that 1% very quickly adds up. And so that's why a lot of schemes like this, and I'll use this as a moment to kind of wrap up by going back to the reward pool here. I just wanted to double check Curve before I kind of said, like, alright, it looks like all of this stuff is written well enough. I can take the time to go through every single fucking line if you'd like, but you guys are telling me to go to sleep. So I should probably just kind of head off towards the end here and say comfortably, like, I think I'm pretty good calling it on the rest of the investment code. Is doing things safely. Its scheme is to essentially eke that little bit of arbitrage, either by converting from one thing to another, or when it does have to do its conversion. Like right here, part of the point of doing this, of saying, alright, I have Curve, what am I going to do? Well, I will trade the Curve directly for DAI. I will then, because that'll give me a price bonus, and so I will realize a little bit of profit there. Then I will use that DAI to mint more Curve. So in the process of doing that, I'm effectively realizing that as Curve. If you then take that and either use that to award people Curve, you technically should have gotten a little bit more out of it. And if you're moving huge amounts, it should work. And if you're combining this with the ability to move through Uniswap to tokens necessary or into SNX or into a direct trade through Uniswap, then you're going to end up with a case where you're eking out a little bit of profit here and there as it goes through. This thing makes more money as it has more money to transfer, and this is where I really want to point out to people, because I hear it in chat a lot. That idea is not the fucking gambler's fallacy, alright? Jesus goddamn Christ. Not everything that you don't understand is a fucking logical fallacy, for God's sakes. Alright? Oh, you humans are so crazy. Alright, so even if the structure of the argument sounds like the logical fallacy, oh, you're bad fucked up. Oh. Alright, yeah, okay, there you go. Cyotee.eth. Thank you for catching that, audience. I appreciate it. You are beautiful. Thank you for sharing that out and encouraging others. I do appreciate that. Like, subscribe, all that stuff. I archive these, so I let the DVR work. I will let this stay up. Feel free to come back to it later. Play it at double speed so I can rush through things. And as I get my, live streaming legs under me, I'll probably come up with like a good structure and pattern for this. I apologize, I've been going around. And I'm going to go finish those videos on like how the fuck does some of this shit work. This might take me a little bit of time. Anyway, as I'm saying here, you're going to eke out that little bit of profit by going through those conversions. So long as you have a huge amount of money to move around, it's not like the gambler's fallacy, where the idea is, well, my premise doesn't work. I wasn't able to execute my gambling strategy by spending $20. It would have worked if I could have spent $20,000. Oh, you're very welcome. I appreciate it. I could, but my gambling strategy would have worked if I had $20,000. And that doesn't, it makes sense in gambling, because the point of gambling is you do the math and you say, okay, your probability of return, if you average that out over a long enough period of time, is like 48%. Alright, so the house will win over periods of time because your return is 48, because your probability of winning from the investment is 48%. You're going to be losing a large portion of your money, and therefore the house will get that little bit. That doesn't fucking apply to arbitrage, for God's sakes. Because there are times where if I'm going to trade you $1, and when I trade you $1, it's going to cost me 10 cents to trade you that $1, but if I trade you $1 million, and it's only going to cost me 10 cents to trade you $1 million, it can still work out to be cost effective. So, tokenomics. Oh, yes, I'm actually getting right into how this thing makes money. So, yes, the main strategy, as I have managed to deduce from going through the vaults, the strategies, the implementations, essentially the strategies for the stable coins, the strategy for SNX, as far as withdrawing, the setting the reward source, the liquidation pool, investing in here. As far as SNX, it's essentially just taking tokens out from other things when it's cost effective and sinking it into SNX, and then at various points in SNX retrieving the underlying value from that for doing that necessary work. In the reward pool, where it's getting the reward, that's where in the reward pool for getting the reward, it is figuring out how that's going to be pulled out, and which one it's interacting with is going to be based on like what sort of reward pool it is. Is it one that results in the minting, or that goes through the process of minting tokens, or one that doesn't? Anyway, in this case, I was looking through Curve and establishing, and I like this one. This is a nice bet where the addresses for the various things, like the parts of Curve that you're supposed to talk to, because there's a lot of that goes into Curve. There's actually quite a few. All Y coins are crashing except for YFB. Are you serious? All Y coins are crashing. Oh my god. Congratulations, boys. Up to you if you want to sell your YFB and try to snap with some of those other stuff. Fill out your bags. Diversify your stacks. I might try to point at something else, because if YFB is holding strong compared to all the other Ys, then yeah, man, I'd almost say liquidate other shit, buy the other Ys, and hold those, or just dump them all into YFB. Oh my god. Alright, so hopefully this is going to turn into your little moonshot. Sweet. Alright. Want to take a look at the graph right now? Where is it? Whoa! I think it's a little much. Oh my! Wow! Alright, you're, congratulations, guys. That is fucking beautiful. All right. So, as far as market cap, sorry. Yeah. Nice. Market cap at about 5 million. Wow. Yeah, you're at like almost 4 ETH. Shit. That's nice. Oh, it's alright. Alright, give me a site to pick. Alright, so I'm a fucking idiot. Give me one. Which one do you want me to look at? Wide awake. Alright. Well, pardon. I was going to wrap up here on the strategy and be able to call it there. You guys can check prices yourself. You got your own fucking computers. Alright, so here. Yeah, basic strategy here is it is going to be doing the arbitrage between profit that can be made on Curve and profit that can be made on SNX. It looks like primarily its job is to be able to exchange through the various vaults of currency that it will have, either stable coins or Y-Curve. And from those vaults, it will be able to move back and forth on identifying the appropriate price and profit that it will retrieve from the various pools that it can invest into, and mostly make its money by churning through that when the conversion rate is favorable, and doing so by having enough funds to overcome the possible price shift and the transaction fee that would go through that. So, alright. Now, in this case, digging into the reward pool. So, in this case, when we're talking about the reward pool, it looks like the difference between the no mint reward pool and the mint reward pool is that, recall that the underlying rewards are coming from SNX and Curve. And Curve operates through a minting system. And so, technically, to operate, to interact with Curve and to interact, they all have their own different systems. They're all doing their thing, because what Curve is doing is holding assets and then giving you a token that represents those assets. It's literally creating that and then burning them when they come back in. And then giving you back whatever it is. It's got its calculation on what the conversion rate is and all of that. So this is making the distinction to say, alright, based on which liquidity pool we're going to be interacting with, some of them are minters, and so we have to go through a slightly different workflow to process the reward. Or it's a non-minting reward pool. It's more like a redemption process, and thus we need to just simply withdraw. So that's why it's got the difference there. It doesn't look like it's tying into the delay minter, because the delay minter is what's minting these things. So, in here, in the no mint reward pool, it's basically setting itself, or can set itself up. It has a option to update reward. Update reward is basically this recursive operation that when you call something in here that says update reward, it actually goes through that process of getting the reward token the last time, confirming that it's not, bad address, and then actually updating the rewards for an account. We'll find out what the account is from the from what I figured out it has earned. Alright, so let's get into how it figures out that earned, because so far all of this here, this is just, this is normal shit. Like, alright, we're going to figure out how we're going to distribute things. We're going to have it's controllable. We were going to figure out when it was last awarded. We're just going to do our math to figure out what that period is, so we don't have that happen too often. There's the reward per token. Alright, so reward per token. That is where it is figuring it out from the reward per token stored. So basically it's looking and saying, alright, so what do I have? It's adding on the last time reward applicable subtracting the last update time. So from, let me see, the reward token stored is up here. That's going to be a token. Alright. So basically this thing is going to get a liquidity pool token. It's going to receive, going to set that for the reward distribution, the reward token, the LP token, the duration, and so wait, how is reward per token stored? Where the fuck are you? Alright. Am I blind? Oh, okay. So update the reward. It's getting that from reward per token. Reward per token stored. Alright, so that is coming from reward per token. So it's coming from reward per token stored. I'll let this figure out down here how that's getting set. It's adding in based on, so the math. So I want to highlight here is that this, to indicate, this means that the number that it's adding to the reward per token stored is this entire math operation that it's doing, because that little parentheses there says that the argument going in is all of this. So to be clear, it's not doing anything after that. It's just adding to the reward per token stored by taking the last reward applicable, so the time that the reward was last applicable, subtracting out the last time updated, multiplying that by the reward rate, the half is generated interest will go back from the community and then burn those bought tokens, unless I'm wrong. You know what? Let's go ahead and jump ahead to see what is happening with the rewards. If we are burning tokens, then somewhere in here should be a burn call. And yep, here we go. It is in the vault. In our burn. So when there is a withdrawal, we do a check to see if the vault has any funds. We do a check to see that there are a number of shares here. We then go through, and in doing that, we will then update the total supply based on, whoops. There we go. Alright, so I can get some information here. Cool. So what is behind here is that total supply is a vault. Or sorry, it's inside the vault. So the total supply where is the actual total supply? Am I being blind here and just not seeing the method, like seeing the function definition? What the hell? Deposit. Alright. Why don't we do this? Yep, there it is. Ah, okay. Pardon. That's why. It's in goddamn everything. Here it is. YFBETA total supply. Alright, so yeah, that's where it's going and checking the... No, that can't be goddamn right. Where is that method? Literal impl total supply. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so that's a usage here where it checks to see if it's 0. That's an area where it divides by it.
That is where it's getting full supply, getting full supply, getting full supply, getting full supply, getting all of that, getting that, getting that, getting that. Alright, so I'm guessing that it is actually in one of these interfaces. God damn it. Alright, so... Oh! Duh. I should have checked here. The vault is in ERC... Right? It has a total supply. Duh! Alright, so I'm being fucking stupid. I'm not thinking that's why it's calling itself. I'm like, what are you talking to? Right, you're talking to yourself. Got it. I'm not thinking well enough. Alright, so. Where were we? Right, so we were in here with the reward pool. We were establishing that it will be handling that by moving things around, and we had worked out in the vault that is where the burn was occurring. Whoops. And so... Where was I? Yeah, that is where here, in that withdrawal... Yep, I was going to call that burn. The max burn amount. Which one is it? Oh, God. It's always in the fucking interfaces. That is interesting. So where is... Which interface is in the burn? Ah! I really need to get a better IDE for this, because it looks like it's pulling up that... You know what? Where is the ERC20? Detailed. Is that the one for... Where the burn is? Alright, so where did we have... There it is. There's that one. Is it just that it doesn't like to find things... I think the find operation doesn't like solidity, to be honest. Because I swear I'm looking for stuff. Like, see? There we go. I actually have some of these things. Okay. Alright, so. As I was saying. Alright, I was getting a little lost there and trying to find stuff. So yeah. As I was saying, in this case, the actual operation through the reward pool, where it is going through and which one was it? Yeah, we were on the no minting. Yes, there we are, the no mint. Sorry, I lost track of where we were. Yeah, so when it's going through the reward pool and adding in that amount, it's doing it based on the time since it last updated. It's doing it based on what the reward rate is, with the reward rate being, right now, it starts off as 0 for the no mint, and then in dealing with that, here we are. When it notifies what the reward amount is, it will update that reward. So it's going to start off with no reward amount, which is fine. It's like it hasn't done anything yet. It's like so it hasn't done anything, therefore no rewards. But YFFI, only other Y token in the green. Damn. Nice. Yes, no, that is correct on the tokens that are being bought back and burned and destroyed. So yes, that is what is occurring from there. I was getting into how the reward rate is calculated and for processing that. But from what you're saying in chat, one, you're fined. I'm not sure whose fines you're talking about. Hope that's not me. So far, this is the only fine I've had, and even this was brought to me by somebody else. In here, for calculating the reward amount, it's going to be when it anytime that it has to notify on the reward amount,
it's going to be doing the calculation. It's going to accept the reward as that call, and we can go find instances of where this is going to happen. But when it does that, this is that point of going through, confirming that, yes, it is time to reward again. Essentially just making sure that it somehow isn't suffering from an overrun attack where it's just getting a whole bunch of commands to do those sorts of things. It's just doing that check of like, no, I've processed my rewards in the appropriate amount of time, so no. And in doing that, it takes the amount of reward, it divides that by the duration, so it's working out roughly what that period over, or how that reward is distributed over that period. It then is looking at that period finish, so saying, all right, when did we last finish video for YFuel. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I was meaning to take a look at that. I appreciate it. Pardon they kind of fell through the crack there. I was pulling up and getting ready to look at them, and in the process of getting ready to look at them, I got the tip on POTUS, and from YFuel, I couldn't get a solid date on when they were going to launch. And so if I can't get like an idea roughly on when they're going to launch, I got to prioritize things. And POTUS was launching faster, and I went through the POTUS code. So, sorry. I tried to prioritize. POTUS was launching first. Wanted to get in there and help out with the ones that were launching faster, and just didn't get to YFuel. I need more time, and I need to like co-host and shit to be handling this. But I do, like I said, I got an idea for starting a DAO to help turn this into a community. There are several others that had a similar idea for a DAO, and so we're going to try to put that together. And no, YFBETA cannot rug pull. YFBETA will have control through a multi-sig wallet to be able to pause the investment scheme and then force the liquidity and the investment rewards into the withdrawal vaults to then be withdrawn. And so you're not going to... Yeah, I know, it's getting down. It's winding down. That's kind of going to wrap up here from what I was looking at, because I could dig through this forever and try to figure it all out. But yeah, basically, this thing is eking out that percentage either through the ROI differential between either SNX or Curve, or routing through YSwap or UniSwap to make that exchange. It will also be realizing profit from the fact that it can exchange Y-Curve for DAI and then deposit DAI back into Curve to, again, realize that little bit of profit that it's going to get there. So between all of that and doing that repeatedly, you get kind of a Superman 3 scenario of every little bit done with the appropriate amount, like this amount of liquidity means that it will continue realizing more profits bit by bit as it ekes it out. We'll be appropriately doling that out to people to get those rewards. The rewards are going to be based on, or be doling out the token, or the various tokens that are rewarding that, basically. And then it's going to be making that more valuable by burning a portion of that as it goes through. And the intention there is the burn is to... Governance token have no value. You can say that. I understand that it's a stance and a philosophy, as I will tell all of my clients in my professional life. Life is complicated, life is difficult, and the universe is literally out to kill you. And in this case, you have to accept that you can't solve all of your problems. You can only figure out which ones you want to live with. And so, and I will kind of wrap up here and say, like, yep, the scheme looks good, the code's solid, the way the dev is behaving is trustworthy in my mind. The way they've handled their deployment, where they had automated it so that the entire deployment and entry rushed through was done through automatically, so all the token dispersals and the lock of liquidity happen in one go, makes appropriate. But in this case, you are correct, there is a trade-off. If you have governance, then you do have to trust the dev. They can go through various tasks, such as automating the deployment and depositing the ownership in a DAO and minting out DAO tokens. I find that is probably the best between all possible worlds, but that itself comes with its own fucking problems, because what if you screw up the voting terms on the DAO? And you probably want to run the test on working with this thing before you lock the tokens in the DAO. So, again, it just comes all of these points of you can make your choices. Now, I do like the stuff where you burn the ownership. That is very appropriate to a lot of systems, like you brought up. Based? Fucking love Based. I love EFI. Some point, I should probably, if I can get some of the Ample guys, oh my god, I would love to get some of the Ample guys. The Ample guys, the Based guys, the Rample guys. I got a tip on another EFI protocol that is looking pretty hot to me. I like its tokenomics. It's got a sound one. Benchmark. I love EFI. I will get into that in a second. But in all of these cases, unless you're something direct, like an EFI token, one, I would like tips, yes. You can send them to cyotee.eth. cyotee.eth. But I will tell you that one in a second. To finish off my point there, and then I'll kind of wrap it up here, is so far this is solid. You can figure out which problems you want to live with. If you're dealing with something like Base, something like Rample, something like where the mechanics of the token, the mechanics of the service are fairly simple, straightforward. It's just a direct calculation. The math is in there. There's really not a way it can go wrong, because all it's doing is responding to market behavior, and at this point you're just taking a roll of dice. You're like, look, we're just going to accept whatever the fuck this thing does based on how the market behaves. And so with stuff like Based, Rample, Ample, in the case of, well, pretty much a bunch of other stuff, you generally can have that be fine, and it will generally work. But I will point out, even in those cases, sometimes something can go wrong. You want to do your test, you want to make sure that math is correct. Just look at what happened with TrueAmple. Now, TrueAmple they had a problem with supposedly their keys getting stolen. I'm not sure how much I believe that, because, I don't know, are you smart enough to write the stuff and then too fucking stupid to secure your key and not fall for a phishing attack? Or was it an exit scam and you're using the claim that someone stole from you as the method to get away with it? I don't know. I don't know the guys. I can't say anything about them. But I'm a suspicious motherfucker that doesn't trust anyone. So I think of these things. I don't know. Anyway. If you just look at Hot Dog, you see the risk there. If you get something wrong, so something like Trample, something like Hot Dog, something like Yams. Yams did have governance, but the governance was tied to the token minting, and so it could get out of control. And so ultimately, it just comes down to, you gotta pick your problems, you know? Are you willing to trust in a dev that seems to be doing everything forthrightly, behaving appropriately, and seems like somebody you can work with? Or do you want to run the risk that you have a trust no one model, which I like, but if something goes wrong, you're fucked. There's nothing anyone can do about it. The code will play out, and it will just rape you. So, up to you on your choice. I'm not going to say governance always bad. I'm going to say look at the project, look at the scheme, analyze the code, confirm what governance is going to be able to do, because just because something has governance doesn't mean it can do whatever the fuck it wants. If the code doesn't allow for certain manipulations, like what's going on here with this whole thing, is for the most part, the only thing governance can do is turn off the system so that it doesn't generate profit anymore, and then force all the funds and liquidity into positions where everyone can easily withdraw them. Because, you know, trying to withdraw stuff, there's a factor of like, well, you know, if we're in the middle of moving money around, we might not have it in the right place at this exact moment to give it to you. We can get it there, but this is just priming it up and saying, look, rather than have to go through these gyrations, I'm just going to turn you off, force everything through to where people can withdraw, and then let people withdraw. There is an emergency withdrawal where it can be pulled out, but even then, it is a risk. Yes, the way the dev is behaving, the way the code's written, the way the project's managed, I'm not really worried about it. Everything seems to be going well. I'm comfortable, especially since they're putting in a multi-sig wallet, and from what I saw of the initial deployment for the token when it launched, the initial deployment, everything went through so quickly. They're clearly using like some sort of scripting or automation to handle that, and thus when they say that it's going to be deposited in a multi-sig wallet, then you can go and double check the deployments and confirm that yes, that did actually happen, and in doing so, it did happen in a timely enough manner that nothing could happen to go wrong. So, yes, a stop loss that gives people, yep, there it is. It's a stop loss that gives people more confidence if something goes wrong. Yes, I have seen that before. It's very common in these sort of schemes. It's very common to see a mechanism to go like, all right, this thing's out of control because the blockchain is immutable. There's no way that we can like change what's there. The best we can do is call this one garbage, pull out whatever funds are in there, and then move on to another project. So they have that mechanism. They can put the brakes on these things, force all the funds through whatever scheme is necessary to get it into the appropriate place to withdraw, and then let everyone withdraw. Technically, there's an operation that things can be pulled out further, but again, that's a stop loss as an emergency measure, and I would say when these things launch, the first thing you want to do is go through the transaction logs for them, look it up on Etherscan, look it up on Bloxy, and like in the case of Bloxy, there's been quite a bit of trading here. But if I go here, I'll go to the transactions as an example. There it is. Alright, so here, and yep, there it is. Ownership transferred. So as you can see here, contract creation, ownership transferred, that's when they were set up. You can go here and look at the transaction. You can see from the time these things occurred, like what happened, how did they occur, and oh! Alright, somebody used gas tokens, somebody used cheat. Hey, I'm curious, is anyone actually using gas tokens in their systems yet? Because I'm really also bullish on gas tokens and chi. And I'm not sure if I've seen anyone actually implement gas tokens. I've actually considered trying to work out my own way to mint gas tokens. As the profit scheme. Sorry, I don't mean that in code of like I don't know how to mint them. I just mean like I've been trying to work out a way to consider minting them. I also been playing with an idea for building a war game out of liquidity pools with a DAO mechanism. So that when, which one is it? Basically a stop loss, my TPT, thanks for your work, man. Oh, you're very welcome, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, things could take up too much block space. To be honest, because you can delete them, and that's why I like the Chi Gas token, because the way the Chi Gas token is doing it, it's creating a garbage smart contract. It's defining out a smart contract and then just like filling it with useless stuff in a tiny amount. And that's technically because creating a smart contract is less costly than trying to create a token or wallet address or something and then destroy that. And it thus can get a better return on its minting. The problem is that yes, because the way the I know, you say it takes up too much gas space, but the point is that you can delete entries on there to try to recover space. To be honest, storage is the least of our fucking problems, for God's sakes. Like, we're still under, like, 500 gigs, aren't we? I'm gonna have to check, but, like, even if this thing gets to a terabyte, like, my God, I don't give a shit. If it's up to a terabyte, I can still store it on my goddamn phone, for fuck's sake. Like, I don't care about how much block space. It does not matter. So, anyway, yes, thank you if you like the stream. Thank you very much. You'll tune in for more. I'll go ahead and wrap it up there. I did say I was going to have a tip. I will wrap it up here of, like, yes, there's a stop loss. Yes, I'm okay with it. Yes, the risk is that the dev could turn out to be scummy. They don't seem to be scummy. I mean, I offered them a chance to come on and talk. They were very shy. Otherwise, good hands for them. Like, solid, strong hands. Hold on to this. Stake into this scheme when it goes in. When it happens, I would just double-check the launch, the transaction log initially. Double-check for your assurance that the ownership was transferred to the multi-sig wallet that they say that they'll be depositing into. Multi-sig wallet with an announced trusted second or third party is appropriate. But I do want to work out a way or a better solution to account for bus factor. Just because if you got a multi-sig wallet and you need all the signatories to open the wallet and then one of them gets hit by a bus, what the fuck do you do? So hopefully that person has a next of kin, and hopefully they've got a mechanism to pass their wallet seed phrase to their next of kin, who then you can walk them through recovering it and such, and things like that. But, like, we need to work on some of this stuff as a sector in the overall. So they're good. They're solid. On the comment of gas tokens, I like them. I'm intrigued by them. I actually think that they'll be beneficial for miners because part of the problem with the minting of the gas tokens is that because you're basically gaming the system by overloading the transaction with gas for a tiny operation, and because the protocol refunds you any unused gas for your operation, you're kind of pulling that con of, like, oh, how much is it? Oh, it's $12. Okay, you pass them a 10, and you say, hey, can you give me, a 5 and 2, or sorry, it's $7. Here, I'll give you a 10. Hey, could you give me 2 5s? And, and you pull that scam of getting to give you more money back and stuff. It's kind of like that. You're overpaying the gas to get it in. You are writing to the block. Chi is doing it reasonably well. On top of that, I think if it were pushed out to miners, and this is what I think might be $1 million idea, so you guys can have it. If you could update, because part of the problem is that when you're doing that, the miners might decide that they don't like doing business with you, and so they can blacklist your wallet. Chi even says that in there. Gas Token says it in the documentation. Chi mentions that you should use a special wallet to mint from. It's not 100%. It's not like they're going to blacklist you right away, and it's not global. It's for that one miner. It might apply to an entire mining farm, but entire mining farms don't really have a way to... it's not really appropriate for them to be scanning everything that comes in, but they could possibly share their blacklist between their miners. So it could happen. Since it's not going to happen right away, since Chi is coded to be relatively safe, is trying to work out a nice deal, it seems reasonable enough to work on that. I think it's not going to cause higher gas prices. They're unused. But what bus factor is an industry term. I didn't make that one up. Like in IT, we talk about it. When we're dealing with a massive project, we will actually factor into, like, okay, so what's the bus factor on the project? And it's like, oh, we've got a bus factor of 3. Okay, great. So 3 key players will have to get hit by buses all at the same time for us to really have a problem. Got it. Anyway, so here thank you, but I got some stamina. But in this case, yeah, that's where for the gas tokens, I think it can be worked out to be cost effective, where if the miners can be convinced to accept the gas minting as an operation, you could turn it around and say, okay, as technology advances, I actually know like a few mechanical engineers trying to work on some power generation technology that could change everything. I already got the exclusive license on that generator and power system if it ever comes out, and I plan to launch that out there. I would like to get the funding going for that, because that would be super. I would love to start generating electricity at like 1 cent a kilowatt hour, if not less than that. But in this case, if we can convince the miners to just accept the minting operations, then as they go through... Oh, the tokens? Oh, okay. Oh, we'll learn about them. Oh, the bus factor thing. Right, yeah. So yeah, in the gas tokens, in this case, it's... If we can convince the miners to say, all right, let us do this when the gas prices are low, and we understand that you'll do it too. And if what you could do was work out in the miner some method that they could do the reverse. So if their power cost is low, and therefore it's cheap for them to process things, then they could turn on their own gas miner for their system. They could mine their own gas tokens, maintain that bank, and I gotta dig into how the miners work, but if it's possible, I'm wondering if when they receive that and are working through that, you know, they accepting the transaction fee, if the transaction fee is particularly high, might it be possible to have the miner say, well, thank you very much for your transaction fee. I'm not going to use the portion of the transaction fee that you present. Like, you owe me X amount of GUI for doing this. I understand that. And I could take the GUI out of here and do that as part of the transaction fee. But what if I don't have you do the conversion? I just take all of your transaction fee, and then I spend the mining token on your behalf. And say, look, you gave me the transaction fee when it was high, and then I'm going to, because I banked it when it was low, plug that in to satisfy the math. But I really got to dig in to find out how that works. I haven't looked at the miners in that great detail, so I'm not sure if that's even possible for them to do. But hey, guys, have it. If you can figure out how to make that happen, I think they're going to be $1 million idea to make the miners even more profitable, and the rest of us won't fucking care. And it'll help stabilize gas prices. As far as that tip, I will definitely say I am very bullish on EFI. Like, insanely bullish. I know I'm a Doge, but, like, I might be part Minotaur here. Like, raging bullish, but not with a gun. Just spewing cash everywhere. Because the way EFI is written when it's done properly, that's why I really like Based. That's why I really like Ample. I really like Rample. Softlink looks to be pretty good, and I need to dig further into that one and buy into it further. Ample seems to be the best just because they were the earliest and they've had the best work. True Ample was some sort of fuck up, so EFI itself is not like it doesn't solve all the problems. But Benchmark is out. You can, I believe, well, it's not out, as I'm sorry, they have their documentation out. So in, whoops, yep, in benchmarkprotocol.org. So, I like Ample, I like Rample, I like Based. Based did it perfectly. Based is fantastic. I love Based. I am totally based on this. like I said, I like Ample. I'm heavy into Ample. Want to be trying to work with stuff over on their DAO. Got some project to present over there. But for Benchmark is doing things a little bit differently. I had an idea for this when Ample came out. So these guys actually have figured it out and they've done it themselves. So fuck it, I'll leave it to them. DeFi chain. Oh, Pylon. Okay, I've heard of Pylon. I saw Pylons. I didn't dig into Pylons. I didn't know Pylons was EFI. Okay. Well then, cool. Let me go dig into Pylons. Let me see how the fuck a neutral energy data hub. Or is this the one we're dealing with? Pylon network, right? Are we dealing with Pylon network, or are we dealing with the Pylons token? Because I believe there's also pylons.finance. Alright. Was it the pylons.finance? No, not pylons.finance. The fucking... Oh, Pylon... Okay, sorry. Alright. The fuck? Whoops. PILON.FINANCE. Pylon.finance. Come on. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. That's my point. I don't know why it's not coming up. Yeah, it's what you told me it is. Oh, PY. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, it's because I was saying pylons. Thank you. Alright, so, yeah. Didn't know these guys were EFI. I'm gonna have to dig into them and find out what the fuck they do then. And how they operate. And they require me to connect my wallet. God damn it, why do you... Why? Does everything need you to connect a fucking wallet to just get some goddamn stats? You're annoying. Alright, here. Log in on another screen. So, yes. I didn't know they were EFI. I will dig into them into EFI. I will figure out what the fuck they're doing and take a look at them. Benchmark protocol for my tip there. There's another one coming out. So I, based on what has been announced at Ample, oh my god! Oh! Phew, I did not look at my wallet while I was doing this. Oh shit, boys. Well, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. That's good. That's definitely some good. Alright, well, thank you. I appreciate all the donations. I will definitely have to do this way, way more. Alright, so, sweet. As I was saying, I'll take a look at pylons. I'll do the assessment there. I'll locate a pylon. Well, good that you've been doing that beforehand. Good that you told us now. And, maybe this is the last chance to buy low on pylons. We'll find out, won't we? I'll dig into it first. Cool. Box mining. Alright, I'll have to talk to Box Mining too. Or take a look at his stuff. I don't know the guy. If you don't know YouTube creators that want to talk, I'm happy to dig into it. Like I was saying, with EFI, I'm going to dig into pylons here, see how they're operating. I really wish more sites would post their documentation. For fuck's sake. Like, just tell me how you work. Your code is on the chain already. Jesus. Okay? I can see what you're doing. You know, it's not a secret now. Why don't you just tell me what you're fucking doing? But, alright, whatever. Anyway. In here... So as far as EFI, I would definitely be saying take a look at Benchmark. Benchmark is looking pretty interesting. As I said, they're doing something that I was considering doing, which is actually... See, Ample is doing, or a lot of the copycats too. So I like Ample over some of the others because of, you know, they were kind of the first. And partly because I don't... so what? Some others are making the same correlation. The point thing is, in this case, what? Oh, Pylon is only 71. Cool. Well then, by all means, neat. Snap some up. Feel free to tip me in pylons. I'm happy to accept those too. We'll see how this goes. Maybe I'll go snap up some with some of the tips here. Thank you for bringing up that it is EFI. I wasn't entirely aware. I'm liking this in general because whereas Ample is good, Rample is good, oh, EFI, Elastic Finance. It's different than other tokens. Alright, so this is what got me over looking at YFBETA. What brought in is that somebody I know noticed, again, this C-Chan folk. Like, so, C-Chan knows what the fuck is up, alright? C-Chan, that's the name I got for you now on Discord, so we'll just go with that. But, like, C-Chan knows what the fuck is up. C-Chan gives me good info. So with C-Chan, they pointed me at YFBETA, indicating that, hey, this looks like an EFI thing. They weren't entirely sure and didn't have time to dig into it. I saw that they were doing a rebase operation, and that does kind of indicate EFI, Elastic Finance, but the way YFBETA is handling their rebase, and technically that's where the burn is occurring, and I really am tired, and this is where I need to wrap it up with a rough explanation of EFI, and then if you guys give me enough likes, if I get some more subscribers, and you leave me some messages on Discord or comments here, I can even do a special stream on just what EFI is. If you can bug any of the EFI team members to come on and talk about it, with someone like, I saw the Ample guys over at the Link conference. It was nice. They were lovely, but it was kind of frustrating to have them being talked to, like, interviewed by people that didn't get the fucking concept. But I'm dancing around what the concept is. So, the whole point of EFI is that there is times, and there are conditions, where EFI, as in Echo Foxtrot India, Elastic Finance. The premise there is that as much as we hate the Fed and as much as we despise printing money, and the real problem is not the printing money, technically. The real problem is the debt, and the fact that when the money is printed, there is not an accurate calculation of how much money is actually needed. Because we're aware of this in how tokens work. Like, it's basic tokenomics on how things operate. Alright, hold on. I do need, like, a quick pee there as I dig into this, so I'll take a moment here. I'll take, like, 10-15 minutes. I'll explain EFI and the functions and why it's good, and then we'll close out with that. So, like, we'll got in, like, another 15 minutes. Just give me a second here, like 30 seconds. Alright, pardon. I also grabbed a new pack of smokes. Alright, so, as I was saying, EFI. They are tokens that can expand their supply. They don't do it like normal minting tokens, so it's not like Y-Curve or SNX, where a token is created. It is added to the supply based on you depositing some funds. And so essentially they're creating a collateralized system. It's backed, when you deposit, or I should say, when you deposit funds into Y-Curve, there isn't a set supply of Y-Curve that YFV $20. Is that a drop? I don't remember. I can't remember if they were up or down. All these YF things, I keep forgetting them up, mixing them up. Anyway, so the point being here is that when you're doing something like minting tokens, you're creating them as based on backing something. That's fine. You're printing money because the money that you're printing represents other money that you actually have. Totally cool. When they get their token back and you're going to be destroying something, they throw it away. So, neat enough. The thing is that there is reason to actually have greater supply. Now, Bitcoin and pretty much everything like that, even the ones that go forever, there's either a deflationary mechanism, as in they either destroy some, they're expecting there to be a normal deflation mechanism, or they're expecting the creation to keep up with the value. Alright, yeah, drop. Oh, wow. Alright, well, sorry for YFB. So, as I was saying, in this case, where was I? Yeah. So, there is value in raising the supply. We're all aware of why a lot of tokens burn. That's basic deflationary economics. And the thing is, it's basic. Like, it is basic bitch economics. It's the sort of shit, like, anyone that doesn't understand that if you take money out of supply, you will generally get a good result. It will go up in value, and that will continue stabilizing the market. Doesn't understand fucking economics. The problem being is, when you go through inflation, we're aware of how inflation is bad. Inflation, that's where they print more money. There is not more value in the market to account for that. That value is represented in buying power. We use market cap to roughly calculate buying power, but technically buying power is literally that. It's what can I buy with my money, how much, and of what quality. So in this analogy, if it's something like, I can buy a hamburger for $1, then my buying power of the dollar is a hamburger. That's literally why we have the Big Mac index. It's a common thing in economics. It's a way to correlate the buying power of the dollar, because right now, literally everything else in economics is correlated to the dollar. What the fuck does the dollar correlate to? Like, what is it backed by? Well, they try to back it to something like a Big Mac, because weirdly, the Big Mac and similar fast food has a pretty steady price to, valuation index across pretty much all currencies. Like, it may be, 499 kroner or some shit to buy a Big Mac. It might be like 50, 80,000, or like 50 or 60,000, 5 or 8,000 yen to buy a Big Mac, but that still works out to be the same roughly everywhere. It still works out in our mind to be about $5, So, in this case, when we're doing this correlation, so, alright, it takes me $1 to buy my burger. Cool. If they print more money and there isn't more market cap, there isn't more value in the market, then, my dollar is now worth less. And so I can't buy a Big Mac with my dollar. Maybe I need two. We understand this. This is inflation. This is why we fucking hate the Fed. Part of it. The debt, really. The debt is the real fucking issue. The central banks are evil. But, beyond that, there is the aspect of deflation. If you take money out of the supply, you generally prevent inflation. But yeah, you really don't want to look into who the debt is owed to. It's not a pretty bunch. I know it's not those people, whatever those people might be that you're thinking of. It's just rich assholes. They've been rich for so many generations. They've kind of lost their humanity. It's almost like they're reptiles. Anyway, no, I don't have that conspiracy theory either, Jesus. But in this case, you can stabilize and protect against inflation, and you can stabilize and protect against various fluctuations in the market by having an inherently deflationary currency. So a lot of the tokens that are out there have this deflationary mechanism. They burn some number of tokens. The problem is with burning some number of tokens, you're kind of increasing the value, but you're doing it artificially, in the sense that it's not actually adjusting in response to market cap and desire for liquidity. Yes, I am bullish on EFI, Echo Foxtrot India, Elastic Finance. And I was getting into the reasoning behind that. The problem is that with deflation, if your currency is deflating, it is possible to actually reach a point of hyperdeflation. So hyperinflation, the buying power of your money is going down so fast, faster than you can spend it, that you then can't ever realize that value. You know, I'm going to take a wheelbarrow of money to the store to buy a loaf of bread, and by the time I get there, it takes 2 wheelbarrows full of money. I'm fucked. There's nothing I can do at that point. Well, in the case of hyperdeflation, you end up with this weird case where the value of the money is going up so high. Kind of. I will get into ample in just a second, and I will explain that, and I'll try to redeem ample. With hyperdeflation, you have a case where the value of the money is going up so fast because the supply is constricting, or the market cap, the buying value of the buying power of that money is going up so fast that the best strategy is to just hold on to your money. And this is why you can't look at economics as a Keynes versus Hayek dichotomy. It is one is appropriate for times versus the other. Sometimes, EFI, Echo, Foxtrot, let's not say that name. Let's, I don't want to get too much fucking attention. It's not just them, there's others. There's a certain P family that you might want to look up. They're, anyway. Oh, the 3 seed. Oh, wow, okay. Wow, you guys are really fucking based. I love you people. Alright, so, oh, see, this is what I like. This is what I like. You guys are realizing it's not any particular group. It's a bunch of dickish groups all over the place. All kinds of... The real woke. Not the shitty fake woke that the corporations program you with. The real fucking woke. And you're realizing that, no, it's not like one particular group that we need to aim it at. It's like, no, it almost seems like when humans get too much power, they just go rotten. It's almost like we should have a proverb about that. Something about, like, power, having a lot of power, will, like, do bad things to you in a corrupting manner in, like, a lot of ways. I don't know. I wish we had a thing that people could remember easily about not acquiring too much power and being suspicious about people that have acquired too much power. I'm not a communist. I'm just like, maybe we shouldn't centralize things. That tends to make it go sour. Now, it's fucking everybody. Like, I'm just gonna point there at the military-industrial complex. Like, everybody's dirty. Like, anytime you want to point at a nation, be like, that nation's doing shady shit. Like, so's all of them. Like, the game of nations is a giant gang war, alright? Oh, those people too. Okay, well, you had to say it. Alright, so now you're looking to get the stream shut down. Okay. So, my point here with EFI, not to derail too much, is... Oh, yeah, thank you. I know. I was memeing in the, like, I wish more people would remember that and go like, hey, anyone that wants to have the throne probably shouldn't have the fucking throne. This is why I'm an anarchist, not because I actually want anarchy. It's just like, nah, anytime you tell me that you need a massive, powerful organization that has the ability to force me to do things, I really need, like, a serious conversation, and my answer is probably going to be no. So, now, as I was saying, in this case, you can suffer from hyperdeflation where if the burn rate is too high, then the value of holding the currency and having it go up in value is better than actually spending it, which then means you fall into the problem Keynes likes to go on about when he talks about flow, where you need money to flow through the economy. If everyone is holding on to their money, then because it keeps going up in value, then they're not spending it, and then there can be no economic action. Nobody's doing anything. And thus, the money, in a weird way, by skyrocketing in value, by suffering from hyperdeflation, actually ends up reaching a tipping point where it almost becomes worthless again, because you can't do anything with it, because you can't ever spend it. So, you don't want inflation, you also don't want deflation. So what you actually want is a money supply that will adapt based on what the behavior of the market. Now, in the case of Ample, and in the case of Based, and in the case of, well, sure, Ample's kind of doing it, but in the case of SoftLink, well, sorry, SoftLink is correlating to Link, so they're different. But in all of those, in the case of Ample and Rample and Based, they are correlating themselves to a USD derivative crypto. And so, let's go back to, tally sticks. Basically, we have. That's what crypto is. Essentially, crypto is a giant distributed global digital tally stick. I don't know what you want. Like, that's basically crypto. You wanted to go monkey? We're almost there. We're definitely back to tally sticks and counting things with knots on rope. Because that's effectively what the blockchain is. Now, in this case, with like what Ample's doing, with what Rample, what Base is doing, they're doing a calculation based on, in fact, we can go over to the Red Book. I love the Red Book. I really wish more projects would do this sort of thing. It's stunning the number of projects I've been talking to where I ask like basic questions like, so, have you done the economic trend analysis based on various price points functioning in the price correlation that you're calculating, the trading behavior correlated to the volume, and as measured in the market cap for what your calculation will be to work out the bands of trading strategies that you know how this thing behaves. Because these tokens don't work well with classical trading strategies. So, for example, what is happening in the protocol rules for Ample, and I'm using them because I know I'm very familiar with them. They're the ones that got, like, this is what brought me to DeFi. So, like, if you're happy that I'm here, thank the Ample people, alright? Because I looked at the AMMs, I looked at the whole money market exchange, and like, yeah, great, fine, fantastic. You're still trading fucking stable coins. Alright? I can run a dream of trying to suck all US dollars into accounts that are backing stable coins, and then we just never trade the cash out to the currency itself, and so eventually we can just consume the US dollar and can take its power for our own by just cutting the heart out and eating it with crypto. Ultimately, we still have the fucking US dollar in there, and I hate that. I want to get fucking rid of it. So, it's nice and all, but I really didn't give a shit. And you guys were just basically Forex trading in money markets by various US dollar derivatives. And like, no offense, I didn't care. And then somebody pointed me at Ample and was like, yeah, but Ample's not doing that. And I read into what's happening. And I went, holy fucking shit, I did not know the code could do this. Oh god, this changes everything. This literally changes all of economics. So, personal opinion on YFBETA. I did. YFBETA. I like it. It's good. It's solid. Risk is that it has governance. Governance is well implemented and controlled. The most the developer can do is essentially shut it down and then force all the funds into the vaults where people can withdraw. And that's good, you know, for a system like this, where it's a complex relationship with a number of contracts that are all doing a bunch of things. You kind of want that ability to let it run for a while and then pull the plug if it goes awry. That way everyone can redeem their investments. And since they're putting those keys in a multi-sig wallet, I consider that a reasonable compromise on solving the problem, as opposed to what happened with, like, Yams and Hot Dog. So, Benchmark is not launched yet. Benchmark is still in its coverage and its documentation. I would definitely say... Oh, wow, thank you. I will keep up the definitely good work. I do accept tips, cyotee.eth. Feel free to send them there. I will accept anything. Whatever you like, whatever you want, any token. If you want to load me up with all kinds of weird meme tokens and shit coins, it's my experimentation wallet. I will also invest in various schemes that we have. Yes, it does play with people's psychology a little bit, but I'll get into exactly what's happening there. So let me go right into it. So what's happening is with this on the base, I know you want to fuck Ample because it's hot, it's sexy, it's nice, it's lovely. All right, you can hate Ample, you can think I'm an idiot, but I'm going to explain it. So what Ample is doing in the calculation is it is checking its supply. This is a cigarette, but there are many other things to smoke. So in this case, with the protocol, how it's doing that is that as it is making its shift, in that case, in the price expansion, and switching through the various modifications. In fact, we can even look at Based. Based has a nice little graph that makes it a little easier to look at. What they're doing is checking their price from the market oracles now. They are seeing how far away from... Alright, cool. I'll take anything, man. Whatever. I don't give a shit. Dump whatever the hell you want on me. I am curious to see what it is and how it operates. And I'll invest in shit. If I get pylons, I'll go invest in pylons. Might even buy some pylons once I read their stuff. Alright, so what is happening here with the supply, and what is happening in other cases here. In fact, Ample's working the same way with the price difference. They're looking at the market oracle at a set time every day, operating on 24 hours. In this case, depends on the time, get that 24 hours, so on. Could technically be whatever timer or indicator they want. It could be based on a block count, whatever. They look at their price now and see how far off from, in these cases, $1 that they are. Now, in this case, Ample's doing it based on the valuation of the 2019 US dollar compared to Ethereum. Based is doing it as compared to SUSD. Bench is doing it based on its volume index to its own pricing. Rample, I need to double check which one they're doing, but they're doing something similar. Anyway, the point being is that when they see that their price has gone up, that means that they have more buying power, which means that the market would like to have greater liquidity. Alright, I see the questions. I will get to those. I want to explain the premise here and how it works, and then get into that. Now, so the premise here is that they've identified the price has gone up. They've identified then that there is a greater demand for the currency. If there's a greater demand for the currency, that also means that there's a greater demand for liquidity, because when people want the money, that's because they want to spend the money. At least at some point. So, since people want more money, this thing identifies and says, alright, we could suffer from hyperdeflation, where this thing goes up so much... Oh, I'm sorry. Well, thank you. You're welcome. I appreciate you like it. Anyway, so they realize, alright, so at a certain point we could reach a case where it is more valuable to hold on to the money than it is to, like, sell the money. Now, that doesn't work all the time in a market case, because if it goes up in value, you can always sell it off for something else to realize the profit, and then get it in, like, US dollars. The point being is, what happens if the US dollar goes up in value? What the fuck do you sell it for to realize that profit? There's no profit to realize. It's already realized by being dollars. So, in this case, you end up with a situation where people don't want to spend the money. So, this thing is saying, or what they're all saying is, okay, the price has gone up, there's obviously a desire for more of the currency. There's two ways to solve that. Either people keep buying the currency, and it keeps going up in value, or we expand the supply. Now, that sounds like it's the Fed. In fact, there's anti-Ample, which says, haha, Ample's trying to be like fiat, so we're going to destroy it. And they don't understand. The problem with fiat is not the fact that there can be more of it. The problem with fiat is that a human being can just say that there's more of it. That's the fucking problem. That there's a human deciding to make more money. The stuff like Ample is doing it automatically in a predictive way. You can know, in fact, you can look at the Ampleforth dashboard.
And where did I put that dashboard? I can never remember where I put it. I'll find that here in a moment. But anyway, in digging through there, it's saying, all right, so the price has gone up. Oh, there it is. The price has gone up. There's obviously a desire for more supply in the market. Therefore, we need to adjust that. Oh, we got up to 250, 240 something again. Sweet. Anyway, so as I was saying, that's where it's saying, okay, so there's a greater price. There's a greater price desire. So since we have a limited supply and there's a higher price here, people want more. Well, what we can do is provide more funding, more liquidity. We'll do that by increasing the supply. But if we just make more tokens, then everyone's token value is going to be diluted. It's going to, like, reduce. I accept crypto directly to cyotee.eth. Cyotee.eth, it is in the description, it should be, that I take tips there. I am happy to receive them. I'll set up a subscribe star if you really want to, but I mean, if you want to send me fiat, I don't know why you hate me, because I'm just going to have to go through the gyrations to turn it into crypto. But alright, I'll take the abuse if you want to, like, slap me with fiat. Alright. So, in here, this is where what's happening is it's saying, alright, if you want more, we need more supply. So we're going to create more supply. But if we do that by just creating more tokens, minting them, then, I understand, it's okay. So I'm just joking. So in this case, if we do it by creating more minting more tokens, then we will dilute everyone's asset. Because what they have will not be the same. So what it's actually doing in the calculation is maintaining the balance as your percentage of the total supply. I do have an ETH address. I do. It is here. I will type it in here. There you go. My ETH address. It's through ENS. By all means, send stuff over. I will take all kinds of weird shit. I will happily collect like ever weird, crappy shitcoin you might be stuck with if you want to dump it on me. And if you throw something at me, I'll probably just go figure out whatever the profit scheme is from the creator and invest it there. And feel free to watch the wallet and see how that shit behaves. It's my experimental wallet. Anyway, so here. If we want to increase the supply, we don't want to dilute anyone's value, so what we're going to do with Ample and all these other tokens with the Rebase, and that's why it's called Rebase, is we're actually going to track your balance based on the percentage of the supply that you have. When we change the supply, we're going to adjust the balance so that you have the same percentage. Pretty straightforward. If there was 1,000 tokens and you had 100, you had 10% of the economy. If it goes up to 200 tokens, then we'll adjust your balance to 20 so that you still have 10% of the economy. Makes sense. Now, this works out rather well when you have organic growth through increased market cap. This doesn't work well when there is a low market cap and when there is not much buying power. Because you might think, oh, it's gone up to $4 from $1. It has quadrupled in buying power. Well, not exactly. Its exchange rate to other currencies has gone up, and therefore it effectively has it. But no one accepts Ample yet. There isn't a lot of things you can buy with Ample. YF protocol. Alright, I'll check out YF protocol. I also got a tip on another one. It's public, so I guess if it's well, no, you know what? I'll double check with them if I can talk about it. There's another one. I will confirm. I will just say that there is more projects for EFI in the works, and I'm trying to get as close to all of them as possible. So send me all those lovely tips. I would like to talk to everyone.
So, in this case, as I was saying, what is happening with Ample and how it's not diluting your supply, it goes up. Now, if there's not a real increase in value, there's not a real increase in market cap, and you can't buy as much with it, then this price fluctuation is going to end up incentivizing trading. People are going to want to spend that. That's fine. That's what you're looking for. You're trying to provide that liquidity so that people will then use the currency. The thing is that when all you can do is take market cap away from Ample, as in you go buy another currency that is not correlated with Ample, then unfortunately what you're doing is reducing the these guys. Yes, I had heard a bit on some of them. I will dig in further to figure out exactly what they're doing and how that's operating. Thank you. Where was I? Oh, yes. That is where, when you're increasing that supply and providing that additional liquidity, if the only thing anyone can do with the currency is cash out to a few other currencies like Ether, then they're going to do that. And they're going to reduce the market cap, and because that market cap has shifted out of relationship with Ample, it's seriously gone down. And so what happens is that as the market cap is small, and I know it sounds like the gambler's fallacy, but it's not. It's more like dealing with a rubber ball. As on data mine, I have not. I'll have to dig into that. But as the market cap is small and fluctuates, then there can be these wild swings because it's relatively datamine crypto.github. Alright, I'm going to guess that's it. Crypto moonshots, crypto slate, we got the Ether, and we got our datamine dashboard. Alright. And we've got the GitHub. Alright, we'll save that. So, as I was saying, what's going on here? When we have this limited case where the only thing you can really do with Ample is trade it out to something else to realize that profit, because it doesn't have a lot of correlation with most of the economy, the swings are going to be very wild. It's going to go up and down. It is behaving exactly as it's intended because it is swinging wildly. It's supposed to do that when it's this small. What its incentive is that it is trying to encourage people to acquire the currency when things start deflating too much. And so, like when they're inflating too much. So when it's dropping in value, it actually, rather than encourage you, because part of what drives the, into hyperinflation and other points is that as the thing runs out of control, you don't know if there's going to be a good response to change that direction. And so, if the value of the currency starts going down, if you don't know that there's anything that's going to compensate for it, you suddenly want to spend as much of your currency to acquire other goods as possible. Well, this creates a flood of currency into the market. What you'd like to do if the value goes down is to withdraw currency from the market. So, price goes up, there's a desire for more liquidity, you want more currency. Price goes down, there's a desire for less liquidity, you like less currency. But what you're really doing is actually trying to relieve unrealized market potential. See, what is happening here is that what's really happening is that you have this market potential that exists in the price differential between any pair of tokens or anything in the economy. Anytime that there is a good trade, that is a difference of market potential. And that's a price differential, and that price differential is an unrealized market potential. That is a trade that could be done. It is profitable to do so. Somebody just needs to find it and do it. The only reason it hasn't happened is either a lack of knowledge, people don't know they could make that trade, or, a lack of liquidity. There isn't enough money to go around to be able to make that trade. So, how you solve that is by expanding the supply. Oh, this thing has a high price. There's a lot of there's a price differential. There's a lot of unrealized market potential. There's a lot of pressure building up that could cause it to burst one way or another. And so, to adjust and relieve that pressure, it adjusts the supply. When the price is high, it is adding to the supply, adding in more liquidity, doing so in such a way that it does not affect your stake in that portion of the economy that is represented by that token, and thus facilitates people being able to spend the currency better, because you now have more of it. Now, it may seem silly, because you're like, well, but it's still worth $1, so if I have, like, if they're each worth $1, and I had 10 and now I have 20, like, that doesn't seem to be that they're still worth $1. They are, because as it goes up and the supply expands, it has additional market cap, so the value of it goes up. So on the Big Mac index, as the value of Ample is going up, and as it rebases, as it keeps adding to the supply, you keep getting more, but the price goes down, it ends up being in the same. So whereas as it's going up, you say, well, I can buy a Big Mac for $1. Under the case of hyperinflation, I'm eventually going to need $2 to buy a Big Mac. In the case of hyperdeflation, I'm eventually going to be able to buy a Big Mac for 50 cents. This is saying, no, you're always going to buy a Big Mac for 1 Ample. We just keep changing the amount of Ample that you have based on how much value there is in the economy. But the idea would be that the buying power has increased, and therefore it's still going to cost you 1 Ample. The site for Benchmark Protocol. It is literally benchmarkprotocol.org. Let me just paste that in the chat there, and you can have that. But in this case, it is adjusting that supply. Now, if you're in a trading market where people see the unrealized market potential in the price differential, and they realize it by trading market cap away from Ample, in that it is no longer tied to Ample, and in this case done so by being in a liquidity pool with that currency, then it will shrink the supply, because it will interpret that as a lower demand for the currency. But two things. One, as either it is no longer a matter of I'm going to trade out the market cap, but instead I'm going to realize the market potential in the increased market cap by instead acquiring real goods and productive services. Then as the buying power of my currency goes up, as the market cap goes up, then I will have more and more currency to be able to spend on more and more things. And so, as the market grows organically, because people generate more value through innovation, then Ample or similar to Elastic tokens can account for that. And so you kind of end up that so long as people do work to increase the overall value of the economy, and so long as you hold on to Ample, you will have more money, period. So as the market cap goes up, as anybody raises the market cap, now if you directly raise the market cap, you're going to profit more. But if anybody raises the market cap by doing anything that increases the buying power of the currency, then your portion, your value of the currency goes up, right? Now, right now, that is very easy to sway away, because you trade away from Ample, you move currency to something else. Now there's no longer that correlation. Now, it works out well to pick it back up, because since we know that Ample's going to adjust its valuation, its supply, to get back to $1, then it's also going to contract the supply. Which means that if you notice, we had wild swings up, wild swings back down towards $1, but as soon as we hit just below $1, and over here, this was pretty much all people like not understanding what the fuck it was and thinking it was going to go lower, and then being like, well, wait a minute, okay, it dipped, we won't. Some people said, okay, I'll buy the dip, hey, great, good. And then it went down again, like, oh fuck, that's not good. let me sell it. Okay, that drove the price down further, which caused it further. It kind of reached a bottom, and from there it held. And traders then saw, wait a minute, this thing's not going down. Hold on, nobody's doing anything with this thing, and it's not going down in value. What the fuck is going on? And so they come buy back in. People talk about Ample. In this case, this was about when the new liquidity pools were launched. In fact, right here is where when the new liquidity pools were launched. So that's people had a whole lot of volume. They didn't necessarily need to have bought a bunch because this is based on a volume-weighted price average, all right? So it's figuring out, so the price is also going to be adjusted by the volume. So you can end up with a case where high volume or a high price differential, even one, a high price difference, will cause this fluctuation. So mostly this came about because people appeared to want more Ample. Yes, they did, because they were moving Ample around between the various staking rewards. But it created more Ample, thus enabling that to happen, and thus people could deposit more Ample into the various staking programs if they held on to it. But it doesn't really matter. Even if you're staked, it changes everywhere. So I want to be clear here. Anybody that tries to tell you that they found a way to keep an elastic token from rebasing is wrong or lying. Period. It is possible that it may appear that way, but that would happen only when it's held in exchanges that don't actually show you your wallet balance. And that's centralized exchanges, and fuck that shit. So, no, that's not what's happening. It's not possible. It's literally not possible for it to happen. The people that say that literally do not understand. They have no fucking idea how crypto works. They actually think we're trading tokens around, and then some fucking how they're reaching out into your wallet, and that's not how it happens, okay? You don't have any tokens. You have a key, and the blockchain and the tokens are keeping track of how many tokens you have. That's why Ample based all of this, they don't give a shit who you are, they don't give a shit where you are, they don't care what kind of wallet it is. The very fact that it's a wallet address and it has a balance, it can change it. Period. Jesus. Anyway, this is like trying to argue that your accountant can't steal your money. What is wrong with you? Anyway, so in this case, when I love Ample, when the Big Mac becomes so big, product shrinkage in a form of inflation. Okay, see, that's what I'm getting at. Is that this thing is, because it's constantly expanding the supply or contracting it, one, it's going to prevent a hyper inflation where it cannot drop so low because it's going to keep contracting the supply. It's going to do it in a known way. If it keeps expanding, that's fine. Because under the Big Mac index, okay, 1 Ample to buy a Big Mac, it keeps going, we keep expanding. Like, so long as you have organic market growth, as in people are actually innovating, people are actually trading, and there is actual value in what is happening, then you can't get product shrinkage. But that's the point, is that if you get product shrinkage, or if you get a supply side shortage, then that means that the demand goes up, but it doesn't matter how much liquidity you add, there is not going to be anything that could account for that. Well, that can sort of happen, but this thing is going to recognize that with the volume-weighted price index, and because it's not purely based on price, because it would notice that case of, well, wait a minute, either my price has gone up so much that people want to hold me and so they're not trading, or my price has gone down, or my price has gone up because there's extra market cap. Or sorry, they're going down. It's going up and it's going, okay, I'm going up, my price is up. Either my price is up because people are trading a lot of me, and thus there's a lot of volume, and thus that will help affect the volume-weighted price index. If they pull it up a little bit, if it's because the price is going down, then people will want to spend me before I drop too much in value. Well, that will spur the market, cause higher demand. If it's the case of it's going up, so okay, this thing is skyrocketing in value, and so I want to hold on to it, well, now that's going to affect the trading volume, see? And since it's a volume-weighted price index that it's hitting, not just a rote exchange rate, then that reduction in volume by either people holding the money because it's going up in value so fast they don't want to spend it, they want to realize their profits or they want to gain profits by holding on to it, and the only trading that's happening, the little bit of subsistence trading is required to exist, or there's nothing to fucking buy. In which case, if there's nothing to buy, that means for some reason people are not generating anything. That could be because the currency is going up in value so much that at a certain point you just stop working. And you're like, fuck it, I don't need to work. I've collected enough ample that my cost of living is lower than the rate at which the market is increasing in value, in which case I stop acquiring ample and I just live off the fact that more ample keeps showing up in my balance and I keep spending the same amount. You see, it's like, oh, I have 2 ample come in, and it always costs me an ample to survive. Here's an ample, I survive. 2 ample comes in, here's an ample, I survive. Or it's even a 1-for-1. Oh, 1 ample comes in, I spend an ample to survive. I'm good. I can live like this forever. I literally don't need to do anything. Other people need to do anything. But if other people then say, oh, well, I can do that too. How about we all just not do anything and live off ample paying us? Okay, well, now you have the UBI problem, and this is why communism doesn't work. In fact, this is kind of why communists aren't human. It just doesn't work that way. But in this case, when you're setting that up, that then is going to change the volume, which is going to adjust the volume-weighted price index, which is also going to adjust the valuation to other tokens, which then means that the currency will be able to realize and say, look, I don't know why I'm so valuable, and I don't know why I'm going down in price. Either nobody's trading me for some fucking reason, or I should say my price isn't fluctuating because nobody's trading me for some fucking reason, or I'm going up in value and nobody wants to trade me because they just want to hold on and realize the profits. Well, fuck that. I'm going to stabilize. And so if the market cap keeps going up and the volume keeps going down because people don't want to trade, then this thing is going to even out and be like, okay, well, I'm not a moonshot anymore because you fuckers aren't doing anything with me. And I'm a work money. I work best when people use me. If you hold me, I'm going to bitch and moan. I'm going to whine. I'm going to wriggle out of your grasp. And so that will reach the point if people are holding to go, okay, well, nobody's trading, so I'm not going to go up as much. And if nobody's trading, then there's also not a chance to increase market cap. And so eventually this thing is going to even out, and then it's going to tip over, and it's going to go back down. Well, when it does that, people will realize, oh shit, I just can't live on ample UBI anymore. I can't be happy little communist. I have to get off my ass and fucking do something. Oh, I know, maybe I'll riot and steal other people's ample. Well, sorry, if you do that, you're just going to keep dragging down the price of ample. So you can't riot and steal other people's ample. What you need to do is get off your fucking ass and either increase the trading volume or increase the market cap. Period. And so as it evens out and then starts dropping, that should provide the price incentive to say, oh shit, ample's price is dropping, I should buy things, which will then pull it back up. So what we need, and what the best strategy is to start adding as much market cap to ample, as much market cap to all of the EFI tokens as possible. Flood them. And do it across as many trading tokens as you possibly can. If anything has reached what you think is a reasonable market cap and a reasonable trading volume, I kind of don't give a shit what the price is, and I kind of don't give a shit what the trend is or anything. My strategy would be buy a hefty portion of those tokens and sink them into liquidity pools paired with EFI tokens. So ample, rample, based, upcoming benchmark. There's a couple others that I've been hearing about, and from those, sinking them in there, because what happens is, and this is the beautiful thing that people don't realize, is that these elastic tokens, they have infinite liquidity, which means that there is no way to drain their liquidity pools unless you can execute the trade to actually trade and completely lopside that liquidity pool, just like, well, I'm just going to take all the ETH out of this liquidity pool and leave nothing but ample. Unless you can somehow do that all at once, or I should say, leave nothing but ample, then unless you can do that all at once, there will always be a little bit of ample in relationship to the Ethereum. And ample will see that, and it will expand the supply. And so if you execute a supply attack, kind of foregoing and suffering the price attack that you're going to feel against the liquidity pool in an attempt to eliminate ample and remove that market cap, you can't do it. Because you can't get all of it out of there. There's always going to be a little bit in there, and you can't kill ample. Because if you try to do that supply attack, then it will rebase, it will expand, it will handle that in the supply, and bam. Oh, wow. Thank you. It'll adjust the supply, and it will be able to account for the liquidity in there. And as it does that, as it adjusts the supply, and as the money markets do their arbitrage and try to rebalance the liquidity pool, that is going to generate trading volume, which will bring up the price of ample, which will bring up the volume-weighted price index, which will then trigger it to rebase, which will then trigger it to expand the supply, which will then repopulate the liquidity pool. So quite literally, elastic tokens that can increase their supply have infinite liquidity if provided enough time. Which means once you capture market cap in a liquidity pool with an elastic token, it can't escape. It's trapped in this quagmire. Not entirely. Now, portions of it can leave, but, and here's the important part, that's why you need a breadth of that across tokens. Because if I say, I want to take all of YFBETA out of ample, I want to take YFBETA's market cap away from ample, I'm going to trade that away, and I'm going to do that faster than ample can compensate. Okay, great. What are you trading it to? Oh, you're going to trade it over to YFV? Okay, well, I'm paired to YFV, too. Oh, you're going to take it over to whatever? Yeah, I'm paired to that, too. Like, at a certain point, if ample or these elastic tokens are paired across the economy, like if it's used as is intended, which is as the reserve currency for exchanges to help solidify and adjust against changes in valuation that can really hurt them or possibly run them into, like, serious cash reserve problems, then you end up with, you can't escape. Doesn't matter where you go. When you try to take market cap away from ample, once it's large enough, and you try to move that something else to somewhere else, and when you do that, you just end up putting that market cap in relationship to another token that is also related to ample. Sorry, you didn't take the market cap away. It's still there. So you can't leave. So, like, once you're paired with ample, and as the ample gets broadened out and paired to more and more tokens, one, it will even out. Two, it will continue rebasing because it will be perceiving that as increased market cap, because when people want to trade, they'll keep finding that they can trade with ample. Velocity. Is velocity a token, or is velocity something you're talking about the economics of? I apologize. So, in this case, token velocity. Here we are. One, there's velocity ledger, and then there's token velocity. All right, cool. Thank you. We will get through that. So, in this case, yes, that is where, yes, the economics term. I appreciate it. Ledger there. All right, so here we are in that point. We'll get to that. This is the token velocity is total transaction value divided by average network value. This means that the average network value is equal to the velocity divided by the total transaction value. Yes, that is what you're describing. Velocity, yes. As the velocity of ample... No, sorry. Thank you for bringing it up. Don't be sorry. Thank you. I appreciate the heads up. I sometimes not sure what terms I can use and how that's handled. So, in that case, that velocity is occurring. And that's what ample is trying to predict. It's trying to say, what is my velocity? And kind of like to be honest, this is why I think it's such a breakthrough, is that elastic tokens are kind of like the theory of relativity for economics. Because as the market cap increases, as the buying power increases, because there is more things to exchange for Ample, there is more tokens related to Ample in the various exchanges, such that if I want to trade between any two tokens, I'll reliably be able to find a route through Ample, and because its price adjustment is constantly trying to keep it at, a relative price in relation to market cap, I should end up with a relatively reasonable and reliable exchange rate as I move from one token to another. And so as this grows, what you end up with is a case where eventually you reach a critical mass, and if I want to trade between any two tokens, I might as well trade through Ample, unless there's a direct pairing of those tokens. And depending on the exchange rate between those tokens, I might not even want to trade between them. I might want to route through Ample because it is a better exchange rate on both sides. And thus, really, what it's trying to do is account for the velocity. And so in a weird way, when you calculate this is why I say that it's kind of like a theory of relativity for economics, is that much akin to theory of relativity, special relativity, where the faster you're moving, your mass is increasing. The same thing happens with the supply here. The faster the token moves, the larger it gets. It expands to go through. Yes, I'm still fucking live. There have been questions. It expands. And so what it's trying to do is account for velocity. What it's trying to do is, it's not trying to, but it's effectively replicating physics, in that the faster the token goes, the faster the market velocity accelerates, then the faster, or the bigger this thing is going to get, because it has to account for that increased market cap. And so that way, the best thing, once we reach that tipping point where it becomes more cost effective to route trades through Ample, yes, thank you. I take tips. Feel free to offer me tips. cyotee.eth. I will be wrapping it up on this point because we're going to say I was going to finish with Ample. So, yes, it is trying to account for that, provide that liquidity, let that continue. So, this is a good thing. So, provided that we can increase the market cap, provided we can have more token pairings with Ample, provided that we can make it the most available currency on the market, and you can do this with simple amounts. It does not have to be a big push in the market. If you can take even like 10 Ample and deposit that with any other token somewhere, that's fine. The more the better, the less it will be able to be suffered by supply or pricing attacks trying to drain the pool. But because of how the math works out, it becomes nearly impossible to actually drain all of one side, if not outright impossible, depending on the exchange, and thus, there will always be more Ample in there. And thus, as Ample changes in its supply, and thus, as the liquidity pool attempts to rebalance itself, it will continue adding liquidity. And so it will continue responding and continue being this place where somebody can be like, well, if I ever want this thing, I can always come over to this Ample liquidity pool. It's literally always there. And it can't go away. And it can't ever reach a point where it's like wildly out of whack in the price relationship. And so I really do think that as we can get more elastic finance tokens in the market, and as we can get more of them in the exchanges and correlated with each other, at a certain point, you're not going to have tokens. You're just going to hold Ample. And you're not going to trade for tokens. You're just going to go out and ask for a token from this. In fact, at a certain point, you could try to manage this in pools of ways. So basically what I'm saying is, EFI, it's golden. People don't like it because they don't understand it. I know that may sound like, you're too dumb to trade, but that's because it's not normal money. And so trying to do things like, oh, the market cap is increased, here, let me remove market cap to realize that value, ends up really fucking it. And it fucks them, it fucks everyone else, it's not great. But that will go away as the market cap increases. It's like it's not like a balloon where it gets more delicate. It's like a rubber ball. A small, hard rubber ball can bounce all over the place. Alright, I mean, if we look at the price as percentage, Jesus fucking Christ, it's all over. If we look at the supply as a percentage, it's, see, and look here, that's really interesting. Supply in relationship to that. As they adjust, they're relatively close. See? Absolute price versus percentage of supply, nice correlation. Anyway, the point being here is that the whole reason in doing this is that it can fluctuate, it can account for increased market cap, it can adjust through, and as you realize more market cap, the last fucking thing you want to do is sell. If Ample goes up in price, the last thing you want to do is sell. If Ample's high, and this is why it doesn't work for most trading, this is why trend analysis kind of sort of works, but not quite. When Ample is high, it is counterintuitive. Do not sell your Ample. Hold your Ample. Wait for the rebase. The rebase will realize the market value, the increase in market cap, by increasing your balance and adding liquidity. And then you can continue on trading. And so you can like use that as a way to like keep your capital and trade your profits. When Ample is going down in value, unlike most other currencies, like most other coins, once it gets below $1, the second it is below 95 cents, this is the tip here. 1, buy benchmark when it comes out. 2, buy every goddamn EFI token you can get your fucking hands on. Based, Ample, Rample, I need to check SoftLink, so I won't say them yet, but do your research on SoftLink, maybe that one. Buy the fuck out of them. Take as many goddamn other fucking tokens as you can. Pair them across as many different liquidity pools as you can to build up that market cap, and just let it ride. Trust me, just let it goddamn ride. Because the liquidity can never go away. It will have infinite liquidity. There will always be a market equilibrium being worked towards. That means that at various points, as the price differential, as the exchange rate swings with other tokens, they'll keep crossing Ample, and at some point in crossing the price of Ample in relationship to that token, or one of the other tokens it has, then it'll become applicable for them to trade for Ample or trade for another token. If Ample ever drops below 95 cents, maybe wait a little while longer until it, does, but then buy the fuck out of that thing. Alright? Just to give you a tip, the reason I'm so bullish on Ample and why I love it so much, you see right around here with Ample, around on like the 13th, 14th, when it was down to about 65 cents. Alright, not the wallet you guys see, because you couldn't, but this is about the time that I learned about Ample. I learned about Ample a little earlier. Someone gave me some, and I was looking through it, and then I did my research, and this was about the time when I did my research and got it in there. So right about 65 cents is when I bought 100,000 Ample on other wallets. And yeah. A stable coin that will readjust its supply back up to $1, back when it was down to 65 cents. And so buying that out it will go through. Yes, you're right. And the big question is the 10-day scaling factor? So that's an important point here to understand, is that none of these tokens are dragging themselves like snap to $1. That would be too much adjustments for the market to handle. You want to have some price differential to be able to be realized in the market. And so 10 days might be a bit slow. It made sense with other currencies. Let me see here. I believe the Ample guys have burned their keys. Let me see. I don't believe they burned their keys yet, so I think they can still adjust that. They did adjust it a while ago. It used to be much, much higher, so maybe we can still turn it down. I am made of coffee, mushrooms, and autism. And numbers and computers are my autism. and I can let the tism flow. So, enjoy the tism. It's a good autism, isn't it? I was really, really blessed that, like, my tism is computers and finance. And it wasn't like something stupid, like trains or some bullshit. No, you're welcome. So yeah, in this case, it's basically coming down to, like, it's really weird. As Ample has gone up in price, it should behave like a currency. Fucking hold it. Do not sell. If anything, wait for the rebase, wait for more liquidity to be added, and then possibly, like, move that around between the liquidity pools. Keep all your goddamn Ample in liquidity pools. Do not give a shit about the impermanent loss. Does not matter. The rebase will account for the impermanent loss eventually, and it'll work out as a profit in the end. In the end, actually, the impermanent loss will work out to be a greater profit motivator for your Ample than it does for other things. Then, as that continues, as the market cap keeps going up, every time you have a chance to get more Ample, every time you have a chance to get more tokens, do that. Anytime it fluctuates down, dips, especially if it drops below $1, buy more, deposit in liquidity pools. There's many other tokens that have sufficient price, market cap and trading volume. You can basically consume or pillage their market cap to improve the value of Ample. And they'll never be able to really escape if you get broad enough. So, do it. Expand it. Enjoy it. It's beautiful. So like I said, the thing that's coming up that I'm really excited about, Benchmark. I really do think that elastic tokens, especially something like this that's handled by a volatility index, or will actually be very, very interesting and provide some really, really fascinating results. I think that the entire sector will be greatly benefited by having a variety of elastic finance tokens, and really we should just be getting as many as we can that actually will increase their supply and are coded properly. And as we get more of them, and as we can place them in more places, as we can provide and increase that market cap, then this thing will expand. And if we can follow a actually virtuous corporate raider strategy. Because consider, for the other tokens that we're doing this to, they're not hurt by it. Like, we're following a corporate raider strategy, we're pillaging their market cap, we're locking it up in Ample, and then in return, they're now deposited in an exchange where they have infinite liquidity. Like, they're paired with infinite fucking liquidity. Like, what more could a token ask for? To be honest, I'm surprised that more tokens aren't offering stakes on liquidity pools with Ample. Because holy fucking shit, if you can correlate, like, the vast majority of your market cap, if not all of it, across a portfolio of elastic tokens, congratulations, your project now literally has infinite liquidity. The value may not always go up, but you have infinite fucking liquidity. It's never going away if you wait long enough. So, great. So really, I would also recommend that for any other contract. Like, if you've got any other token that you're interested in, if you've got a dev that's listening to the community, whatever, tell them about Ample, Based, tell them about Rample, tell them about Benchmark when it's coming out. I'm going to talk to some folks and see if I can, like, mention a few other projects that I know that are coming up. Offer them to bundle that in there. I would love, I mean, I would swear, I will come help set up a DAO and launch the project. I would love to see if we could get a EFI derivative here of some sort. We'll have to do the math, do the comparison, but I really think that's possible. And anyone that wants to work on a EFI project, let me know. I am trying to keep tabs on as much as what is happening. I am trying to assist with as much development as possible and get that pushed out to get the coordination in, because I don't see this as needed. Because of how elastic tokens work, we're actually benefited by more tokens, because I haven't even gotten into what the fuck happens when you start pairing elastic tokens with each other. It's insane. You end up with this like rubbery harmonic where they're like rebasing off of each other, and provided like each of them are doing things to go up in value at various points, it does reach this weird harmonic where they can like actually boost each other up together as they come with a relationship. And thus, what I really would like to see is an EFI token that is based on its relationship to other EFI tokens. Because at that point, like, holy shit, you've now glued everything together, and I don't care if you're even a liquidity pool with me or not. So long as you're trading to an EFI token, I will be able to adjust the supply. And I really think that if we can have, like, it can be a wholesome, virtuous Sauron. Alright? We can make Sauron coin EFI, quite literally. If we have a number of EFI tokens in the market that are all active and working off different pricing indicators and going through slightly different rebase calculations, and they're all doing it on slightly different timers and on slightly different gradients, then we come out with a token that is related to a bunch of these EFI tokens, or we can come up with we can get a pricing oracle to start listing all EFI tokens and provide us a generalized EFI pricing index that we can work at. Then we can have a token that is just based on that, and then it's adjusting its supply in response to its pricing and trading behavior with other tokens that are also adjusting their supply. And now we're really, like, when Keyes talked about it being water, when Hayek talked about it being power, now we are really fucking surfing. Like, now we've got waves leading into waves. We've got market boost triggering other market boost, triggering other market boost. You can end up with a cascade of positive rebases just flowing through the economy. Man, it's going to be good. And if we can avoid regulation, if we can get a good audit and review process in place, which I am also working on and would also like that additional funding for, I am talking with people on that, so don't worry too much. I really think that we can, if they called the 80s Morning in America again, like, I don't know, do we have an analogy for, at this point I just say the U.S. economy just moonshots itself at that point. Like, honestly, if we can keep going like this, if we can get the audit and review in place, we can provide this sort of support and security and validation around the work like we have in traditional financial tech. If we can get a proper elastic index and some tokens that are related to other elastic tokens, and we can increase that market cap to elastic tokens, I really do think that we can have free market capitalism with no regulation finally result in, like, full luxury robot space communism. Because at a certain point, if this continues, then the way to profit is to generate more value, which means that so long as you can produce a token that people have value in, then they will trade for it, which means we'll get paired to ample, which then means that the entire economy can begin acting almost like an angel investor, that as soon as your project gets a little bit of traction, people trade with it. Boom, elastic economy kicks in, pairs with your token, and instantly you have infinite liquidity, and your price can be stabilized through all of these various tokens as they keep fluctuating their supply and pricing. So, on that point, yes, I will get my Twitter. I will get my Twitter. I will get my Discord. I much prefer Discord for things. Discord is just a better one for me. It's where I am most of the time. I wish more people were on Status. I really like Status. I wish more people... You know what? Fuck it. I will close out with... yes, I am... Why is it so fucking hard for me to get my own name on servers? Jesus. I don't know. There we are. Why am I not able to get... Oh, that's why. It had streaming mode on, even though I don't have it on the screen. That's why I didn't want to give it out. Alright, so yeah. Yeah, I'm on Twitter.
You can... Why the fuck do you have this stupid shit on there? I hate you, Twitter. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Discord. I much prefer Discord. I'd like to see crypto space get properly decentralized and get ourselves some Diaspora servers, some Elements servers, some Mastodon servers, things on ActivityPub. So I'll probably be trying to find people to work on setting that stuff up and get things rolling. You can send me tips at cyotee.eth. Yep. There. And happy to take whatever. Feel free to send me meme coins, shit coins. That's my experimental wallet. It's kind of just what I play around with. It's also what I use for testing things. Like, if I'm not sure a contract is going to work right, or I'm curious on exactly what they're referring to, I'll run through that and do it that way. So yeah, send stuff over there if you'd like. I do appreciate the tips. The more tips I get, the more I can do this, the better I can handle things. And overall, last question then. What's the worst scenario for Ample? How about if people just gave up? Like, Ample is just too early for the game. Okay, well, I don't think that can happen. I think it would actually, like, it would require people, like, not even responding to price and saying, oh, Ample, never buy fucking Ample. Like, just don't. It's cancer. I mean, it would have to get to the point where people aren't even willing to trade with it when the price is good. Because as this thing negatively rebases or the price goes down, it becomes a good trade. Like I was saying, buy it under $1. Shit, just do it. Because so long as there's market cap, there will be value in it. And that's the other point, is that I don't think it can die, realistically, because of how the liquidity pools are set up, and because of how the pricing calculation is done on a lot of them, and because of how just Ethereum functions. Dust? Everyone gets dust in their wallet. Well, you're going to end up with that. Like, you're going to end up with a case of, I can't get the dust out of relationship with Ample or any other EFI token. And so it's going to be there. It can never go away. It has infinite liquidity. And so, well, thank you. Cool. I'm a genius, apparently. I don't necessarily think all that stuff, but cool. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I'm a fucking genius, I guess. And I do like to think I'm a hardworking individual. Trade-off is, I have no fucking personal life. The most I do is play some video games every, few weeks. And I used to play a lot more board games. I really like board games. I'm like that. But anyway, it's easy to work the pieces in board games with my mouth and the paws usually. And video games, the controllers can be worked okay, so it works all right. Anyway, yeah, I would say that I don't think it can ever really die, because you'll never really be able to extract that last little bit of market cap. And when it responds to that last little bit of market cap, it'll have a steady valuation, and at some point it'll be worthwhile to buy into Ample or some other EFI token again. So unless the rebase function fails or spins out of control for some reason and fucks up, it can't. All it can ever really do is reach that dusty floor. And really, that's really would be it, is that the worst that could happen with Ample is people don't want to trade with it. They keep trying to extract more and more market cap, and ultimately it just, devolves into this dust that's always in the market. But then you're always going to have this case where somebody looks over and is like, I want that over there. And that Ample price is really sweet. I mean, it's been sitting there for 15 fucking years with no one touching it, because we all hate fucking Ample. But there's a little something there, and if I get that little something and push it in somewhere else, and boom, as soon as they interact with it, trading volume occurs, changes will happen, and then you're back okay, now it's going to go through the price adjustment, and we might have that. And so then somebody else will test the waters and it was safe to trade in Ample. It didn't swing wildly because that guy extracted a little bit of market cap. Okay, I'll trade with it. And then more, and then more, and more.
It really is like a quagmire, to the point that once it's there, as far as I can tell, it can't get out. Like, unless there really is a way in the liquidity pool to truly execute that last trade to remove that final little bit of liquidity, which the way most of them are written is just not really possible. The math never works out quite right in the price differential. And many of them are coded out to make sure that can never fucking happen. Well, then you end up with a case of like, well, sorry, it can't go anywhere. It's always going to be there. It's always going to have a stable price. Somebody's going to come trade with it. You're not going to be able to get away with it, which means it's going to capture more market cap, which then is just going to roll along. And so you're not going to get rid of it. Like, I'm sorry. It's like an infection in the currency now. Would a YAM type deployment be considered EFI because rebased? Okay, I want to be clear here, and I'll close off with that point. Might as well stay up tomorrow night. Maybe. That's usually what I do on the weekends. Weekends I usually pull like a 3-dayer or 2.5-dayer through Friday to Saturday, and then fall asleep Sunday afternoon. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll pull like a crazy 24-hour stream. I know these liquidity pools are funded for 10 years only, as in the ample ones, but understand that's not the liquidity pool, that's the staking rewards. And the liquidity pool isn't funded for 10 years. You're incentivized to stake in it for 10 years. There's a difference. The liquidity pool is still there. And what I'm getting at is that when you have ample or some other EFI token in a liquidity pool, you can never truly escape that market cap. It's just not possible. Because anything that you try to do, the liquidity pool, like when you go with the exchange, they're like, all right, UniSwap, here, I'm going to try to buy all of one side of the pool. It fights you. It does not allow that sort of shift. It'll let it get down further and further so that it can't, and so that but as you see, you get to a point where you literally can't whittle away that little last bit out of the liquidity. Now, in some cases, there's nothing to be done about that, because now there's the amount in there, and now nobody can interact with it in a meaningful sense. Like, why would you ever engage with this thing when all you can get is dust out? But if you have a rebasing token, then it can expand, it can adjust, it can supply. And so you literally have infinite liquidity. And thus, if the staking incentives for providing liquidity run out in 10 years, I don't give a fuck. This is not about the staking. The staking is the incentive to get you in. The staking is the buy one, get one free deal, alright? You don't just stop eating because you can't get buy one, get one Big Macs anymore. And so this is everyone's trying to rush around and get the incentive to capture the market cap by offering the staking rewards. I think staking rewards are somewhat counterproductive because that sets people up with the incentive of chasing the staking rewards, and without a clear picture on what to do with the token that you're being awarded later on, then, well, what's the fucking point? So that's why I invest in shit like Storage, Filecoin. I invest in stuff like Ample, Based, Rample. I'm going to jump heavily on Benchmark. I'm going to be working mostly on EFI stuff. And as far as your final point of, does YAMS count as something because of rebase? If I remember correctly, YAMS could only rebase down. It could only negative rebase, as in it used a rebase function to contract the supply, and it could never expand the supply. Now, by all means, correct me if I'm wrong there, that it could expand the supply, but as I recall, it could only contract its supply, and it used a rebase function instead of a burn, because a burn will possibly result in deflation. A burn does affect your dilution or concentration in the market, whereas a rebase does not change your position in the market. So a rebase is actually a better and more equitable way to do it. Things that burn tokens legitimately, as in transfer them to address 0, and even though they reduce the supply, those are bad. That is stupid fucking math. You don't do that. Rebase, where you change the supply, and in changing the supply, adjust everyone else's balances so they have the same percentage, that is good. But you can tune that so you only ever rebase down. So the fact that you have a rebase function does not mean that you are an elastic finance token. In order to count as an elastic finance token, is you have to be able to expand your supply. Not by minting. Minting is just directly creating more tokens based on an event. Elastic Finance is all about expanding supply and not causing any dilution. So you have to be able to increase the supply based on some operation, not by minting. Now, exactly what the price indicator or what the market indicator to adjust the supply, what degree you adjust the supply, what price point you're trying to hit, all of that can be variable. But so long as the token can expand the supply based on market indicators and contract the supply based on market indicators, both, it counts as an Elastic Finance token. Okay, really, last question. Look into Momentum, XMM. They are a deflationary index fund, so a lot of comparison to Stratera. They need someone to audit their code too, so please reach out to them on their Telegram. Well, you know what? I will also point out to people that it is better for the teams to hear from the community that they would like me to come do their code and have the developer or someone approach me. I'm not saying I won't. I'm just offering up here is that please don't rely on me to go make the pitch. I can make the pitch. I will happily make the pitch, and I will happily take a look at them and confirm, but I want to make clear here that if you really want to get devs on, I would love to get interviews with developers in these cases, or other engagement there. Go tell the developer, give them a link to my site, give them a link to my Twitter, point them on my Discord, and tell them that you would like me to audit their code, and that I will do it for free and for tips. I do not want any money from the devs. I want to stay independent. I want to make sure that I maintain that discipline and that reputation of truly independent, impartial auditing. So the devs, I will refuse their payment. I will accept payment from a DAO that is not controlled by the devs. So if there's a community that wants to pay me directly, if they want to do a big old, they're like, look, you do this, you do the audit, and partway through the audit, we will do like a big tip for you during the show, I will perfectly accept that from a community DAO, even if it has a relationship with the token. But I'm not going to take it from the dev, period. And if the dev is in the DAO, I'm not going to take it, period. I will continue taking tips from individual people, and I would like to coordinate with devs. If devs have a launch coming up, if they have a feature patch coming up, I'm happy to go through that. If a dev is available to come on the call, that'd be even better. Because I can tell you right now, part of what makes this go on so long is I have to figure out how this fucking shit works. Like, there's not, like, a lot of there's not comments, there's not documentation, there's not explanations, there's not a good workflow. Like, I gotta figure it all out. And you saw me do that, and we can do it, and I get a little confused and wrong sometimes. We gotta work that through, because it's complicated. But if I got a dev here, and they can say, oh yeah, let's look here, and let's go here, and I can say, hey, explain what's happening here, and they go, wow, that's supposed to happen right here in the code. I'm like, really? Let me examine that. It would be lovely to walk through this with the devs. I'd really like to arrange this in some sort of like pre-launch or during launch meeting. If somebody has that, but by all means, please tell them. I will take a look. I will attempt to make time. All of this is absolutely fucking blown up, so I got a lot of work coming up, so I'm not sure. I'm going to try to keep doing this and try to keep it going to get to keep the momentum going, especially to continue getting interest, but there is going to be a point where I might have to say, I'm sorry, I will have to take a break, and that will be for a product launch to effectively automate my job. As in this one right here. Now, this is my full-time job, but I am looking at a way to provide good automated analysis that can be managed and executed by the community. And so if you'd really like that, then start telling people, come on over, tell me about it, and we can start getting that to go there. Because I'm already talking to some groups, and in talking to those groups, if we, in fact, show up at, do we have a good Discord for this? Can I get an invite over here? Do I have one here? Let me see. Yes! Alright, so, here, I'm going to say this. Here is a perfect place to do that. There. That Discord server. Hopefully they'll love me for it. But if you like the idea of having a community-funded DAO, community-organized and executed DAO, that will build out the infrastructure to maintain an automated and community-driven auditing, security analysis, evaluation process that anyone would be able to use. It'll just be a simple fee for basically having it run the code and go do things. Head over there, tell them that you want that, because honestly, if I can show people that there is real market interest in this, and that this is a token people would go buy, then I think I can get things organized reasonably well to start a non-profit organization akin to the Apache Software Foundation, use that as the LAO to maintain the legal side, and thus give us an opportunity and a relationship that we can talk to actual, like, traditional financial institutions on these things, and have a proper structure for when regulation finally comes knocking on our door. And then have a community organized and managed DAO that would help provide the funding and the voting process for what sort of services to offer. I've got the design worked out pretty much, and I got the skills to handle about 60% of it. And so we'll also be looking for developers. So if anyone knows smart contract development, if anyone knows Java development, I do need Java development for one part, because I'm going to be using Jenkins. But other than that, so long as you know other coding, I'm happy to bring that on. Go, tell them you like it, tell other people about the Audit DAO. Might be Rect DAO, might be something else. I got another name I'd like to use. I might try that one. Might be a few different names, I'm not sure. But yeah, let people know if I can show that. I know for a fact that if I can show that there is a market and people will actually buy and fund this, then I know for a fact that I can get people going for it. There's already talk and arrangement for having that happen. So please go tell everyone, talk about it. I would like word of mouth. I would like buzz. I would like you to tell devs to have me audit their code. I would like you to send me tips. I would like you to like and subscribe, and I would like you to remember that I am not doing this professionally. I'm not being compensated for it. The devs have nothing to do with this. I barely ever talk to them, and I am not your financial advisor, so I'm not legally liable for any of this stuff. But after all of these hours, yeah, YFBETA, you look good. I like you. You're solid. Decent design. It's a reasonable profit scheme that works out well for everyone. Not how I like to make money, but there's nothing wrong with it. But then again, I'm not trying to get crazy fucking rich. I'm trying to change the fucking world. So good luck on getting crazy fucking rich. It is enjoyable, by all means. I know that. And when you're crazy fucking rich and you might want to change the world, then let me know, because the big job, and there's only so much I can fucking do. So, and I don't mean some crazy SJWA. I mean, like, let's build the economy. Let's get people power. Let's get people knowledge. Let's get more people doing things. Other than that, I hope you enjoyed it. This went on way longer than I thought, but it's been very enjoyable. I've appreciated the questions. I hope I didn't miss anything. Other than that, you can find me and give me tips, give me references, let me know what's going on, and by all means, send me your meme coins. So, with that, you're very welcome. I appreciate the feedback. I really do appreciate that everyone has enjoyed this so much. Who knew where I'd be when I started figuring out how Solidity and stuff worked like a week ago? So, good night. Well, good day, everyone, as it comes up to morning.